Hello everyone and welcome to King Abdulaziz Race Course. We are here in sunny Saudi Arabia, just outside of Riyadh. We got 12 races on tap today. It's going to be a pretty exciting one. We have 4 six-figure races, including the featured Group 3 Equestrian Authority Cup, which is going to be a really nice matchup of some talented horses. And it could be a big day for the White Stables. We were kind enough to have an audience with them yesterday. Having an audience with Tom Collins here today, who's one of our best tipsters from the worldwide perspective. And Tom, you obviously had we had some weather last night. I'm going to get your perspective on that and how that might change everything today. You're going to be the master of tackling those idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the track pans out. We had lots of rain this morning, 3 hours worth, according to Shamila Hanley, who we'll get to a little bit later. She was up a little bit earlier than I was, but it was really hammering it down. So it'll be interesting to see how the track plays, whether there'll be a forward-going bias, whether there'll be a rail bias. You know, there's plenty of stuff that we're going to learn throughout the racing today. I think White Stable are going to have a phenomenal day, as you've said. But here are 3 other horses that you should look out for this afternoon. First is Jara Athba, who will be partnered by Alex Moreno in race 7 on the card. This French-bred filly won her maiden by 9 1/4 lengths earlier this month and appears ready for a step up in grade. She looks to have a great chance this afternoon. Next we have In Himma, who will try to win the Rashid Al Zanidi Award, race 11 on the card. This local bred colt won the Jcsa Sprint Cup in September and returns to the track this evening after a 3-month layoff. And finally, look out for Final Destination in the Group 3 Equestrian Authority Cup that ends proceedings today. This horse's form is red hot. He was second to Commissioner King in the Taif Cup. He won the Taif Derby and could score again tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to that, especially because we have some of the best local horses going into that, and it could have implications even all the way down to the Saudi Cup. We're looking forward to that meeting in just less than, what, 10 weeks or so?
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. And obviously, this is going to be a day where we have to deal, as you said, with a little bit of the weather, whether or not that's going to affect everything, whether or not it's going to affect your selections in general.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I might have to tamper with a few selections as we go through the card. If we notice some sort of bias or a way the track is riding, maybe I'll have to look at the race again with a new light, side towards the front runner, side towards a closer, wide drawn, inside drawn. So
you don't have enough to do.
Exactly.
You need to look at more things.
Yeah, got some selections down on the paper already, but they're not sure selections. We can change them halfway through.
We're going to move over to our commentator who's going to take us through the runners and riders as well as the menu for today. Enzo, how are you doing out there?
Yeah, I'm in good form, Michael. I hope you are too, and Tom as well. Great to see you both back here for a great day's racing. You mentioned that final race. Looking forward to that 12th race, the Equestrian Authority Cup. Here's the full plan for today. We start off with a handicap, which is due off in about 14 minutes' time. They've got an open race. Nominals of 4 after that, couple of maidens. Another open race, and the Arabian Breds take centre stage at 6:10. At 6:40, another Arabian Bred horse race, this time a handicap at 6:40 over the 1,600 metres. We go up in trip then for the fillies handicap at 7:10. Race 10 is a nominals of 4 race. And then we've got the first of our big races at 8 o'clock, the Rashid Al Zanidi Award Stakes, and then the feature race, the local Group 3, which is the Equestrian Authority Cup over the mile, the 1,600. Race 1 then, let's crack on, shall we? It's 3:30 race. Number 1 is Rova Niemi, ridden by Ricardo Ferreira. They're going 1,200 metres here, 6 furlongs for a handicap. Number 2, Street Boy, Yasser Al-Bakawi. 3, Najm Al-Medmar, Rakan Al-Abaid. 4 is Red, is Camille Ospina. 5 is Round 6, Abdullah Al-Qraidi's. 6 is Al-Migdam, Ali Al-Matib. 7, Bonita B, used to be trained in the UK. Alex Moreno rides. 8 is Pastime, Tariq Al-Mansour. 9, Atomic Impact, written by Abdulaziz Al Musa. 10 is Gar Al Mali, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 11 is Self Al Fala for Fahid Al Faradi. 12 is Rosie's Return, Mohammed Aldaham. 13, Emblem Game, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 14, Tornadic for Asl Al Sahani. 15, 50-Year Storm, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 16, 9 Dragons, Ahmed Al Azari. Over the page, 17, Life's a Beach for Adel Al Faradi. 18 is It Khan for Rayan Altoesh. And that's the field here. 19, 20 and 21 don't get in. 18 runners. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right, thank you very, very much. And so we're going to go through, this is going to be one of our many tough races today. Obviously, they usually are tough. I don't know if we should even call them tough. We'll just call them races here. They're just so competitive. We have Street Boy in sight right now and shot that he is 1 for 11. He was 19th last out.
He broke his maiden in an open race, finished 19th in this grade on his return. He'll need to improve from there to win today.
Number 3 in shot there is Najim Al-Badhar. Is 2 for 37, was 11th last time.
Finished 11th in an open race last time. Quick return to the track today, just 3 meetings later, a week later. He struggled in lower grades before that open race defeat.
And so I was going to appreciate the name of number 4 is just Rez. Rez is 0 for 2 and 17th last time.
Formerly trained by Richard Fahy in the UK for KHK Racing. Yet to win so far since moving, and for Fahy actually, 0 for 5 in total. But Camilo Ospina rides Reds today.
On the physical, you can tell why they bought him. Number 5 is round 6, 2 for 14, 8th last time.
Quick return to action after that long layoff before his most recent appearance. Fitness is likely to have come on since then, but I still think he's going to need a run or two before we see him at his best. Number
6 in shot there is Al Mcdam, is 0 for 11.
Finished second in a 0 to 90 handicap back at meeting 69. That was a good effort and stacks up well in the context of this race.
Benita B is number 7. Benita B has 5 victories to her credit.
She's formerly trained by Mick Shannon in the UK. She was a very good 2-year-old. Didn't really progress as a 3-year-old and now finds herself in Saudi Arabia as a 4-year-old. She's very consistent and she's drawn well.
She looks quite well in this spot. Past time, number 8 is 2 for 15. Comes out of a 3rd place finish, a daughter of Postponed.
Strong travelling filly. The draw is not helpful here, being out in stall 14. Tariq Al Mansour takes the ride.
Number 9 is going to be Atomic Impact, 1 for 11. Was 4th 2 races back, 7th last out.
Yeah, to run to the same level as he did in Taif, but he's a 3-year-old. We haven't seen him just yet. He's at the back of the shot there. You can see in the maroon and orange kind of silks. Yeah, this horse's best performance came back at meeting 46, but 3 Riyadh runs haven't been on the same level.
Yeah, it looks quite well for a horse that's probably going to be a bit overlooked in this spot. We have Gar Ama Ali is going to be in shot in just a moment. That is number 10. He is 1 for 8, 17th last time. Must improve, this 3-year-old filly.
She's going in the wrong direction so far this season. Her reappearance run was fine when she was 7th. She backed that up with a 9th place finish at meeting 64. And last time she only trailed at home in 17th. So she'll need to take a step in the right direction today.
Number 11 is Saif Al-Fala, 1 for 31, but does come off a good 3rd apparently.
Far from prolific throughout his career, it doesn't look like this is going to be the sort of race that he's going to thrive in, but last time he took a step forward, as you mentioned.
Number 12 is Rosie's Return, 2 for 12, comes off a pair of non-efforts.
Beaten very few horses so far this term, arguably better on turf in his career as well.
And Aldaham obviously had a good day yesterday.
Yes, had a winner, 2 winners yesterday.
We have Emblem Game in shot, number 13 right there on the white blinkers, 2 for 37, comes off a 7th place effort.
That came in a non-winners of 4 contest, so it's dropping in, down in class to a 0 to 80. Actually finished 5th in a 0 to 80 back at meeting 57.
Number 14 will be in shot in just a moment. Is Tornadic, is 5 wins to his credit, but was 17th last time.
Trending in the wrong direction, this son of Toronado. Toronado was a fantastic horse for Richard Hannon on turf. Maybe turf will see this horse back in better light.
The only time I got to see him, he ran terribly in the Breeders' Cup. So, number 15 is 50 Years Storm. 2 wins to her credit. This 3-year-old filly by Memas.
Those wins came in the UK for trainer Archie Watson. Showed lots of speed. One on the all-weather and on soft ground. You like your soft ground horses here?
I'm tempted. Number 16 is 9 Dragons. Comes off a victory, but has 6 runs to his credit.
Another ex-Brit in this race. It was a career best last time up. We were here that day, meeting 72. Good performance. Needs to back it up again today from a wide draw.
The wonderfully named Life's a Beach, number 17, 1 for 11, 3rd last time.
Taif winner back at meeting 43, who's just struggled to refine that form until last time out when finishing a good 3rd. Gets a middle draw and Adele Al-Faradi for the first time.
And number 18 is It Khan, as 2 wins to his credit. This 6-year-old gelding has 7 local runs.
Bred to sprint, being by Gute Fan, not yet emulated the UK performances since moving to Saudi Arabia.
And the yellow, or maybe that's green, I can't tell.
Yellow.
It's a full blinker. This horse has definitely full issues with a bit of a focus.
Yes, exactly that.
Let's go see the 4th member of our team is the lovely Shamil Hanley, who is on the track.
Thank you very much, Michael. I am indeed standing on the track just because there's been 3 hours of rain this morning, but it doesn't seem to have affected the track that much. It's pretty windy down here as well. I'm going to start with my highlight of the day, and that is with the last race of the day. I don't think it'll be a disaster movie for Final Destination, as I think he will be in the winner's enclosure yet again today. Now let me start on my paddock selection in this race. I've gone with horse number 7, Bonita B, and Alex Moreno. He had no winners yesterday, so really unusual to see him not in the winner's enclosure, but Naif Al-Mandil has some really nice horses today, and in this first race as well, really competitive. It is worth 120,000 Saudi Riyal, so we are starting off Friday very, very strong. Horse 7 is just coming out behind me here now with Alex Moreno on board, and going down to the starting gates really, really nicely. So nothing else to report. Hopefully the rain holds off for today and it's just a little bit windy and messes up my hair as usual. And of course, I'm always taking one for the team and ruining my trainers more than they already are.
Those trainers are a state, I have to say.
Sure, Shamila and her hair will be absolutely lovely throughout the card today, and she's already got her jacket on, so she's ready to go. You know, we have right now in shot there we have Al Magdam, who's number 6, and he was 5th last time on the 22nd of December.
Yeah, you might recognise the horse in front in this race. It's Bakil, who we saw win yesterday. So this form has been franked by the winner, owned by Sheikh Abdullah Al Malak Al Sabah.
Lost a lot of ground here, apparently.
Yeah, and Al Magdam's so wide on the track, broke slowly as well, but actually ran home really nicely. For a horse who's a maiden, tackling the likes of Bakil in this race, it wasn't a weak renewal of the contest by any means, and Al Magdam showed up well in the closing stages. I think a return to this kind of form, albeit again on a quick layoff, just to 7 days for Al Magdam, we'll see him go very close.
How many lengths slower do you think this field is in comparison to what he faced with Bakil?
Well, Bakil's rated low 100s. He's facing horses rated 79 and inferior to that. So I think he's got a great chance. If he repeats that, I think he ran to a mark way above 76 that day. He was beaten maybe 8 to 10 lengths by a horse rated in the 100s. That suggests he could have performed to a rating of the high 80s. And if that's the case, then he should be winning off this handicap mark of just 76.
See the 15 in shot there, showing a little bit of attitude, refusing to go on with it. That is 50 Years Storm, who makes his local debut. That's the Maymouse that I'm tempted to select, that I might not select now.
Yeah, soft ground form for this filly, but again, she is first up in Saudi Arabia. That's always a bit of a worry for me.
There she goes.
She's going down lovely now.
She looks great. I think if they leave the jockey off her, she has a big chance.
Absolutely.
So, no, I mean, to me, pulling this apart, just give me, this is a rarity. You give me 4 horses, and I'll select one that's not yours.
Okay, I'll tell you mine first.
Okay.
Mine is Al Magdam. We've already just seen him there. I think a return to that run will see him win. So I'm going to stick with Al Magdam.
Even being a maiden?
Yes, being a maiden. It's not usually something I would do, but in this spot, I think he's got a phenomenal chance. We've seen him perform to a higher level than this, and actually finished second in a 0 to 90 at meeting 69, and this is a drop down. So he's going to be my pick. On the short list, we would have horse number 1, Rovi Niemi, horse number 7, Bonita B, horse number 16, 9 Dragons, and horse number 17, Life's a Beach. I think
17 it is.
You love the name of Life's a Beach.
Well, I do, but I also just think that coming out of a decent run turns me on a bit. And it's still a young 4-year-old turning into 5, has every chance, has a win back, 5 races back. So with these types of races, I'm just looking for a willingness to win or be involved.
Exactly, and Life's a Beach is a good stayer over this 1200 as well. When we saw him win at Taif, he was strong in the latter stages of the race. He was formerly trained by Richard Hannon in the UK, but he seems to have acclimatised pretty well. He's got a good draw, middle draw is what you like to see, and Adele Al-Faredi. First time he's ridden Life's a Beach, which is interesting.
Yeah, all eyes will be on how, if at all, this weather is going to have affected the track. I don't see it obviously not affecting anything safety-wise. They wouldn't run on it otherwise, but see whether it'll maybe even favor a little bit of speed or become a looser track and become, as it dries out, and favor the closers, become a tiring track.
Yeah.
So this 1200 won't tell us too much.
No, we won't find out until midway through the card, really, will we? But it'll be interesting to see what happens for sure, because we haven't seen much rain here since we've been in Riyadh, it's fair to say. It's been sunny most days, so the track will be riding completely different, or could be riding completely different than we're used to. It's also worth noting there's a little bit of a headwind in the home straight.
All right, so we have Tom is going to go with Al Maqdam, number 6, hoping to break its maiden against winners. Benita B, number 7 for Shamila. I'm going to go with Life's a Beach, naturally. Number 17 for me, breaking out of 10. And we'll go up to Enzo, who's going to take us through the running of the race and see who he likes as well for the first.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'm going to go with Rez. I'm going to take something completely different here for Camilo Ospina. Tom mentioned a couple of runs over in the UK. I think he's got a bit of a chance here. Draws a worry, though, in 15. That's what slightly put me off, but I'll stick with him. I respect Al Maqdam and Benita B as well. I saw her run many times when I was commentating in the UK, so I know her quite well. And there she is in the, I think, the same colours that she used to wear over in Britain as well. The blue with the white braces, the black sleeves and cap. So runners having their final checks. The jockey's making sure everything is in the right place. 9 Dragons going through your shot there, number 16. 9 Dragons, very light green and blue. So we are going 1,200 metres here. The 6 furlongs for our opening race for colts and fillies and geldings, 3-year-olds and up. It's a handicap, so the draw does play a part here. They're not in the race card order in terms of the draw. So Rovaniemi's got to come out of stall 12. First of the runners is going in for this 18-runner contest. It Khan down the bottom of the card. Got those blinkers on. So we're getting through the loading up now. First couple are advancing. Safe Al-Fala going in. Here is number 12, Rosie's Return. Mohammed Aldaham. He's a jockey who's really come to prominence, isn't he? You mentioned the wins yesterday. And I called last week and he rode a winner then as well last Friday. And there's jockeys that I think really is getting the hang of things now, and he's starting to blossom, Mohammed Aldaham. That's one of the lesser names coming into this Riyadh meet, but he's certainly very capable. Life's a Beach still to go forward there, the grey with a red sash. Son of footsteps in the sand. 9 going in is Atomic Impact. He's a son of Dandy Man. Abdulaziz Al Musa is on board. So he goes in. And we're getting nearer to a start. Yeah, you mentioned the rain this morning, cloudy overhead. .2 degrees at the moment. Last 6 then coming forward. Street Boy is already in. Waiting for Rovaniemi. 50-year storm. Last few coming forward now. So just about set, all in, ready to go. And they're off for opening race. They've jumped over the 1,200 metres, breaking well towards the inside. Round 6 in the blue blinkers is up there. Also to the 4 towards the outside is Rovaniemi. Another one that's up there too is Rosie's Return as they go through the first 400 metres. Pastime is next in the field ahead of 11 Safe Al-Falah as they go through the first 400 metres. Off the pace, Atomic Impact is right towards the back, and also round 6 is nearer last than first. In fact, only has 1 horse behind as they make the turn, and they're really tanking through the opening 700 metres here. And up front it is Gar Al Mali who's come forward now, the black sleeves and cap to show in front. Rovaniemi's made stealthy headway to sit in second place now. Pastime is the horses racing in third in the green colours. Towards the outside comes Rosie's Return as they make the turn into the final 450 metres or so. And it's still Gar Al Mali in front here for Khalid Al Mamoni, but now tackled by Rovaniemi on the outside, is moving well with the noseband. The royal blue cap, Rovaniemi and Gar Al Mali, these two towards the inside. Najm Al Medmar spies the rail run. It's picking up 2. Najm Al Medmar through on the inside, hasn't gone round the horse but hits the front deep inside the furlong. To the outside, keeping on quite well too, is Tornadic, but it's all about Najm Al Medmar. Najm Al Medmar goes through the win. Tight for the minors. Atomic Impact was thrusting late, might have got that, is involved there for the minor honours, but Najm Al Medmar, number 3, has won it. It's Rakan Alabaid who gets his name up in lights on this colt. Number 3, the winner. Tight for the minors in behind. I've noted Atomic Impact finishing with a real flourish in the maroon and gold. He got second, number 9, Atomic Impact. That's been confirmed. Third, number 12, Rosie's Return, was the one in the blue sleeves and cap, who also got going late. So it's 3:9.12 the result. 1 minute 13.67 seconds, a length and a quarter. The winning margin there, 3:9.12. Najim Al Medmar, Atomic Impact, Rosie's Return, the opening race result.
Some pretty interesting things to take out of this race. I was hoping there would be no notes on the track, but I think we got plenty.
Yeah, it looked like the winner saved all the ground throughout this whole race against the fence. The third or the fourth home horse, I need to just watch the closing stages again, also scraped the fence throughout. So looked like the rail seems to be the place to be. And actually, I was watching my selection Al Mugdam throughout. He travelled lovely, got the perfect setup, tipped about 6 or 7 wide in the straight, and the run petered out.
Yeah, he didn't exactly fly through the line in the last race, but I will say that it was a little shocking to see him not finish a little better from there.
Exactly, it looked like he was moving into the race nicely, and we've seen in recent meetings that if you're wide on the track and you've got a bit of run, you can close ground quite considerably. But that just wasn't the case around Mugdam. Obviously, it's just race 1, so we can't have a firm conclusion.
We're going to need 2 or 3 races to really come to it.
Yeah, exactly. But on initial inspection, it looks like the rail is a benefit right now.
Especially when the form was a bit off on a couple of the horses that came through in the top placings. But yeah, as you'll see down on the inside, the horses that are traveling on the inner part of the track are traveling extremely well. So whether or not that's a coincidence, we'll see. Maybe they're all just finding their stride at the right time. Maybe they're all, going, coming to the race properly. But hats off to Al Ubaid, who basically read the notes, got it right, went to the inside, saved all the ground, and kept his horse's face clean.
Yeah, we were sat next to Rakam while we were having our lunch before we came on air. Should have asked him. Should have asked him his thoughts on this first horse. But Najm Al Medhar, the horse that won this race, had shown very little recently. 11th back on meeting 80, albeit that was in an open race, so was dropping down in class. But previous to that, was running in these kind of races, lower handicaps, and wasn't playing a part. Just see it from the start. There's very few hard luck stories. I mean, was that 9 Dragons right out wide that briefly missed it, but most of the others broke okay.
Yeah, he breaks from post 2 here. He goes straight to the rail. Right now, he's lucky enough to where that the front runners are not going all the way to the rail for one reason or another. Who knows? I think that the leader's bearing out a bit. I think we marked that off camera that there was a bit of a issue. That jockey definitely had a handful of the left rein.
Yeah, at this stage it looks like the eventual 3rd place finisher, which is Rosie's Return, is up with the speed. The eventual winner you can see in 5th position against the fence right now. And the runner-up, which is Atomic Impact, right at the bottom of your screen in the maroon with the yellow kind of silks moving into contention. That's the only horse that's really closed ground. And actually at this stage is right alongside my selection, Al Mugdam, who's in the checked yellow and black silks on the outside. Atomic Impact switches towards the inside as they come inside the final 200 metres, which could have helped.
And does his best running there.
Exactly, right now when he's going between horses. Meanwhile, Al
still about the
Mugdam's
3.5 path here.
Yeah.
And now,
but he's not in the middle of the track.
And look on the inside, even in the same one path coming up the inside, I believe that is Bonita B, traveling extremely well up the inside. So maybe the inside is the place to be, maybe not. We'll figure it out. But it's pretty exciting when we get a little bit of change in the weather because it makes our analysis have to be that much sharper.
Yeah, exactly that. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next few races. We have a small field up next, I believe. Yeah, just the 9 runners. So maybe we won't get too much of a read there. But we've got a couple of big field races after that, and it'll be interesting to see which jockeys, if this does turn out to be a bias towards the rail, take note of that.
I think that this was, if nothing else, this was a very smart ride where he saved all the ground. He didn't give his horse any kind of, basically any issues at all. I don't think he would have switched out no matter what. He was a very smart ride. So hats off.
Save the ground, even if he knew there was potentially a bias or didn't have a clue about it, it doesn't really matter because he was going to save the ground no matter what and give this horse the best chance of winning.
And being a grandson of Giants Causeway has no shock at all to handle a little bit of moisture in the ground.
Yeah, you'd expect he could probably go further as well, to be fair. But 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres has proved to be the key. This is only his 3rd win from 38 starts. It does take a while for some of these horses to rack up successes, but this 4-year-old colt has managed to succeed at this level, and he's going to go up in the weights now.
Taking the race at face value, any noteworthy, whether it's a sad story or whether or not or a horse that came on well from the outside where we didn't think was going well?
Not really. I was watching the outside, as I say, during the race, and Al Mugdam was the only one that was actually making any ground, and that run still petered out. If I am taking a horse out of the race, it's Atomic Impact, the runner-up, just because he's the only horse that really closed from behind and made up significant ground late in the day. You can see him there, maroon silks, yellow, just gone out of shot.
And he was very much eager the entire way to make his run. He wasn't not that he was being abused at all by the stick, he was definitely wanting to get there. So that's one that I definitely agree with you on, that we'll take him next time. Maybe next week when we're back here as well, we'll get to see that one turn back around quickly. But the winner, would you support their ability to back this up?
Ask me that about race 7 when we know how the track's riding. I don't know whether he's had an advantage today or not.
He was the 2nd highest rated horse in the race.
Yes, he was drawn well as well in stall 2. The issues I have with a backup on this horse is, 1, he's going to go above the 0 to 80 bracket now that he's won. 2, he might go back into open races because these connections have tried him in plenty of open races in his career, and generally he falls short at that level. And 3, if he's run and used the bias, a potential bias, on this track, then it's highly unlikely he'll be able to use that kind of performance, repeat it in a higher grade.
All right. Well, we're going to move on next to the second race of the afternoon into the evening. We have a 1,400 meter, 7 furlong Saudi bred 3-year-old race. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, we'll do. Small field here, 1,400 metres, scratch number 6, Rawa J. So we're down to a field of just 9 participants here. Number 1 is Ali Al Zawq for Adel Al Faradi. Number 2 is Johar Al Riyadh, Mohammed Al Daham, jockey who has been in good form of late. Number 3 is In Baha, a son of Take the Points for Fawas Wanas. Number 4 is Nabe Al Saad, Abdullah Al Saidi on board. Number 5, Ajzal, is a 3-year-old gelding ridden by Ricardo Ferreira. 6 doesn't go, so 7 is Wardat Al Mayadeen, Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board the filly. Number 8 is Saad Al Ayez for Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 9 is Mandub Al Riyadh, Camille Ospina rides the son of Patriot Act. And finally, over the page to find number 10, Damat, who is written by Khalid Al Mamoni. This is a son of Spanish Steps. So just a 9 without number 6, Rawa J, going 1,400 metres for this locally bred open race. Let's go back to Michael and Tom as they come into the paddock.
Yeah, they're coming in nicely at this point. It looks that they're a nice compact field. It's going to test your ability and the jockey's ability, as they got to be a little bit more or that much more strategic.
Yeah, small field to be a bit more tactical than we saw in the last race, where there was plenty of pace and you could find your spot. This one I think is going to develop into more of a tactical affair, as we've said, and there are actually a fair few horses who've got a good chance in here. It's not the best local bred open that we've seen. There are horses rated in 60s and low 70s in this field, but at the same time we have a horse that last ran in a Group 1 in this race. We have a horse who finished second in a cup race back in March in here, and we've got the very consistent Mandub Al Riyadh, who seems to just be placed every time he runs. So it's a good fair. I'm looking forward to it.
There's Al Dahaman shot there, who's had such a big weekend so far. I wonder if he can continue it today. This is horse 1. This is Ali Al Zouk, who is 1 for 13, comes off of a pair of basically non-efforts.
Finished 11th in a 0 to 75 handicap last time, just outclassed in this race, just rated 65. However, Adel Al Faredi does ride for Gaith Al Gaith, and that's a team you can never write off.
Number 2 is Johar Al Riyadh, is 1 for 7, comes off a 4th place finish, was 5th a week before that.
That 4th place run came in a cup race last time, so this is a minor drop down in class. He hasn't won since winning a maiden on debut. That's my only concern.
Number 3 will be in shot in just a moment. There's going to be In Bacher, is 1 for 15, comes off a pair of 15th place efforts, but was 2nd before that on meeting 58.
Has been a touch inconsistent so far this season. His recent efforts wouldn't be good enough to win this race, but he's rated 79, and with a step forward, he could play a part.
Number 4 is Nabe Al Saad, is 1 for 22, comes off a pair of 9th place efforts by Casino Host.
This horse has been falling short over 2,000 metres lately, finished 9th last time and the time before that. He's now a player for a place. He's dropped down to 1,400.
Ricardo Ferreira will take the mount on Ajzal, 1 win from 3 runs.
Finished 12th in the Group 1 King Abdullah Cup 11 months ago. This horse hasn't been seen since. Most of the trainers' runners need their first outing of the season.
Number 6, Rawaj is out. Number 7, Wardat Amayadeen, is 2 for 12, comes off a 5th place effort, the highest rated in the field.
Hasn't been seen since Taif, a long break since meeting 35. However, as you say, highest rated in the field with a mark of 90. And if you go all the way back to March last year, last season, finished 2nd in the King Abdulaziz Cup.
Saad El Ayez is 1 for 16, was 4th last time, and was 3rd 4 races back.
Does find winning pretty tough though, just 1 from 16 in the career. Consistent in defeat is how I would sum him up.
I feel the same about myself. Mandub Al Riyadh, 1 for 8, it was 2nd last time, consistent sort.
Has been running in this grade, so we know that he's there or thereabouts at the level. Camilo Ospina continues to ride him, and he has a place play.
Number 10 is Damak in shot there, a maiden from 5 runs.
Just out of his depth in this grade, rated 59, needs to improve £30+ to win.
All right, so it's going to be interesting to pull these apart. 9 horses, not impossible for you. I mean, obviously, you should get your first win on the board in this one, I guess.
Hopefully.
I mean, the odds are with you. I mean, just the 9 horses.
They are, yeah. To be fair, yesterday in the small fields, I had some pretty good fortune. Not much fortune in the big fields, but in the small fields, we did well. So hopefully we get a win on the board here. I don't think there really is a clear standout. There are a couple of horses that would easily make the short list, but there isn't one where I'm necessarily like, this horse should definitely win. Saying that, I'm going to be siding with horse number 7, Wardat Al Mayadeen. I just think he's the best. She's the best in the race. She gets the fillies allowance. I loved her 2nd in the King Abdulaziz Cup in March. And yes, she's coming off the layoff since Taif, which is a concern for me. I don't really like putting up horses who are coming in fresh. She just has the best form in the book, and hopefully she'll be ridden relatively close to the speed.
All right, let's go to Shamila, see what she likes out there in the parade ring.
The jockeys are just getting mounted for the second race of the evening, and I'm going to side with horse number 9, Mandub Al Riyadh, partnered with Camilo Ospina for Hazim Al Marzougi. Really consistent this season, second last time out, third the time before that. Hasn't been seen since meeting 73, so not too long ago. So I think this horse is definitely due a winner, Camilo, and the horse is just coming up behind me now. I really like the way he was going around the parade ring, just strutting out really nicely. He is sporting blinkers and a flare strip today, so the white bandage that you can see on his nose is just to open up his airways to make him breathe a little bit better during the race when he is in full flight. But I love this horse as soon as he walked into the parade ring, and it's not a very big field for this local horse open, but I think Mandub Al Riyadh can get the job done. Only one negative for you in this field, and that is horse number 8, the horse in front of my selection. Just acting a little bit naughty on toes. The jockeys just had to dismount and will probably most likely be ponied down to the start, and maybe the jockey will be followed up in the ambulance. So that is the only negative in this contest. I will be sticking firmly with Mandub Al Riyadh.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. She is with Mandub Al Riyadh, rating 77. Obviously, if you look at the past performances, the most consistent in the field.
Yeah, very consistent. Been there or thereabouts in every single start since coming to Riyadh, and in Taif as well. Won back at meeting 31 in the last outing at that track. So I can see the case for Mandub Al Riyadh. Actually, as you can see my notes right now, I had a star on number 2 just in case Wardat Al Mayadeen didn't look nice.
Been burned too often with your scratches.
Yeah, exactly. So just in case I had a backup selection, and Mandub Al Riyadh was going to be that, but I am sticking with horse number 7, Wardat Al Mayadeen.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward Jawar Al Riyadh, number 2. I thought he'd look the best of the horses in the parade ring. Not that I disagree particularly with Shamila's analysis. She's got a much closer view than I do. I just thought he looked very much what I like to see, which is just composed, absolutely ready to run. And obviously you can't knock Al Daham in the saddle right now. He's riding extremely well.
Yes, and a good draw. It's still 2 if you think the round's the place to be. Mohamed Al Daham could easily grab that, especially given the colt on his inside. Ali Al Zouk should be outclassed in this race.
Speaking of Jawar Al Riyadh, he drew 14 of 14 last time on the 18th of November and was 8 wide coming into the stretch.
This was a cup race. You know, he finished well considering the trip he got during it. Finished 4th, as you say, wide coming into the straight. Made a late run down the outside, but just couldn't close on the eventual winner from the white stable. As you can see here, just out in front by 2 or 3 lengths. But Jawar Al Riyadh ran a very nice race in the context of the race today, because, as I say, cup race here, local bred open today, weaker contest.
Yeah, and it's always very tough to beat the white stable horses, as it were, so any run against them that is of credit gets extra credit from us.
Yeah, for sure.
And we have Wardat Al Mayadeen in shot right there. Looking extremely well for a horse coming off a bit of a break.
This is my selection in the race. I am worried about the break, but this was one of her better performances in Taif. She ran perfectly fine this day.
This is back on the 25th of August.
Yes, you can see her making a late run through horses. It takes a strong filly mentally to come through that gap there, and I know she does get a little bit tired late, but this...
Don't be sexist.
Well, sometimes, obviously, fillies are smaller, aren't they? In
I know what you mean.
She does get tired late, but that Taif track was super deep.
Yeah, it just seems that they came home just exceptionally slowly on some of those races.
They did, and she used up a lot of energy coming around the bend, so I don't think she was efficiently ridden, given the track that day. She was ridden to win, but for her capabilities, it just didn't go to plan. And yes, I am worried about the absence since, but she has good form at this track last year. So you're sticking with Wardat Al Mayadeen. Any
inclination as far as the connections go to stick with her because are they better at getting horses ready off the layoff?
Not necessarily that I know of anyway.
Okay.
Maybe they are, but we'll see today. I just thought she was a horse to beat, and even if she ran 5 pounds below her best, maybe she could get the job done. This is the race where I had a short list of 4 in here. Wardat Al Mayadeen is obviously my selection. Mandub Al Riyadh would have been my secondary or backup pick, and then I am considering Jawar Al Riyadh and horse number 5.
You should, because I selected it.
And Ajzal, they're the 4 major players. We should briefly touch on Ajzal, who's in shot right now. Yeah. 12th in the Group 1 King Abdullah Cup last year. That was 11 months ago.
So it comes out of the Vest race of any horse in this race.
Exactly. And was quite clearly a pretty smart 2-year-old, unexposed after just 3 outings, representing the Red Stable.
Al-Qatani gets them ready. Ferreira's very good.
Yeah, there are lots of pointers there. I tend to think these horses do just need a run, especially from 2 to 3, just because that development in horse between your first year racing and then moving into your second year, it tends to, the horses tend to be a little bit rusty as they come back off the break. So I am a little worried about that. However, if Ajzal were to win this race, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's their last chance to run against Saudi, but 3-year-old restricted.
Exactly.
So they're going to take advantage of it as best they can. And that is the only reflection, basically, of only the 9 horses in the race, is those restrictions in general. So I will stick with Jawar Al Riyadh, who will win by 10 lengths. And then we have... You're going to stay with Wardat Al Mayadeen.
Yes.
Shamila's with Mandub Al Riyadh. So we're spread all over the place. I think in the last race, we had 4 different horses, and we did quite well by, I think, nobody hitting the board.
Yeah, that's true. This race will be different. We've covered three of the top 4.
So we'll go to Enzo now and see who he likes. See if he can give us a 4th different selection.
Oh, I'd love to, Michael, but I'd have to stick rather unoriginally with Wardat Al Mayadeen with Tom here. I think just looks the pick of these. Look very well on the way down as well, the grey, and the rating is there, isn't it? I think the grey might be too good. But I respect Johar Al Riyadh's chances. Good draw, 1 off the rails. There is number 9, Mandub Al Riyadh. There is Johar Al Riyadh, the white saddlecloth for the number 2 horse. Of course, the turf track is getting nearer to being ready, isn't it? And that bit of rain must have helped, actually, over the last 24 hours or so. Getting the turf, just that little bit of juice into it, the rain must have helped there. And it's only going to be a couple of weeks away before we are racing on the lawn here at Riyadh, which is going to be fabulous as we head towards the big races, of course, in the month of February. And, yeah, the turf track getting nearer to being ready. But for now, we're focusing on the dirt, which has been slightly affected by the rain. And runners still circling there, as you can see, just the 9 of them. Number 6, Rama J, is out. 1,400 metres here. This is a race for locally bred horses. And a field of 9 without Rama J. And the prize, 47,500 Saudi Riyal for first place, 19,000 for second, and even down to 5th, 4,750. So I think for a decent purse here once again. In the background there was Ali Al-Zawq, Adel Al-Faradi in the green with a yellow hoop. Maroon colours there, that's Damat, number 10. I didn't get a look at him going down. He's ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni. He's got the blinkers on. Who's had 5 races so far. There's number 5. There's well-known colours, the red and white of Ajzal, son of Frozen Power, Ricardo Ferreira on board. I think the first one is about to be loaded up now. They're about to be called in to the stalls. Here is number 9, Mandub Al Riyadh, Camille Ospina, who seems to always ride a winner somewhere on the card. That makes it 5 in. There's only 4 to load. 1,400 metres then for race 2 here at Riyadh this afternoon. This is our race as we tick around to 3:55 local time. In goes number 1, Ali Al-Zawq. Johar Al Riyadh is going to go in next and will be the last of the 9. Johar Al Riyadh is in. They're ready to go. Set. Flag goes up. Started to hit the button and they're off and racing. Jumped away. A bit slow to go was Saad Al Ayez. And also missing in a fraction was Nabay Al Saad in the white and yellow. And slow out too was Damak. Early speed though towards the inside from Johar Al Riyadh, who's going to go on to lead here. The blue sleeve jacket. Right on the outside though, Mandub Al Riyadh, trying to get across the top shelf, is making ground. In between them in the beige and green is In Baha, and in the 3 path is Ajzal, and they're ahead of Wardat Al Mayadeen, who's in 5th place, the grey, as they really speed towards the turn. 3 legs then back to find Ali Al-Zawq, who's in company with Damak. Side Aliez is the back marker, one from last, Nabi Al-Saad. Not hanging about here in front. Ajzal leads them at around 60 kilometres per hour around the turn, but Johar Al Riyadh has the inside running line. Back in 3rd, shaken up now is Mandub Al Riyadh. And then comes In Baha. No move yet from the grey. Wardat Al Mayadeen just stalking the leaders. as they turn for home with 400 to go. Johar Al Riyadh leads them for the judge by 3 parts of a length to Ajzal in the red colours, giving chase. He's looking for room now on Wardat Al Mayadeen. He gets out underneath Mandub Al Riyadh as they go for the final 250. Far side, Johar Al Riyadh. It's the big two. Down the outside, though, Wardat Al Mayadeen is now proving too strong. And Wardat Al Mayadeen has just nosed on. Johar Al Riyadh, though's got something left, is kicking back on the inside. Johar Al Riyadh is coming back to win it. Johar Al Riyadh, how tough. Every chance Wardat Al Mayadeen was second. And they were clear of Inbaha in behind them. But a massive run by the winner, number 2, Johar Al Riyadh. Mohammed Aldaham, we were singing his praises earlier on. He's got a winner here. And it looked as if Wardat Al Mayadeen definitely headed him, but he fought back. Second was number 7, Wardat Al Mayadeen. A neck the winning margin. The winning time, 1 minute 26.43 seconds. Just going to confirm the third horse. Inbaha was staying on, number 3. Here's the first two. Johar Al Riyadh by a neck from 7 in second. Wardat Al Mayadeen. It was number 3 in third. Inbaha, as we thought. 2-7-3. A great tussle, though, between the big two. And it's Johar Al Riyadh, put up by Michael, who's just won it.
First of all, a well done is due to Michael on our team, who tipped up this horse to win. So very well done, Michael, for that. First winner of the day for the team. And first winner of today for Mohammed Aldaham, but he had 2 winners yesterday, so it's only the second race of the day, so I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to see him in the winner's enclosure. And Mohammed actually won on this exact horse this time last year over a mile. It was his 6th time riding the horse today in his career, so he knows this horse really well, and it's a great result for a trainer as well, for Badr Saud Razik. And Haif Mohammed Aboud Al-Kathani and Sons, who are the owners of this horse. Rated 85, it should go up from that. It was a really nice race. It will be good to grab a word with Mohammed as well. He's just watching the race back here, but we're gonna surprise attack him. Congratulations, Mohammed.
Thank you, Alhamdulillah. Thank the God, the owner, and the trainer.
And you know this horse really well. You won on him last year over 1 mile. How is he different today? He grew up a little bit from last year?
Yeah, a little bit. Some horses, for you take a vacation and come back again. Some horses no come back early. You need time. But Alhamdulillah, today he come and I win.
Were you confident throughout the race that you were going to win?
Yeah, I mean, I know the filly, tough filly, but Alhamdulillah, I win. I know no easy race, but Alhamdulillah, thanks to God for I win.
And what would you do with this horse next time? Because he can go over multiple distances.
Yeah, I think this horse he can go more distant. I didn't know for the owner and the trainer. He plan for this. He didn't know what he do. Me, I didn't know.
And how's the track riding today? Because we had a little bit of rain.
I think very good. I think fast track. I think.
But a little bit more kickback, right?
Yeah, sure. Because rain come, I think before 3 hours. Some time different the track when come the rain.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Welcome.
All right, so a third win on the weekend for Mohammed Al-Daham. Really well done here.
Yeah, good selection, well done. I thought I had
Oh, did I select that? I forgot.
I thought I had it. I had to say, Walda Al Mayadeen made a big run and actually hit the front, but your selection, Jawa Al Riyadh, re-rallied up the inside and was actually going away at the line.
This is our third or fourth 1-2 finish of the weekend.
It is, the majority of which have gone your way. So I am due one in a close finish, but you got the best ride.
It was a very good ride.
Yeah.
He stayed on the rail, but did not too close. I would have preferred him because of the previous race to stay as close as possible. But I think he was doing some light herding coming off of the bend, which they seem to do here a lot.
Yeah.
And he did, when he switched sticks, he seemed to go out and meet the filly without and sort of impinging upon her at any point. So.
Yeah, about here, Wada Al Mayadeen in the brown and the white cap actually hits the front, and as you can see, your horse Jawa Al Riyadh switches out a couple of lanes into the.
So it seems they both come together
Exactly.
just to see if they can fight it out.
And your colt fights more under pressure. It was a good start for all horses here. You can see Mohammed Al-Daham was eager to get to the front on your selection.
And the filly just couldn't do it, but not because she's a filly.
No, to be fair, she was going through there. And actually the fillies do generally perform better than the colts here, which was another reason for siding with her with that allowance. But just wasn't to be today. There are many reasons why I think that Wada Al Mayadeen was the best horse, but also lost. At this stage, I would have loved Abdullah Al Farouz to get to the inside and go to the fence. He's currently in fifth. No horses around him. 2 lengths in front.
She may have kickback issues. You never know. But then again, she probably would have been. Yeah, she probably would have been. Yeah, you're very much right here. She should have split the C's from the inside and expected it to open out inside of the 3.
Yeah, exactly that. Either go to the fence and then try to move out in the straight, or go to the fence and completely track through the leader. You save ground and momentum that way, rather than try to go through horses. She also, the horse in fifth we're talking about, takes a bump here off Mandub Al Riyadh, just coming off the bend. Abdullah Al Farouz looks to go wide, takes a bump, takes another bump there to force Camilo Spina wide.
Takes a bump. She supplied a bump.
Gives it, yeah. And actually, you can see it still makes the big run. The big injection of speed here. Hits the front around now, the grey filly. She's, a head up?
She's actually a bigger horse than the colt here.
Yeah. She was a head up, but as soon as your selection, Jawa Al Riyadh, angled more towards the middle, there was more fight left.
Very smart ride by Al-Daham to save as much as possible for the fight when he knew that basically when you have a horse making the running, you have to sort of nurse it out as much as possible, and that's exactly what he did. And this doesn't tell us too much about any kind of bias style, because he did shift out and they were both in the 3 and 4 path coming home.
Exactly. I think what it does tell us is that Jawa Al Riyadh will be fine over 1600, and Wada Al Mayadeen, as we saw in the footage before the race, and as we've just seen in the race in total there, is weak closing in the final 100 metres of a 1400 metre contest. You know, this filly has a good burst, but she's probably a 1300 metre filly who just clings on in the closing stages. And if you go back to 6 furlongs, she might not have the speed. So she's in between trips.
The only last note that I would say is I think that Jawa Al Riyadh might actually be better with one horse to follow. And that way he finished kind of cemented that for me. We're going to move on to race 3, which is going to be for winners up to 3 races. Saudi breds over 1400 meters. We're going to go over to Enzo, who's going to go over the runners and riders.
Yeah, we'll do, Michael. A couple of changes here. 12 is out, 4 is out. Reserve 21 gets in Woodman, ridden by Selman Al Rashid. Let's go through them then. As you say, race number 3 for the fillies and colts here. Nominals of 4 lifetime. Number 1, Akhtal Yamin, written by Louis Morales. 2 is Walad Al Matrefa for Camille Ospina. 3, Al Barshet for Ayad Al Tarisi. 5, Doai Rakan Al Abaid, looking for a double. 6, Aitafali Ahmed Al Azari. 7 is Abo Khalaf, Thurb Al Tamat. 8, Al Azmar for Fahed Al Faradi. 9, Haruf Abdullah Al Rashid. Over the page to find 10, Artaboon, Tariq Al Mansur, confirming 4 is scratched here, Shaman. 11 is Esyaf for Abdullah Al Lawfi. 12 is scratched, Sati Al Maidan doesn't go. So 13 is Ard for Ricardo Ferreira. 14, Tayeb, Aisal Al Sahani. 15 is Dinar Al Anaya for Khalid Al Mamoni. 16, Najim Al Wasel, Adel Al Faradi. 17, Mota Marsek for Abdullah Al Kradis. Over the page to find 18, Lama Al Zulfi for Ali Al Mutib. And then 19, Kayada, Mohammed Al Habail. 20, Hanbali, Sultan Al Mamoni. Now the reserve runs. 21 comes out of stall 4, Woodman runs. Selman Al Rashid rides. 22 doesn't get in. 23 doesn't get in. So 2 scratchings, 1 reserve. Take out 4 Shaman. Take out 12 Sati Al Maidan. And Woodman gets in, comes out of stall 4, number 21. Let's go back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right, thanks so much for that, Enzo. This is going to be fun because I think we have horses here. Obviously, it's all winners of 1 to 3 races. So they have all shown at least once in their life the inclination to win. But we have a nice range of starts among them. We have all the way up to 66 starts with number 2, Walid Al Metrafa, and all the way down to, I think, 9 starts. So should be fun. We'll have the one was in shot just a second ago. That's going to be Akhtal Yamin, 2 for 19.
Yeah, 5-month layoff since this horse last ran. This is the correct trip, though.
Number 2 is in shot a second ago. There's Walad Al Metrafa, is 2 for 66.
Often falls short, plenty of chances, not for me today, but Camilo's on.
3 is Al Bashet, 3 for 23, was a winner 2 races ago.
Won 2 races over 1,200 metres this year. Stamina is a question over 1,400.
Number 5 is Dawai in shot right there, 3 for 40.
Needs to improve on this year's efforts.
Atafali is 3 for 11, comes off the 12th, and then an 11th before that.
Cup winner last year. Best form has come at Taif, though.
Abu Khalaf is number 7 in shot right there, 2 for 38. Hasn't shown much in the last few.
This gelding seems to be trending in the wrong direction. It's a bit jig-joggy, on his toes in the paddock.
Al Azma is number 8, has 1 for 17, 10th last time.
Didn't beat a single rival on the return. Better last time out. Can she improve again?
The recently consistent Haruf is number 9, off a 2nd place finish.
In form, but not progressing now at the age of 7. She's just 2 from 72 in her life.
Number 10 is Artaboon, 3 wins, 24 starts.
First time back this year, seasonal reappearance. Plenty to find on figures in this race, just rated 63.
Sayaf is number 11, another grey. This is going to be a 2-time winner from 19 starts, comes off a runner-up effort.
Perhaps the most likely winner of this contest. Looks really good in the paddock as well. Finished 2nd in an open race over 1,200 metres last time.
Coming off a victory is number 13, Aad, a first defense 5-year-old gelding, Ricardo Ferreira in the saddle.
He's back to his best recently with that victory last time. I didn't see that coming on the day, I have to admit. Stepping up in grade this afternoon.
There he is right there. We got a chance to see him in the all blue socks, as it were. It's going to be interesting. First defenses definitely seem to handle this track. Number 14 is Tayeb, 2 for 12, 16th last time.
We haven't seen this colt since Taif, ran 16th at meeting 41.
Number 15 is Dinar Alanea, is 1 for 9, a winner, 2 back.
Pretty inconsistent, has a lot of early speed, so Khalid Al Mamoni will try to get to the front.
Seems to do well and then not do well. It might be on the do well cycle for that one. Najim Al Wasil is number 16, 3 for 42, comes off a runner-up effort.
Finished 2nd in an open race last time. Wide draw, gets Adel Al Faradi. I like this horse today.
Yeah, maybe that's a big player on connections, especially Motamasik is the grey, number 17, 3 wins to his credit.
Another tough draw for this horse right out wide. Had 3 starts this year, finished 13th last time, just last week actually. Wasn't a very good run.
Lama Al Zafi is number 18, 3 for 22, a winner, 2 back.
Player if she's at her best today, but that's a question because she's been a little bit inconsistent this year.
Hopefully she'll not run like a Lama. We have Kayad Haas, number 19, 2 for 15, 3rd last time.
His jockey's going to have his work cut out in the early stages to get across from this post because he's an early speed type, but Mohammed Al Hibail is a very good rider.
was a winner back on meeting 58. Number 20 is Hanbali. Rider getting up right now. Alamoni is rated 84.
Nice comeback this year, finishing third, first time up. I like to see that because horses generally improve for their reappearance. However, the wide stall and this horse dropping down in trip isn't the perfect combination.
Surprised they're allowed to use this name. It's Woodman, 21. He's 1 for 17.
Lacks early speed. Inside draw will be okay. We'll be able to track through on the rail, but I doubt this is going to be the winning spot for him.
Let's go to Shabila in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. Hopefully I've found you a winner in the parade ring for the third race of the day worth 125,000 Saudi Riyal. We are not messing around with the prize money today. The horse that I've decided to go with is horse number 11, Sayaf, partnered with Abdullah Alofi for the Red Stables and the trainer Abdullah Al-Katan as well. Second last time out at meeting 71, so I think they have timed it pretty well in order for this horse to improve. He's a stunning 4-year-old grey colt by Frozen Power. I'm just getting a little bit jig-joggy here in the parade ring after Abdullah Alofi has been mounted, but it's because it's really windy around here, so you can expect a lot of the horses to be on toes and a little bit wound up today in comparison to other days where the weather is a bit nicer. So I'll be sticking with Sayaf number 11. A horse that I also really liked is horse number 9, Haroof. I thought that she was looking really stunning in the parade ring. I've got 2 paddock negatives for you as well. Horse number 6 just doesn't look very happy in his coat at all. Really thick, fluffy coat on him. And horse number 7 carrying a little bit too much condition. But I have full faith in the Red Stables that they can get their nose over the line in this third race of the day.
All right. Thank you so much, Shamila. She is... She's dissing one red and going with the other.
Yeah, we did say, as we were watching them come into the paddock, as we were watching the review of the previous race, we did say that horse number 11, Sayaf, looked the best. So it's good to see that Shamila's got a similar opinion of that.
Yeah, but I'm still going to avoid it now because of those things.
I'm also. Not because of Shamila on my behalf, but I actually just have another selection in the race.
All right, so right now we've gone through all of them at this point. This is going to be interesting. Like we said before, some of them are a little bit less experienced, many with many miles on them. They're going for a good bit of prize money, where they're not going to be messing around out there with this big field going 7 furlongs. Where's the speed coming from?
There's lots of speed in this race. Plenty of horses drawn outside with pace. Kayada's got speed. Dina Elanea has speed. There's also speed inside from Albachet, who's been winning over the 1,200 metres. I'm pretty sure a couple of the Red Stable horses will go forward as well. Maybe Etafali, horse number 6. So I think they're going to go pretty hard. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a couple of 11-second sectionals throughout the early part of this race. And we've seen that closers can feature. I know that Mohamed Al-Daham just said the track was riding fast, and obviously the rain can impact how races pan out. But in the first race, there was a horse that came from miles out of the speed to finish second. And in this contest, I'm hoping there's going to be a late closer that comes out on top with horse number 16, Najm Al-Wasil. It's going to be flying late. We'll see the rerun. There is the horse right now.
Yeah, looking quite well.
We'll see the footage of this horse last time up. And hopefully when we pick it up, we'll see how far back he is in the field. He's in the white and orange silks right here. You can see he comes from miles off the speed, and he is super strong late, weaving in between horses to produce a big late kick. Now, the winner of this race in the blue and yellow is a horse called Al-Azra, who's been super consistent throughout the year, won a couple of times in Taif and won here in Riyadh. So it's a nice type, especially in this kind of division. And the fact that Najm Al-Wasil finished a good second, making that run all the way to the line, suggests to me that if it pays out as I'm expecting, with lots of speed in the race today, he could be the one that comes out on top.
The well-fancied Sayaf is in shot right now, number 11. He was second, because gets a bit of a break out of the 1st of December.
Yeah, as I've said in the preview, I think he's probably the most likely winner, this 11, Sayaf.
He is lovely.
Shamila's paddock pick. Nice looking type, represents a good stable. Finished second in an open race this day, so stepping down in grade for a non-winner to 4 today. But it's just a little bit one pace for my liking in the closing stages. Now you pick it up here and you're probably thinking, how's this horse run home for second? But the horse in second at this stage does tie up a lot in the closing stages, and Sayaf just continues to plod on at the one speed down the outside. Now, a repeat of this could see him come out on top. I think he's actually better over the 1,200, despite the fact he stayed that trip well. I think he's a closing sprinter rather than a 7 furlong horse.
Another who is a big player is Hanbali, number 20. He comes off of a third place effort on the 20. This is a shot of him coming off a third place effort on the 24th of November.
This was the comeback run. I always expect horses to improve from their reappearance efforts. Again, it was a good performance coming down the outside of the track. But at this stage of the race, I'm expecting him to really close into the top two, who were on the speed throughout, and it just doesn't really happen. Yes, he may have got tired in the closing stages.
Switches leads.
He switches leads. There's a lot going not his way. Maybe he'll improve today, but he's drawn in 20, so he's going to have everything go his way.
Yeah, and Al-Mamoni is going to have his work cut out for him to get over. Not impossible. We've seen it before.
We have.
It is a good run into the turn there. So, and the camber is nice on the turn. So hopefully he won't get too wide. But a good look at the three horses we featured in there. We had Najm Al Wasil, Sayaf, and Hanbali. Sayaf is definitely a looker. Be interesting to see whether or not he has the kick on, the ability to get there. That's one worry. I think all three of the horses we saw are a bit not plodding, but they're going to need everything to go their way.
Yeah, I think more so Sayaf and Hanbali than Najm Al Wasil. I think Najm Al Wasil actually has a pretty good turn of foot, and I love the booking of Adel Al-Faradi. I think that's key in this race. We've already seen how good he is from horses. From draws, out wide. He won a race from 17 yesterday. He won a couple of races from 17 the last time we were here a couple of weeks ago, and this still in 16 will be no issue for him.
With this race, with one of their horses having plenty of speed and the other one basically being a late closer, do we see the Red Stables possibly dominating this race?
They could do. Wouldn't be surprised if Etafali set it up in somewhat for Sayaf. Yeah, the 11 would not be a surprise winner. I think there are 3 or 4 in here that really have sound claims. Horse number 3, Albachet, if he handles a step up.
That's where I'm leaning.
Yeah, if he handles a step up. I think stamina is the only issue with him.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a shot with Albachet just to come back into that race. The most intriguing one to me is probably Dinar Al Anaya, just because it seems to go one on, one off with his races. But you're gonna go with Najm Al Wasil.
Yes.
No love for Hanbali, unfortunately, for everyone. That's the one I'm afraid of the most. I'll go with Albachet. Shamila is going with Sayaf. And I guess we'll go up to Enzo and see who he likes in this race as the horses begin to load.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I thought Najm Al Wasil might run a good race. Not an ideal draw. I keep going for these wide horses on the draw and it's not working out, but we'll see how this one gets on. They are loading up. Just to confirm, the white cap on the Sayaf here is a grey, and 21 has a white cap as well. Woodman in green colours, the reserve that will go into 4. So they're loading. Big field of runners here again, taking out the 12 and the 4. 22 and 23 don't get in either, but we've still got plenty to look out for here. First few are in, the light blue and white. That's Walid Al-Metrafar, who has now gone in. Grey is Arta Boone there in the noseband. He'll be easy to spot. Red and black jacket for Tariq Al-Mansur. Next it's going to be Tayeb in white and green. He's about to go forward. Red cap is Etafali. Forward now is Haruf, who's red with a black stripe down the body. Here's 16 in the orange and white. This is Najm Al Wasil. Dinar Al Anaya has got to go forward too into 15, maroon and yellow. Couple of greys to come in then. Sayaf is about to go forward now. And Hayedar, the other one. 7 is Abu Talaf. Goes in. We are going 1,400 metres here for these nominals of 4 lifetime. 7 furlongs. Loading quickly here. There's the reserve in 4. We're all set. Ready to go already. Starter had the flag up. And starter is ready for them. Got a long hold. But they're off. He's hit the button and they're racing. Woodman slightly missed the kick, the reserve from gate 4, and trails them early doors. One that broke well is Doai in the orange and black colours. Right up there too is Etafali, who's coming forward to hit the front now in the red and white under Ahmad Al-Azhari. So Etafali straight to the lead on the outside, with also up there Doai, who's going to sit second now, the orange and black. Those on the outside are Kayadar, the grey, who's right up with the gallop. Also Hanbali in light blue is up there too, looking for the grey. Motta Marsek is caught deep on the course. course, with the white cap out in the cheap seats as they make the turn. Then the white and green of Tayyeb as they swing around the bend and head towards the final 650 metres here. The leader is pressing on. Etafali is clearly in a hurry and still leads by about 3 parts of a length to Doai, racing in second, number 5. Third place is Kayada. Fourth is Hanbali around the turn. Then a gap to the others. Nothing really from off the pace at the moment, although Dinar Alanea does start to stay on in eye-catching fashion towards the outside as they head down for the final 375 metres. And up front, still these two, Doai and Etafali locking horns, and Doai's got something left here on the outside, has come back to have another crack at Etafali as they enter the final 200. They are clear of the pack. Now, where are the closers? From the back, starting to stay on now is SCR down the outside. They are closing. Abo Kalaf as well. Oh, the front two are full in the hole here, and here comes Abo Kalaf in the yellow and black to hit the front late on and go on and score. Abo Kalaf is the one who's home in front, chased home by Najm Al Wasil, who got second, and it's tight for third. 7 beat 16 in the end. It all changed, didn't it? In the final 400 metres, Abo Kalaf, number 7, has won it for Thurb Altamat. This 5-year-old gelding. Second place will go to number 16, Najm Al Wasil, as the pace collapsed in the final 200. They went too quick, didn't they, up top? Etafali and Doai, and they were vulnerable late on. The jockey enjoyed that, didn't he? Thurb Altamat gets a winner. Doesn't get too many winners, so why not enjoy it when it comes along? First, number 7, Abo Kalaf. Second, number 16, Najm Al Wasil. And third was number 3, Al Barshet, who came from nowhere in the blue sleeves to get third. Tight, though, wasn't it, in behind those for fourth place? The likes of the horse on the outside wasn't that far away in the white and blue. That was Lama Al Zulfi, who came from the clouds. But 7 the winner, 16 second, 3 was third, Abo Kalaf, Najm Al Wasil, Al Barshet, 1 minute 27.12 seconds. The winning time, the winning margin, a length and a quarter.
He may have visibly looked like in the parade ring that he needed the run, but Abo Kalaf definitely outstayed these horses when it became a war of attrition down the stretch.
It did. They went really hard up front, and most of those pacemakers or front runners were going in the wrong direction. But Thurb Altamat's really produced Abo Kalaf at a perfect stage of this race. Covered in kickback, as you can see.
He is over the moon with this win. Look at him.
He is. He's very excited. Not a jockey that I've seen win a race since we've been here, so maybe this is a bit of a rare occurrence for him.
Yeah, and he's obviously, I mean, it's a big win for him. It's a big purse, 125,000. So he's got to be happy with this party. He's covered in dirt, and he couldn't be happier. I love it. I love it. That tells us that there is a lot of moisture in the track because it is
Yeah.
kicking up intensely.
Absolutely, yeah. The closer still came out on top. I feel hard done by, I have to say, Michael, when we watched the full race replay. I think the runner-up, who was my selection, now Najam Al Wasil, was super unlucky in the orange and white silks, just tight for him at a lot of crucial stages of the race. But take nothing away from the winner, Abu Khalaf. The previous efforts weren't outstanding. There seems to be a big bounce back to form today, whether it's just the whole race collapsed around him or whether he's just reproduced something like his best, I don't know.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have been one that I found easily.
Come up in 127.12 was the final time. Here it is from the top. There's that number 20 out the back.
Yeah,
Woodman had no start to him.
The eventual winner is currently second last, yellow and black silk, so it's come right from the back of the pack. But actually gets squeezed up a little bit there as well. It does make a little bit of a run here to get into a better position, which could be key. You can just see there's a bit of scrimmaging throughout this whole race, isn't there, really? As the front runner, Etafali was just put out there as a bit of a help for the other red stable horse, Sayaf, who didn't really perform as anticipated. The winner right at the bottom of the screen, yellow silks. My selection, orange and white, right next door, and your selection just in front, Albuquerque.
Yeah, not a huge fan of how of how Sayaf is being handled right now. They're really pushing him to keep up, and probably should have just taken him down to the rail and let him catch his stride.
Yeah.
But he's just being asked way too far out.
Watch these two horses right at the bottom of your screen. The eventual winner in the yellow, my selection, the runner-up in the orange and white. They're going to take a little bit of a different passage, but they're going to go for the same gap here, and one horse is going to really get a nice run through, and the other one isn't.
Oopsie daisy.
You can just see there's a bit of scrimmaging, and the eventual winner's kicked half a length ahead of the runner-up. And
so I'm not seeing a lot of trouble for your
wait
horse.
until the head on. The head on, I think, is a little bit more obvious. But look how the closers have come out on top here. Those leaders are really walking.
Yeah, they're coming home at a purebred Arabian pace there. But yeah, I would love to see the sectionals again to see whether or not they broke 26 for the final 400 meters.
Yeah, well, I doubt it. I really do. Those front runners were genuinely going backwards in the closing stages. It was a good ride from both, from all the top three finishers, to be fair. Just to be patient in the early stages. That was the key to this race, wasn't it? If you were anywhere near the pace, you had no chance.
Big rally from Woodman, who took it from a terrible break from the 4-hole to rally well to finish 6th there. But do you, with the way they were backing up so quickly, do you give him a little less credit for that run?
He was flattered, I think, by the finishing position. He did run well. I'm not saying he didn't, but at the same time, when all of the pace horses have gone backwards and really tired in the closing stages, a horse like him, who's gone slower in the early part of the race, is always going to come through to the fore. They're just ridden more efficiently. Yeah,
this was for me, it just looked like, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, being in the right place at the right time with one of the few horses that was closing.
Exactly that. No, I completely agree. I think all of the top 5 or 6 came from off the speed. Sayef was actually maybe the furthest forward of them. At this part.
I'm confused at this point why is it the 19 on the far outside, is that Kayada?
In the light blue silks?
Took so long to come over on these horses before the bend. I think maybe it just didn't make any sense to me. Why didn't he just... I think he wound up inadvertently quickening the pace at this point.
Oh yeah, the horse in second right now, he was looking pretty purple and kind of reddish.
It took a while to bring him over when he had clearance for about a furlong and a half.
Yeah, a little bit odd. As you can see, those top 7 horses, none of them really featured in the closing stages, so it just shows how fast they went for the quality of horse that we're watching right now. Albuquerque's just making his run, as we've touched on, blue and red, around 3/4 of the way down your screen at this stage, and the winner and the runner-up are just behind in the yellow and the orange silks.
Yeah, this is. So, do you take out of this race? Are you taking anyone out of this other than your selection?
Not really. Maybe Sayaf, just because he was a little bit closer and the ride wasn't amazing. But even then, I thought this was a very winnable race for him. I wouldn't take anything out of this. Even my selection, I thought he was unlucky on the day. Najam Al Wasil in this race, given the circumstances. And we don't really get to see it from the drone footage. Maybe I'm talking a little bit out of your pocket, as you say in the UK.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not. I would like to see from the head on. But I thought he was a little bit unlucky. Going forward, he's going to be ridden with a similar kind of style, though. So you might get this kind of fortune next time as well.
As far as my selection, Albuquerque, I would have preferred an inside rally if he could, because there's some Cs that did park down inside, and we've seen that it seems to be a little bit more tiring on the outside at this point. That may change and might just become one big tiring racetrack, and the outside is the place to be once the sun sets, which is about to. But for me, I would have just preferred. He had a lot of horse the entire time. As soon as he kicked out to the outside, he got into even more trouble.
Yeah, I also think if you switch Albuquerque back to 1200, he'll be very well suited. He seems to me to be a 1200 metre closer. That's where he's got his success this year anyway. That's not to say he can't run 1400, because he obviously can, given how well he performed today. But I just think the cutback will be in his favour next time.
Yeah, and that rally from the back we don't see very often here. It's not that horses absolutely have to have speed or tactical speed here. They just need to be a little more connected to the body of the race.
Exactly that, yeah. We do tend to see quite a few gaps develop, don't we?
Yes.
Especially over 1200, 1400 metres from the closers to the front runners, usually. Didn't get to see that necessarily here, which allowed those horses to really slingshot off the bend and continue and sustain their run while the front runners were really tiring.
I think the gaps might be a little more exaggerated today as well, especially if there is more kickback, and some of these horses are not used to it on this track.
Yeah, exactly. It's usually very sunny, so they're used to riding the same track, running on the same track day in, day out.
And this is going to hold without the sun being a bit overcast in this last hour of sunlight. It's going to be a bit more moisture being kept in the track. Let's go to Shamila and see what she's got.
I'm in the winner's enclosure with the brother of the winning trainer, Ahmed Afamawi. Congratulations, sir. Just tell me about what you thought about the race.
Thank you, Shamila. Alhamdulillah, today the Abu Khalaf very run because the horse last season very good and very chance. Then sell with the private sale. Now today good run. Because thank you, my brother training Khalid. Today very good run and jockey. Derby Timyad give the order very good. After two furlong and 100 long, coming very strong because my dress very chance today.
Very well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you.
And we will throw you back to our commentator to take you through the runners and riders for the fourth race of the day.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to the next one, race 4. This is a maiden coming up for the 3-year-olds here. A mixture of bolts and geldings in this one, going 1400 metres. Number 1 is Bab Al Hazm for Jimmy Carry-On. 2 is Alik for Tariq Al Mansour. 3 Alatam, Adel Al Faradi. They all go here. 4 is Abba Al Houm for Naif Al Anazi. 5 is Glael Rakan Al Abaid. 6 is Afar for Abdullah Al Lorfi. 7 is Walad Al Dawahi, Abdulaziz Al Musa. 8 is Takni Ricardo Ferreira. 9 is Mike Alex Moreno. 10 is Moradan Rayan Al Toesh. 11 Waj Al Dureya Mohammed Al Habail. 12 Quality Path for Mohammed Al Nassar. 13 Al Metan Al Thakil Yusuf Al Hussein. 14 Hamash Camille Ospina. 15 Motor Bakhtia for Mohammed Saeed. 16 Moktalef Lel Gaya Abdullah Al Saidi. 17 over the page is Alassa Al Tahabi for Mohammed Al Dahan, looking for the double. 18 is Gala Hamad for Ahmad Al Tayyar. 19 Nasir Al Anaya for Abdullah Al Rashed. 20 is Kabat for Abdullah Al Kradis, and the reserves don't get in here, not required. So 20 runners. It's a big field for Michael and Tom to have a look at.
And that we'll try to pull these apart and taking a look at actually number 20 there behind us here. Nice little strawberry roan, interesting color to it. We'll get to that one at the very end of our horses as we take them one by one. But this is going to be tough, and they all are. But another 7 furlong race, another unique distance, a lot of speed in this race, I would imagine. And maidens that are just trying to get off the mark before they head into their 4-year-old season.
Yes, it's a pretty tricky affair. Most of these horses are struggling to get through, to break through, but there is a couple of unexposed runners in here. I do promise winners from race 7 onwards. The next 2 are quite tough.
Baba Hazm was the one we saw a second ago, 0 for 10, but was second last time.
That came in a weak 0 to 60 handicap. This is a drop down to a maiden, stays very well over the distance.
Alik was the second ago, 0 for 7.
Top 5 finish is a possible outcome yet again for this colt.
There's Alatam, rated a lofty 68 for this group, 0 for 6, third last time.
Finished third last time, as you say, but that came over 2400. This is a big drop down in distance.
Abba Al Houm is 0 for 9, a trio of 13th place finishes.
Just no show this year so far.
Number 5 is Glael, is 0 for 27, 12th last time.
Probably won't take this race, had lots of chances and failed every time.
Aifa'a is 0 for 5, but does come off a second place effort.
Much better performance last time up, could run home well from the back of the pack.
Walad Al Dawahi is 0 for 7, 6th, 4th, and 5th in his last 3.
Has been one pace so far in all 3 outings this year. You go back to the 2-year-old form and he's got a good shot.
We're going to have Takni, who caught my eye in the parade ring, number 8, be there in just a second. The son of Tapiture, grandson of Tapit, 0 for 10, number 14, it was 14th last time.
Out of depth in a race like this, the previous second on the penultimate outing is fair, but it's just still not good enough to win.
All right. Number 9 is Mike, named after my father, obviously, 0 for 6, and it was 5th last time.
Again, another horse in here that just hasn't shown enough so far. A rating of 55 suggests handicaps could be a better route.
First time starter is number 10, Moro Dam, for the White Stables.
Well-bred debutant by Premium Tap, a sire who's done amazingly well on these shores. Expect professionalism from this horse.
Yeah, he looks extremely well, and I will be shocked if Shamila doesn't select him. Number 11 is Waj Al Dureya, is 0 for 2, a pair of non-efforts.
Just didn't play a part in 2 Taif runs earlier in the year, now comes back off a break.
And Quality Path is number 12, 0 for 12, pair of 17th place finishes.
The Taif runs are not good enough to win a race of this nature.
We'll finish the rest in just a moment. We'll go to Shamila, see who she likes out there in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. And although I really like the look of horse number 10, Moradan, I am going to decide with horse number 19 and said Nasir Alanaya. And he does jump out of stall, number 19, but we have seen very big wide drawn horses winning from wide gates this season. It's been quite a trend as well, and we've spoken to some jockeys about it, and they've said they really don't mind being drawn wide, and some of them would actually prefer it as well, so they can get around the majority of the field. And Nasir Alanaya just looks absolutely stunning here in the parade ring and caught my eye straight away. One other horse that I really like the look of, horse number 15, first time out this season, has 2 runs to his name and yet to win. Those were the 2 that stood out to me, but I will be firm with my choice and hopefully finally get a winner with horse number 19, Nasir Alanaya.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Shamila. She's shocking us all and not going with the first time starter by Premium Tap.
That means I will have to do it.
We just saw behind us a second ago the Moradan, that first time starter for the White Stables, was getting just a stern warm-up. Really asked him to breeze around the bend there just to wake him up. So we might see some early pace from him.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see as well. I think he's the horse to beat in here. The horses with form don't really set the bar overly high, so this is ready for an unexposed horse to come through. And Moradan, with that beautiful pedigree being by Premium Tap, I love that warm-up that we just saw and you just mentioned, breezing around the bend. Not a little jog like this or a canter, but a proper breeze.
We finished up with the 12 earlier in our horse by horse, but we'll go to number 13, Almetin Alpha Keel, 0 for 4, is 15th last time.
Didn't do enough on the return to warrant support here.
Hamash is 0. We have Hamash is 0 for 2, number 14, and we also have a lot of these that are up 3 in a row that are coming in, and 4 that are coming into their 3rd race.
Yeah, exactly that. Hamash is represented. Camilo Ospina in here. Robin Ospina's been in the chat saying greetings from Colombia. Thank you. Hello. Glad you're watching. Camilo taking the ride on the 14 is interesting. The 15 Motobactier, as you say, similar kind of profile. Fitness is an issue for that one.
Yeah, and here we go with number 1, Baba Hazm, who was 2nd on the 7th of December in this piece of footage.
Stays very well at this trip. You'll see that in this footage right now. This was in a weak 0 to 60 handicap though. I'm a bit concerned that this just wasn't much for a race. The drop down into a maiden is perfectly reasonable for a horse who's 0 from 10, but at the same time, you know, he's going to run probably to a mark of 59. And is that good enough? I doubt it in this race. You can see that he's strong late. If he's in with a shot with 100 metres to go, maybe a length or 2 behind, he could get a place, but otherwise I don't think he's good enough to win.
Yeah, he's a bit of a plotter, but the plotters did well in the last race. You never know if it's going to fall apart in another 7 furlong race. We get a quick shot of Aifa'a, and we also have Nasir Alanaya, and they come out of a 2nd and 3rd place finish on the 7th of December.
This was a big step forward for Aifa, as you can see in shot right now, as we go to the footage. Wide on the track at this stage of the race, horse number 15 is the eventual runner-up. Didn't show much prior to this, finished 18th at meeting 55 and 13th at meeting 14. So this was a step in the right direction. Just out finishes Nasir Al-Anaya on the inside of that horse. Nasir Al-Anaya, however, was coming off a pretty long layoff since meeting 32. So was just paying for those exertions late on. Got a bit tired in the final 100 metres. I think there'll be a form reversal between these two. I know Shamila has sided with horse number 19 here, Nasir Al-Anaya. I think he needs to take a step forward to win, but he's a player.
And speaking of the outside post, we have Kabad out in 20, Gala Hamad in 18, Asr Al-Thabi, Mokotau Laugaya and Mot Baktir in 15. Are any of them going to have any kind of impression on this race?
No. I'm glad you've grouped them all together because it saved us the run through there. The majority of those just don't have any claims. I mean, if I was to select one of them to come out of the race and play a part in the finish, it would be Al-Azhar Al-Tahabi, horse number 17. But his 2 runs in Taif this year have just been no good, and he hasn't really proved that he's come on from 2 to 3.
I know that a 57 is such a low rating, but on physicality, I was very impressed with Takni. Now, this didn't go well for me yesterday when the one horse I said that had no form and looked the best in the Parade Ring finished last and probably still running the race right now. But I think Takni's an interesting horse, and I'd love to see the horse do well. He did have a second 2 races back against weaker, but just looked the best in the Parade Ring for me. And you are going to stick with?
Moradin, horse 10 for the White Stable. I love the workout, going down to post. I love the pedigree. Premium Taps just do amazingly well. I'm surprised Shamila didn't put him up because Shamila's a huge fan of the Premium Tap progeny as well. He's got a good draw. And if he is as professional as I'm anticipating, as most of the White Stable first-timers are, from this nice draw, I'm hoping he'll go straight to the front. And from there, he could prove pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, they seem to be ready to go with him. And the horses are ready to go behind there. I'm going to go, you go with Moradin, number 10. Shamila is with number 19, Nasir Al-Anaya, hoping to overcome 3rd place last time. And an outside post, I'm going to go with a bit of a long shot in number 8, Takni. We'll see if this grandson of Tapit can get it done. And we'll go up to Enzo, see who he likes in this wide open affair, and listen to him call the race.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Yeah, I was a Moradin fan as well. Obviously, got to try and get across or get towards the rails at some stage. But yeah, I'm hoping there he is. He does look very relaxed, doesn't he, for his debut? And I'm hoping that Rayan Altoesh can get him across. And I think he's set fair for a big run. Number 7 was being looked at there, Walad Al-Dawahi, just away from the others. You know, just behind the stalls here for this, what is our 4th race today. It's a 1400-metre maiden. Just keep an eye on the horse. He's right at the back there, but well away from the others in black and white colours. And Abdulaziz Al Musa, Walad Al Dawahi. So we'll see what happens with him. Number 1 has gone in, Bab Al Hazm. So running for a first prize of 25,000 Saudi Riyal this time. Still decent prize money for a maiden race. Grey is Alatam in the kind of cerise and yellow quarters. Still the 7 is away from them here, so we're having a slight delay to the start here. What are we, 4:45, and we're kind of around that now, aren't we, local time? And yeah, still away from them, Walad Al Dawahi at the moment. So Moradin on debut. Certainly would be a big fancy here. 3 years in those white stable colours. It's on a premium tap. Now going in, so we might not be that far away from the start. 6 going in is Afar, alongside the bright orange and light blue of Galail Rakan Al Abeid, who had that winner earlier on. Winners so far, ridden by Rakan Al Abeid in race 1. Race 2 went to Mohammed Al Daham. And race 3 to Thurb Altamat. So one of the less familiar jockeys on the score sheet. Here's number 4 going in, Aber Al Houm. Got a race with 50, Nayef Al Anazi is on board. 10 going in now is Moradin, Rayan Altoesh. There's the grey, the darker of the greys, Gala Hamad. Still to go forward. 9 in the red and white is Mike, Alex Moreno. So still at the back is Alatam. Gala Hamad to the outside. We're getting close to a start though now. 7 is in, he's fine as well, by the way. Walad Umal Dawahi was checked over, he's okay. He's coming forward now to complete the line. We're set. Jockeys asked to be ready. Flag up. 20 runners. 1,400 metres. And they're off. Moradan just rousted to gather stride. Slowly away was Waj Aldareya, and also missing it was Bab Al Hazm from hole 1 on the inside. One that broke well was Alatam in the yellow. One of the greys up there too in the green and white is Waj Aldareya. Wider out in the yellow and green, advancing too, is Hamash, who's right up there. Hamash. And on the outside, extreme outside, is Kabat, who somehow got over from gate 20 to dispute the lead. Right there on the inside, showing speed too, is horse 12, Quality Path, in the green and yellow, and is racing just ahead of, in the white colours, further back to find Alam Al-Thaqil as they make the turn. Ridden along to try and get closer is Moradan, but he's on the move into about 4th place. Stalking him is Takni in blue and grey, is going quite well. They've gone pretty quick up top again, 59 kilometres per hour around the halfway point as they turn towards home. On the outside, it's the big grey Kabat, who's now trying to challenge the early leader on the inside as they go past the final 400 metres. Here's the outside in the yellow colours. Nasir Alanaya is making ground pretty quickly, and Nasir Alanaya on the outside in the yellow and black has come there strongly to come and take over. Moradan's getting going towards the inside. Right up there too is Takni in the blue cap, and still boxing on is Kabat. He won't lie down either, Kabat in the centre, but near side Nasir Alanaya has the nose in front now, starts to assert. From the back, Walad Umal Dawahi is thrusting home very late. Here he comes down the outside. He's finishing well, Walad Al Dawahi, and he got up to beat Nasir Alanaya for second, tight in behind for 3rd place. Kabat just wouldn't go away the grey. He was ultra tough. He's involved there with Takni for 3rd and 4th. That was some effort. It was the horse who held up the start, wasn't he? Walad Al Dawahi, he's won it. 1 minute 27.85 seconds for Abdulaziz Al Musa from out of the clouds. He's got there. Saw him making ground about 400 out, but thought he's got a lot to do, but he's got up to win it. And tip out number 19, Nasir Alanaya, who had every chance in the yellow and black, has finished second, beaten a neck in the end. 1 minute 27.85 seconds. They got a bit close on the inside there, Takni and Kabat. I didn't notice that in live. Takni's got 3rd, by the way, in the rails. But the horse who comes out of this with so much credit has to be Kabat. He was up there early on, still finished 4th and beaten about a length. 7, the winner, Walad Al Dawahi. 19, Nasir Alanaya was 2nd. 3rd number 8, Takni. Kabat was 4th. Moradan caught the eye in 5th. Not quite good enough, though. Looked a bit raw, perhaps, on his debut. 7, 19, 8, the numbers.
Yeah, this was a interesting race that kind of fell apart a little bit, but then again, at the same time, I will give a lot of credit to. No, I won't even ask your opinion on it. I'll give a lot of credit to Kabat for running quite well in fourth.
Yeah, he ran very nicely. A couple of the pace horses stayed there, but generally, I don't think it was much of a race, if I'm being honest. You know, the fourth did run nicely. Moradin, the white.
Well, the very tired horses behind us disagree.
Yeah, yes. Well, Moradin, the white stable horse, showed a lot of early speed, gate speed, but when he moved across, it looked like he lost around 4 or 5 places, which could have cost him a little bit of the momentum. As we can just see the winner destroying the flower garden.
Yes, the mini flower garden is becoming smaller by the minute.
Moradin definitely be better over 1600 from the front next time, I believe. Tackling your selection ran nicely in third. The runner-up as well ran a fair race. Shamila's selection, Nasir Alanaya, and looked the most likely winner turning in. But I always just thought the closer was going to come out on top, and albeit he didn't really close well, he kind of just plodded on down the middle of the track. Walad Al-Dawahi has managed to get the job done at the 8th time of asking.
Yeah, it was, I thought, I give a lot of credit to the winner. He has been sort of knocking on the door, running well the last 3 weeks. So, I mean, full credit just to finally get it done. Track definitely worked in his favor a bit as far as the horses coming back to him.
Yeah, for sure. He was just down the middle.
And I will give credit to, I mean, it was probably the kind of favorite, if you want to, if there was one in this race, it'd be Moradin because of the connections. Ran well, but was to me just very, very green.
He ran very well.
I'd give him a chance again.
For sure. I just think either staying over this trip, but a really aggressive ride from the front, or stepping up to 1600 and try to dictate matters on the front without going as hard. I think they're the tactics for him, because he showed gate speed, lost momentum going towards the inside, then got a little bit outpaced, then switched inside, then switched outside, and then stayed on again. So it's a really interesting performance from Moradin. You could just see him there.
He goes down inside here, which was a smart move, to be fair.
It was, but the 3 leaders then came across, which the jockey obviously didn't.
He just didn't have it at this point.
Yeah, just didn't have enough horse to go through the gap. But then when he was moved out wide, you can just see right now with the green cap in 5th, he starts to pick up again. So it was an interesting debut run. If I'm taking anything out of the race, it's Moradin for next time.
We're going to go to Shamila.
Abdulaziz Al Musa and Walad Dahawi. Congratulations, Abdulaziz. Tell me a little bit about the race.
Alhamdulillah, thank God give me this race. This is horse before maybe 3 years or 4 years. I'm win mother. This is horse. Today, Alhamdulillah, I'm win this baby. Thank you, God. Alhamdulillah.
And how is the track? The kickback is bad, like from the rain?
No. Alhamdulillah, first time race. I want to give him my horse relax. After 800, step by step. Alhamdulillah, last 400, turn foot.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Abdulaziz.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamila. We're going to take this from the top. No true sad stories. We thought that the 10 Moradin was going to hop at the start, but he didn't. He came out flying.
Yeah, he went up in the air briefly just before the start to open the gates, and then just grabbed the ground immediately. So he broke nicely. But as you can see, when he moved to the rail, in the White Stable Silks. He kind of lost that advantage that he had and ended up sitting in the second flight.
I want to say they were going quite quick up front, so he probably was the best move not to too aggressively ride this horse first out.
Potentially, but then the rider does niggle going into the bend to ask for a little bit more. So I don't know what the plan was. I presume it was to go forward. Yes, they did go fast.
Yeah.
I think I saw a sub 11 seconds.
Yeah, they went 10.95 that second eighth of a mile, so they were flying along, and then you can see that when they stretch themselves out here. But they start to come back, and he is a bit green, the 10 we're talking about in fourth, who winds up finishing fifth, just behind the front runners. But the winner now, ooh.
Wow, that was a big bit of interference there, just off the end of the turn. That was your selection tactically, trying to get through a gap with Moradin on the outside, and the real backpedaling front runner, which I believe was horse 12, Quality Path.
Yeah, this is, horse was full of runs, Hackney. Obviously, he was trying to live up to my expectations, but couldn't quite get there. He's got a handful of the left rein. This horse is bearing out a tiny bit.
Yeah, he used a lot of energy, I think, going around that bend to get into a prominent position and was just a little tired late on. Just a one-pace galloper down the outside, while Al-Dawahi managed to get the job done because the front three made their moves early and then just couldn't sustain it. And yeah, the one-pace finisher outcloses them basically.
Yeah, and that that's the 19 is kind of coming over and creating a bit of a tight spot for the horse that, poor guy, had done all the hard work in Kabat.
Yeah, exactly. He ran a fair race. To be fair, all of the first 5 ran fair races. Moradin's early speed, you can see there, he really quickened up through that gap to get to the front at this stage before losing the advantage.
He was like, oh no, I'm in front.
Yeah, and then had to sit back into fourth at this point of the race. I think your horse actually ran much better than I thought on initial inspection.
Yeah, the horse, I mean, seems to want to be involved in the race. That's the major thing, and it's hardest thing in these maidens to find some horse that has some form, finishing second, third, fourth, fifth in their most recent runs. And that's what he had, but he also looked fantastic going into the race physically, and I thought that if anybody was going to run well based on how they looked and fitness-wise, he was the one. But even those questionable kind of moves going through that, I'm sure Ricardo's going to have some speaking with the, possible speaking with the stewards there. The horse was showing the ability to go through the holes.
Exactly.
Or at least the willingness. And that's what you kind of want to see with these sorts, where I think it's a matter of time before he gets a maiden of his own.
I agree with that. He showed a lot of energy to push through the gap as they turned for home, and to manage to quicken up like that on a track like this is pretty tough. So I would definitely take him out the race. I'd take, so the third Tuckney and the fifth Moradin, they're the two I'd take going forward.
Oh, lovely. We're going to take ourselves out of that race and move on to the fifth. This is the 1,600 meters Saudi bred 3-year-old filly maiden. We're going to go to Enzo for the runners and riders.
Cheers, Michael. Plenty of them as well. Another 20-strong field here. Scratch the reserves, 21, 22, 23 for this locally bred fillies maiden. And they're going 1,600 metres. We're stretching up to the mile. Number 1 is Al Shamasaya for Adel Al Faradi. 2, Dimat Najid for Youssef Al Hassin. 3, Malaya Al Rayyan, Khalid Al Mimoni. 4, Habub Al Ardaya for Asil Al Sahani. 5 is Sifta Mohammed Al Hubail. 6 is Lafayette for Osana Al Sharani. Number 7, Niran Wale for Jose Rodriguez. 8 is Razaza for Ali Al Mutib. Over the page to find 9, Halat Al Mokhtar, Eddie Castro. 10, Hossan Al Bayan, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. 11, Aitarat Al Wadi, Yasser Al Bakari. 12, Tatalat for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 13, Shukrana Abdullah Al Lorfi. 14, Najmat Khalud for Khalid Al Rawisht. 15 is Tar Hardy, Ricardo Ferreira. 16, Wash Mayo. I've got Tariq Al Mansour picking up the spare ride on that one. 17, over the page, Al Azhalni for Naif Al Anazi. 18, Folwat Always, Mohammed Al Sharima. 19 is Jajaha, Camille Ospina for the White Stable. And 20, Wardat Siba, Rayan Al Tawesh. 21, 22, 23, not required. 20 runners for you to go through. Michael and Tom, all yours.
So much, Enzo. We're going to go through the filly equivalent of the race we just saw.
Yes.
But they are going 1,600 meters this time. It's going to be fun to see whether or not some of these horses can get it done at this trip. And it is once again a wide open affair where you're going to have to do your job and get it done. You got to get your winner.
Yes, I did say at the top of the show the latter part of the card was easier, but it would be nice to get a winner of this race. You know, it's a tricky enough heat yet again. No clear standouts, but the White Stable have another runner. And we know how good the White Stable fillies are especially. So looking forward to seeing this race. We'll start with horse number 1.
Jcsa's 0 for 10 was 6th last time by Top Music.
Plenty of chances for this filly. She's got a good draw to go forward on the inside. Adele Alfaradi rides, that's interesting.
Dimat Najid, the Grey filly by Power Broker, 0 for 1.
Finished 4th on her debut, that was 9 months ago, now returns to the track carrying a little bit of condition.
Malaya Arayan is 0 for 2, was 16th last time. Will be in shot in just a moment. There she is with the red blinkers on.
Down the field in 2 starts today, finishing 12th on debut at meeting 63 and 16th last time at meeting 75.
Haboub Ala-Ardia is 0 for 1, was 6th in her debut.
Longer term prospect, I believe, with this filly. She's going to be going a distance in time.
Number 5 will be in shot. You see her in the background there. That's going to be Sifta by Student Council, 12-time starter, who's had a pair of thirds in recent runs.
She needs a weaker race to strike. She has ability, but it's limited. She's around, obviously a mark of 64 is pretty relevant in this spot, so maybe a handicap next year or later this season will be the spot for her.
There she is right there, looking fairly well. She's one of those consistent sorts that you expect to finish in the bit in the third, fourth, and fifth spot. We're going to move on to number 7 there. I'm sorry, number 6. That is Lafayette, a first-time starter by Art Connoisseur.
The trip should be fine based on pedigree. Making her debut in this spot against a couple of horses with experience, I wouldn't really associate these connections with first-time out winners.
Niran Wale by Mizu Bond is 0 for 1, was 9th in her debut.
Didn't suggest she's a next-time out winner on that day.
Razaza is by Al Shib, a 0 for 4 runner, takes her 5th start today.
Rated just 38 after the 2-year-old exploits and doesn't look overly fit on the reappearance.
Halat Al Mokhtar will be number 9 in shot in just a second. Makes her second start. She was 10th on debut.
Nice looking filly by Frozen Power. We've seen lots of Frozen Power's progeny here. Could improve on the debut 10th, though we'll need to.
That's Hosen Al Bayan is 0 for 4, comes off a 17th place finish, must improve.
Again, down the field in all 3 starts this season, yet to make a factor in the finish.
Atrat Al Wadi is number 11 in shot right there, 0 for 3, comes off a 10th place finish.
Hasn't achieved enough.
It has gone from 17th to 16th to 10th in 3 starts.
Top 9 happens.
Number 12 there, that is Tatalat, is 0 for 2 and 8th last time, an improved run.
Yeah, showed at least a little bit of progression from the debut 17th to then finish 8th. We'll need to take another mighty step forward to finish in the top 5.
Number 13 there is Shukrana, is 0 for 4.
Finished 6th when last seen, that came in this grade, but it was 9 months ago. Now returns to the track.
One who must improve is Najmat Khalud, 0 for 3.
Rated 40, barely beaten a rival this season.
Tahari, number 15 in shot, right there, 0 for 7, but was 5th last time.
Stepped up, definitely, from the reappearance when needed to run. Last time finishing 5th was a step in the right direction. These connections were unlucky in the previous race.
Number 16 is Washmeya, 0 for 2, 15th last time.
It was a quiet comeback run. Looks like Tariq Al-Mansour is the rider of horse 16. That's not in your race card.
Let's do a quick shot over to Shamila and so see who she likes in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm here in the parade ring with my selection of the day, and that is horse number 19, Jcsa. And if you have been watching us from the beginning of our coverage, you know I don't have the best time when choosing debutante horses. However, I could not take my eyes off this beautiful 3-year-old filly by Tawajid and Camila Ospina. Camila had no winners yesterday, which is really unusual for him. So hopefully we see him back at the winners' enclosure today. And this filly looks absolutely stunning. In the last race, I chose a horse that was jumping at a stall, number 19 as well, and he was very, very nearly the winner, so I'm going to keep with that. I am not scared of a wide stall draw. Another horse that I really like the look of is horse number 5 for Mohammed Al Hubail, Sifta. She was a really nice looking filly as well, but I mean, this filly for the White Stables is just towering over everybody else, and we know that they are a very dominant stable, so I will be sticking with them.
All right, thank you, Shamila. We have number 20 in shot there. We'll go back to 17, 18, 19 in a second, but that's Wardat Seba as a first-time starter.
Debutant coming in here from the wide is still very tricky, especially when the debutant inside is likely to show some speed.
We got a brief glimpse at Az Halani before we went to Shamila. 0 for 9, comes off a 14th place finish, number 17.
Naifal Anazi on board, that's a tick in the box. He's been suspended for the last 4 meetings, so I'm glad to see him back riding. The form for this filly, however, is just not good enough to win.
Fulwat Always is number 18 by Always Emirates as 11th last time.
Third run off the layoff today. Better as expected than the 2 11th place finishes so far this term.
And we didn't get to touch on yet, but we obviously, you like the horse and so does Shamila. Jcsa is a first-time starter for White Stables.
Yeah, by a good sire in Tajaweed. Will play a massive part in this race, providing she breaks well. That is crucial to her chance. You don't want to be 6 or 7 wide going around that first bend in a race of this nature.
Interesting race. For me, we've got a bit of questions. Oh, we have plenty of questions. It's a maiden. I'm interested. I'm not going to dedicate myself to her quite yet, but to Talat, I'm very much interested in. Third start, big improvement from first to second race. Is there enough there to at least hit the board?
At least you've seen progression.
Yeah.
You can't see progression with the majority of these. So the fact that this filly actually did improve from that first to second outing with just a short-ish gap between the two as well. It was just 2.5 weeks. That at least suggests there's going to be some improvement from the 12. Those with form don't set the bar high at all. There is one form setter, which is probably number 5, Sifter, but is rated 64, has had plenty of opportunities to win. Maybe horse number 1, Al Shamasaya, with Adele Alfredi on board from the inside post. Both of those two could win this race. They've shown at least some kind of semblance of getting close in the finish before. Al Shamasaya has finished second back at meeting 22, and Sifter's finished third on a couple of occasions. But the bar is just not high. You'd only need a horse, maybe an unexposed horse rated with a rating of maybe 65 to 70 that could win this race. And I just have a feeling this White Stable horse,
Just going to walk all over him?
Is going to dominate from the front. I really do. It's hard to predict, and obviously I got it wrong in the last race with Moradin with a similar type, but their fillies are just so good. And albeit this filly's not trained by leading trainer Ahmed Mohamed, you know, this trainer can also get these horses ready first up.
Yeah, I'm interested, you know, to me, it's a Talat, as I mentioned earlier, is in shot there. Big galloping sort. Wouldn't be shocked if she, on this track, what we've seen in the last couple of races, these horses have been sort of, they haven't been flying home, they've been grinding their way.
Yeah, very much so. We've seen a lot of slow motion finishes from horses who have been at least prominent to the pace, especially those who've been right on the speed. So you need to stay. I think that's crucial. If you don't stay, then you're probably going to crumble late. And it'll be interesting to see how the pace works out here, because there are so many horses that haven't had much experience, so many horses that have been coming from behind in their previous races, that you could see a big scramble for the front, or you could just see the White Stable horse go straight to the lead.
So I'm going to give Tatala a shot here to improve once again in her third start. And you and Shamila are both going to go with Jcsa. Hopefully I got that one right. But who is going to get it right for sure is going to be Enzo, as the horses are just about to start loading in a second. We'll see who he likes as well.
Thank you, Michael. You set me up for a fall there, haven't you? But yeah, I couldn't oppose the filly, as you say. The fillies do seem very strong for the White Stable, and this filly looked really well. She looked a class apart in the prelims, Jcsa. So we'll see what happens with Camille Ospina. What he does from stall 19 is going to be interesting here, isn't it? We've had a few horses that have used up too much petrol early on trying to get across. So maybe patience is the key today. Of course, seen few horses go off too quick in the early part of races, which is something that does happen a lot on dirt. 7's dismounted here. Niran Walei in the middle, just having some adjustments. I think nothing more serious than that. The jockey's about to make sure that the girth is just tight there. Doesn't want that slipping the saddle during the race. So going to make sure everything's in the right place. Jose Rodriguez. Some of our younger racegoers in attendance as well today. Also, with the white breast girth in the middle there was Aitarat Al-Wadi, young jockey Yasser Al-Bakawi. So, see how these get on. It's a real mixed bag in terms of ability here. Of course, some big races to come later on today as we probably race 5, so we're approaching kind of halfway. Final race is the Equestrian Authority Cup. That's the local Group 3 today. Some very good horses lining up in that. A few more familiar names. And also race 11 as well is a decent race for the 3-year-olds later on. So step it up a little bit as we get through the afternoon here at Riyadh. And the loading light is on, so they are beginning to go forward here. So we're getting closer to a start. So we're at race number 5. The distance here, by the way, is a mile, 1,600 metres again. And we're running for a first prize of 25,000 Saudi Riyal. And the first of them has been locked away now. So, and that is Al Shamasaya. Number 3 is Malaya Al Rayyan in blue and white. Still to go forward 2 is Lafayette. 13, the orange there, that is Shukrana, Abdullah Alofi. 7 is Niran Malaya. Jose Rodriguez is happy now with the saddle. Everything is positioned there, so that horse looks fine. 19 is the favourite here, Jajana. Here's the grey Dimat Najd. Yusuf Al Hussein on board that one, in yellow and red silks. Still to go forward. So we're slowly getting towards the start now. A lot of runners to load up here. They're normally very, very swift, aren't they, with the loading up process. Have to admire how quick they normally are getting these horses in, especially with such massive fields to deal with. The stall handlers do a tremendous job. Now, we've got quite a few in on the outsides, a few empty stalls sort of inside to middle still. 4 to go now. Dimat Najd, one of those to go in. So whichever one you're following, good luck here. Haboob Al Ardia still to go in. Sifter's not in yet either. This horse got a little bit warm, I thought, Haboob Al Ardia. We are heading towards the evening part of the day. Probably 10 past, just after 10 past 5 local time. We're heading towards the darker stages of our card. The floodlights will be on, of course, for our final few races. Now, we almost set here, I think. We've loaded those last few up pretty quickly, so we're almost ready. Big field of fillies here, this maiden, the mile, 1,600 metres, and they're off. It's back and they're racing. 1 or 2 a bit awkward towards the outside. Washmeya missed it slightly, and also Dimat Najd out of stall 2 was very slowly away. One that broke well was Haboob Al Ardaya. The 4 horses up there to lead. The cross belts of Najmat Khalud is there, and also from the outside stall, Jajaha. Camille Ospina wasting little time here. He's advancing on the well-touted newcomer, and here she comes now, Jajaha on the outside to come and just put the nose in front. Towards the inside is Haboob Al Ardaya. There's not much between them. Difficult to line them up at this stage. Racing in 3rd is Najmat Khalud, and then the white and green colours in 4th position. That looks to be Folwat always, trying to get into it then. Behind those is Tatalat. It is, in fact, is moving forward now in the white headgear as they go through the first 600 metres. So on the inside, it's Haboob Al Ardaya, who has a narrow lead. To the outside, the green cap of Jajaha. In between them, that is Tatalat, number 12. And also there, just off the pace then, trying to get a bit closer is 13 Shukrana now, the orange, bright orange jacket with the green cap, and then comes Tahadi out wide, who is also on the move. Jajaha's going to have to work for this, but here she comes now on the outside. All of a sudden, she engages top gear and quickly goes on. Jajaha, she just opens up that stride and goes on. The danger running on into 2nd place could be Tahadi, and then behind those to the outside, sticking on again from a long way off the pace, trying to pick up some ground is Tatalat as they race inside the final 250. So can she get it done? Jajaha towards the far side. Tahadi, though, is laying it down in the centre, and Tahadi it is now, with a previous experience, is going to beat Jajaha, and it's Tahadi. Ricardo Ferreira strikes. Tahadi wins. Jajaha trying to hold on for 2nd place. Got very close in the end, with on the outside Halat Al Moghtara, who was running on strongly and might have got 3rd for Eddie Castro. But the winner, Tahadi, Ricardo Ferreira, puts the experience to good use. She wins, number 15, in the time of 1 minute 42.45 seconds. It's close for 2nd. What a slow time, isn't it? You just have to think, has that rain really affected the track here on the dirt? 2nd place was number 9, did get up for 2nd in the red. Halat Al Moghtara for Eddie Castro. That means Jajaha only 3rd. 4 lengths and ahead the distance is there. 1 minute 42.45. 15 Tahadi wins. 9 was 2nd. Halat Al Moghtara. She had every chance, Jajaha. She took it up around the turn, but finished back in 3rd, number 19. Close up in behind was Azaini, Shukrana, and Forward Always.
الفرس تهادي تحصل على 5 أشواط أمسية وحفلا لهذا اليوم مع الخيار ريكاردو فيريرا. ريكاردو, well done Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
Ricardo, tell me about the race.
Philly, last race is a race good. Come 5. She like whip. This race not whip. But today, good travel in the race and better form, you know. I'm very happy because my boss, Joseph, bring me here. And the third here, I'm very happy for him. Thank you.
Ricardo Ferreira is on the winners board for this weekend, on board Tahadi in the 5th race of the day, a local bred fillies maiden worth 50,000 Saudi Riyal. And impressive she was as well. That makes her 8th time lucky of trying, finally breaking her maiden as a 3-year-old. She is a 3-year-old bay filly by Include out of Let's Park, owned by Yusuf Mohammed Al Turaif and trained by Sami Al Harabi. She's rated 61 and will go up from there. It was a tough race, honestly, to go through on paper and in the parade ring as well. She wasn't one of my parade ring standouts, however, she stood out on the track, absolutely. And a great ride there from Ricardo Ferreira, who rode her last time out when coming 5th over 1,800 metres at meeting 71 as well. So it's nice to hear from jockeys when they've ridden horses before, especially recently, and hearing what they think suits the horses and what they think doesn't suit the horses. And I'll ask him about how he thinks the track is riding as well, because the track seems to be throwing up a lot of strange winners today, a lot of kickback as well. But congratulations, Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
And you rode this filly before, last time out at meeting 71, where you came 5th with her, but it was over 1,800 metres. What was different today?
Yeah, form, you know. I think before, no run type, this filly eats good in the work. No, a little bit lazy, need sometimes run. Last run not bad, and today I think Maiden, I believe in this filly because Maiden sure win, and today very happy. And very happy because first win for me, for my stable. This stable, Youssef, believe in me. In Saudi Arabia, 3rd year again, and I'm very grateful.
And did Sami Al Harabi, the trainer, give you any instructions before the race as well?
Yes, same. You know, I work together with Sami. I riding all horses for Sami, and all horses for Youssef, and same. No, very good friends for me, and I very grateful.
This filly had a great attitude today. Do you think she's the type of filly that when she gets older, she will mature more as well?
I think yes. This filly, when more old, better. Inshallah. Good.
And we're asking all the jockeys, how do you think the track is riding today after a little bit of rain?
Yeah, too much. Yes, too much kickback because raining this morning, but not bad, you know. Good.
You think it's still fair?
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
All right, some informative information there, obviously reflecting on his connections here, but also to this filly whom he's helped develop.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to see her take another step forward because she did take a leap from her reappearance where she was 16th to finish 5th last time, and she's quite clearly a filly on an upward trajectory right now.
Yeah, just a nice finish out the outside. Thought it was good, not race riding, but riding of the race to keep this horse a few paths out from the horse that we expected to win turning for home.
Yeah, she jumped a little bit right. You could just see there with the blue and white stripes. She was coming from the first stall of the auxiliary gate, the gate from 16 onwards, and that seemed to just make her jump to the right towards the other horses, but never mind, it doesn't really matter because she still found a good spot. She was in around 7th or 8th right now on the outside and taking a nice little lead. The horse I liked, the White Stable first time starter, lovely stride on that filly. She went straight to the front and looked a good thing turning in.
Yeah, she's definitely, from at least in my opinion, the one to take out of the race. I think that she'll have everybody's attention once again next time out. But the winner at this point is tracking her nicely. He sees her to the inside. I feel like Ricardo at this point knows the horse to beat.
Yeah, for sure. It's just basically keeping an eye, isn't he, on the White Stable filly.
Without pushing the button either. You can tell him seeing a little bit of urging there.
Yeah.
Just to keep her in the race.
Yeah, exactly that. Wanted to wake her up and make sure that these leaders couldn't get too far in front. You can see Camilo Ospina 3 wide up front on the white stable horse, just about to take the front and take the advantage.
Yeah, so he's basically making the equivalent move a couple lengths back and hoping he has enough horse.
Yeah.
But here's what I talked about earlier, where he makes a concerted effort to go out 3 or 4 paths so he doesn't have to eyeball this horse, which is a good idea considering a lot of the white stable horses can be very tough to pass.
Exactly that, and this filly just surges on by in the closing stages. Camilo tried to get his filly to change leads there, and she seemed to lose around half a length. She was getting tired at that point of the race, though. The best horses won. There's no doubt about it today.
Yeah. Very, very good ride. Because he had an ambitious ride earlier where the horse wouldn't keep a straight path, but he rode it well into the right spots. Once again, Ricardo is quite impressive in the saddle and gets it done this time with Tahadi at 8th time lucky, daughter of the multiple Grade 1 winning Include, a very good son of Broadbrush, who excelled at longer distances, 1 1/8 to 1 1/4. So could see this filly stretching out well.
Yeah, definitely could go over further. I think a mile's fine for her right now. You can see she's dominant there in victory, but she could definitely go further. Runner-up Halat Al Mokhtar ran a good race as well. Another horse to take a step forward for the Red Stable and Eddie Castro. And Naif Alanazi had a nice ride back on Azhalni, the 17, who finished 4th in the race.
Yes, he shimmied his way up into the placings. Well done. So yeah, very impressive run. Not too much to take out of this otherwise sad stories.
No, don't think there were any. I think the best horse won the race, and I think the best prospect, Jaha, back in 3rd, the white stable horse. Those are the 2 that could go on to bigger and better things. Other than that, it wasn't much of a race in terms of depth.
In retrospect, anything that they could have done to get that Jaha, you got me doing it the same way you did, Jaha to the front, because she did break really well here, and he didn't seem to rush her. Typical, Espina to basically break well and not have to force them to the front.
Yeah, she showed lots of professionalism and early speed in this race.
I think it's just race fitness at a mile, or
potentially, or she was just beaten by a better horse on the day. I don't think there were any excuses today.
Yeah. I think being a Tajawid, it can't be the distance.
No, it can't be the distance, and I love her action as well. She's a real nice moving type. There will be races for her down the line, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, she's got a maiden with her name on it, and she will be on everybody's lips next time. There's no way that she will not be the sentimental favorite going into the next one.
Exactly that. With that added benefit of experience, probably not drawn in 19, she will likely win next summer.
We're going to go to Shamila, who's in the parade ring.
I'm with our winning trainer, Sami Al-Harabi. Congratulations, Sami.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
And tell me about this filly, because last time out she was 5th under Ricardo as well, but she seemed really happy today.
This filly, very good filly. Last year, 2 years filly. All race, open race. Finished 3, finished 4. This filly not maiden. Alhamdulillah. Today, first time for run maiden. Alhamdulillah, good run. Inshallah, next time again, bi'idhnillah.
Are you going to keep her at the same distance?
I think this filly 1 mile, 800. This filly very good, yani 1,800, 1 mile. I think this filly need more distance.
And Ricardo said that maybe she will be even better as 4-year-old, 5-year-old, like growing up like this.
Yes. Ricardo understand all my horse. Inshallah, next time, inshallah, again, inshallah, perfect.
And it's good for Ricardo, his first win for the owner as well.
Yes, the Ricardo champion jockey, good man. Ricardo brother, not my jockey.
Thank you so much, Sami. Well done.
Thank you, Habib. Thank you.
We're going to throw you back to the guys in the studio ahead of the next race.
All right. So here we are. We're still here, everyone. We haven't been on camera in a while, but we're still here with you to take you through these 6 races coming up. It's going to be another mile race, 1,600 meters, a 2-year-old open. And we're going to go to, Enzo is going to take us through the runners and riders.
Here's Michael. Yeah, a few changes here. 7, 8, and 9 don't go. 21 gets in. A couple of rider changes too. We'll get to those. Number 1 is Mawazi. This is the 1,600-meter open race for the 2-year-olds. Mawazi for Adel Al-Faredi. 2, Parkside Boy, now ridden by Ayed Al-Tarisi. That's a rider change. 3, Hadlan Mohammed Al-Habail. 4, Alte Tariq Al-Mansour picks up the spare. 5 is Ghostafu Abdullah Al-Ordib. 6, Larin Alex Moreno. Now 7, 8, and 9 don't go, so we'll go to 10 next. Matnout for Mohammed Aldaham. 11 is Mohammadi for Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. We go to 12, Loyal Friend, Farhad Al-Faredi. And then 13, Al-Shahim for Ahmed Al-Tayyar. 14 is Saeed Wigberto Ramos 15 World Without End for Khalid Al Mamoni. 16 Watan is now a jockey change. That's now going to be Louis Morales. 17 is Kontar, Naif Adanazi. 18 Junior Audible for Ricardo Ferreira, who just had a winner. 19 Commissioner Dan, Camilo Ospina. Over the page to find 20 Jubail, Rayan Alto Ursh, and 21 Gets In, Banadeg, ridden by Azuz Al Yaesh. So they are the runners. Scratch 7, 8, 9, Altarisi on the 2, and Morales on the 16, lads.
All right, we're going to go through the runners and riders. That's Mawazi, a nice-looking colt by Omaha Beach, 0 for 1, 14th last time.
Omaha Beach's progeny have been excellent in 2-year-old races so far this season. It'll be interesting to see if this colt takes a step forward.
Number 2, right there's Parkside Boy, 1 for 4. Oh, there's number 3, never mind. We'll go back to the 2 in a moment. Hadlan, number 3, 0 for 2.
Turf may be the plan for the son of Elzam. I don't expect him to figure today.
Altai and the red blinkers there is number 4, 0 for 2 as well.
Third start could take a step forward. Tariq Al-Mansour is a good jockey booking. I'll quickly go back to the 2, Parkside Boy, formerly trained in the UK, down the field last time.
All right, number 5 in there is Gostafu, 0 for 2, was 4th first up though.
Regressed from the debut 4th. 12th last time was a little bit disappointing.
And then we have Laren, number 6, looking well, was 1 win from 2 starts, but was 8th last time in 2nd start.
Represents good connections here. Won the debut over 1,200 metres, then finished 8th in a grade 3 next time up. Now steps up to the 1,600. Stamina has to be an issue for this filly, but she's at least a winner in this race.
7, 8, 9 are out. Number 10 is Matnouk, 0 for 2, was 4th last time, progression.
Was 0 for 3 in the UK though. Ran okay here last time up. I just think this horse is vulnerable. I didn't really believe his UK form was overly strong.
Comes in with an 82 rating as well. Number 11 will be in shot there. He is Mohammadi, is 1 for 3, won 2 races back.
Seemed to need the run last time off a layoff. Prior to that was at least an impressive winner.
Loyal Friend will be number 12 in shot in just a moment. Was 0 for 1 locally. Harry Angel Colt was ran 14th in his local debut.
By Harry Angel, as you say, so Turf could be the best ploy in time. It'll be interesting to see how he plays out today. I think this is just another learning curve. Quick turnout after running last week.
Number 13 is Al Shahim, a USA-bred son of the brilliant Union Rags Belmont winner, 0 for 3, 7th last time.
Nice pedigree, as you say again, but hasn't done enough running so far this year.
Bred to go 1.5 miles. Number 14 is Saeed. Is 0 for 1 and was 3rd last time.
It was a fair debut over the 1,400 metres, now steps up in trip, but also goes against winners for the first time.
World Without End must be named after how his coat looks, his first-time starter.
In Saudi Arabia, was 0 for 4 in the UK for trainer Ollie Pears. Didn't show anywhere near enough in the UK to win this.
Number 16 is Watan, first-time starter by Creative Cause. Luis Morales picks up the ride.
Nice jockey change. Morales, a very experienced rider. Tough starting point, though, in an open race first up.
Creative Cause, very nice, underrated stallion. Kontar is the son of Ulysses, so he's going to like some distance.
Experienced horse, won at Taif, just outstayed the rivals there over a short distance.
And we have number 18 is Junior Audible, 0 for 4.
Nicely bred, midfield finishes lately. Ricardo Souza Ferreira has just ridden a winner, so he'll be confident.
We'll go up to Shamila. Surely she cannot pick number 19 again.
Well, Michael, against all odds, I am indeed going for another number 19. This time, Commissioner Dan for the White Stables. I've gone for a White Stables horse again. I just love Commissioner Dan. I thought he was so impressive last time out at meeting 76, finishing 2nd. So, you know what? I think he's going to be add another win to his name this time. Jumping out of stall 19. Listen, Camilo Ospina is a professional, and I think even if he was drawn out in the car park, he wouldn't be worried. Commissioner Dan looks absolutely stunning under the floodlights. 2-year-old colt by Commissioner for the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Son stables. So they have to have a winner today, don't they? And I think it's going to start with Commissioner Dan. They have a lot of really nice horses today. Another horse that would be silly not to mention is horse number 10, Matnouk, for Thamar Al-Dehani and Mohammed Al-Daham. They are in fine form as well, and the horse looks stunning. So it could be really tight between those two horses. One concern for me was horse number 2, Parkside Boy. Through no fault of his own, just a very, very small horse compared to these other monsters in the parade ring, and horse number 15 as well, a first-time starter, World Without End, just looking a bit too fluffy in his coat for my liking. But fingers crossed for Commissioner Dan.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to pick up again with Jubail, number 20, 0 for 4. Comes off a couple good runs.
Placed in the non-winners of 3 last time. Deep closer in this race, as most of Abdulrahman Al-Fahan's horses are. Could be a place contender, but just a wide jaw is a little bit of concern.
And number 21, son of Holy Roman Emperors, Banadeg, 0 for 1, 9th first up.
Only reserve in this race. Quiet debut, gets into stall 7. Will need dramatic improvement.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm on appearances. I was very much drawn to the 6th, Laren. I thought the horse looked quite just an appealing sort. I mean, when you see the connect, I looked at the connections. I'm like, hey, that makes sense. This horse is probably cost a pretty penny, or at least is well intended in general.
Yes.
So not a shock there, but. Where are you leaning right now?
Commissioner Dan. It's Commissioner Dan for me as well. This is the first of the races where I have strong selections. As I said, the first part of the card was pretty tough.
Strong or accurate?
Hopefully both. To be fair, strong equaled accurate yesterday, so hopefully it's the same today. Yeah,
all with the obvious 2 or 3 choices.
Well, that's why it's a strong selection, right? Commissioner Dan just has outstanding claims in this race. One at Keeneland on debut. It was a really good performance as well to win that day. And then last time on the Saudi Arabian debut, finished 2nd behind a really nice Athbar Racing stable horse who Alex Moreno, I was watching this from home actually. I was watching Rory and Callum in the studio covering the races that day. And Alex Moreno rode the winner that beat Commissioner Dan, and Alex in the post-race interview said, we think this horse is a champion. So there's a good chance that Commissioner Dan bumped into a nice unbeaten Athbar horse that day. With that being said, this is a much weaker contest. There isn't any future champions against him today. So Commissioner Dan is the horse to beat.
And Commissioner is now a stallion in Saudi Arabia?
I don't know.
Okay, I think he might be, which is interesting considering that obviously Commissioner King, Commissioner Dan, and a son of Commissioner, or daughter of Commissioner and Laren are all USA breds. So they've hook, line, and sinker. They've gone into this stallion and really invested. So will be interesting. I think Laren, the filly, looks quite well. I'm leaning toward her at this point, but I'll pull the trigger in a minute. What do you think of the one Mawazi? This is the one that caught my eye as well, but it might have just been her really nice color.
If this colt wins, I'll leave the studio. That's what I'll say right now. I mean, he could win, but...
It's only his 2nd start.
Yeah, but he finished 14th on debut, and you're saying it for pedigree, right? And jockey booking?
Yeah, and the horse looks well, and he's the best pedigree in the entire field.
He did no running. If this was a maiden, I could hear it out for sure.
Yeah.
Dramatic improvement likely. But you're facing horses in Commissioner Dan, Jubail, Laren, who are probably 80 plus. Like Mawazi will have to improve no ends to win this race. And also, for a first-time starter, I know Amar Beach is fantastic, was a fantastic horse, and very good sire, especially a 2-year-old. Do you think this horse is going to break out on top from the inside? If not, where's he going to sit in the race?
Yeah, that is an interesting aspect of it. I am tempted to jump onto that, but we will see.
You could look like a very smart person right now.
That'll be the first time. Commissioner Dan is in shot here. We also had Jubail there finishing 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Commissioner Dan made the front this day. He showed really good speed from stall 12. You can see he's gallant and game all the way to the line. But this Athbar horse who gets on top, the name does escape me, so apologies for that. But
it's just Athbar horse, that's the name.
I know that Alex said after that they think he's a champion. So they probably bumped into one with Commissioner Dan here. The 3rd place finisher is Jubail, who reopposes, deep closer. If the pace
about 3 strides away from passing.
if the pace collapses today, Jubail could be the one to pick up the
The track might be Matt Nuke is in shot right there. The track might be very kind to him. Matt Nuke is number 10 right there in shot. We'll take a look at a piece of form for him. He was 4th on the 23rd of December.
Just worth noting, the Athbar horse is called Al Wakad. That's the horse, so put that in your tracker for next time. Matt Nuke, yes, ran an okay race this day. You know, I don't love the form for this horse. His UK races weren't overly strong, despite the rating that he was given after them. And then since he's come here, he showed improvement from 1st to 2nd start. There's no doubt about that in Saudi Arabia. And he stays relatively well over the trip, as you can see in this footage. But he's just not got the early pace that I think is required to get into a prominent position. And he's probably not the best closer in the race either.
Yeah, there's another look at Commissioner Dan. A really, really good looking animal.
Yeah. We've seen so many ex-US horses in training that have come over here and won 1st up for the White Stable as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a shock at all, but yeah, I want to see if he can finish it out, because I feel like the mile today especially is going to be a bit of a tiring race.
For sure, that's probably the one negative, but the positive and the devil's advocate side of that is that because he's drawn in 19, and we've seen that he's got lots of early speed. The fact that he has that early over this kind of trip suggests that Camilo should have no problem getting across. We saw in the previous race on the first time out filly for the White Stable, from this exact draw, Camilo tried to get across and he did a very good job in doing so, but ended up a little bit wide on the bend, 3 wide. I think Commissioner Dan can actually clear the horses inside here.
The horses are coming to the starting gate at this point. So I'm going to, I'm going to stay with my initial thought was that Laren would be tough to beat if she returns to form of her first run. Another commissioner, number 6, you're going to go along with Shamila to Commissioner Dan. Number 19 has to overcome that outside post. So that leaves us with Enzo. We'll see who he is siding with and let him call the race. We got a couple minutes till they load, but they should be loading quite soon.
Cheers, Michael. Yeah, I couldn't oppose this Commissioner Dan. He looks the part. Tom seems very keen on him, so who am I to oppose? But yeah, I'm looking for a big performance as well. I want to see him win and win in a bit of style. So they are just down there at the start for this race. As you say, the 1,600 metres will take a bit of getting on this rain-soaked track, this 2-year-old race. As you say, though, previous winners taking on maidens, colts and fillies here. He has got that wide draw, isn't he, Commissioner Dan, to try and overcome this colt by Commissioner, but you'd imagine he should be good enough to see these off. But, of course, it is horse racing, and we know that surprises can occur from time to time. Right, then the runners down there at the start. Look at some of the other ones here. 16 Watan looked quite well. That's now written by Luis Morales, son of Creative Cause. He looked quite alert. I thought 14 Saeed might improve for another outing. Just having a look at him down there at the start. 4 was the one that was on his toes. Altai, you can see he was jogging around in the red blinkers, matching blinkers to the jockey silks. And the floodlights well and truly on now as we head round to, 5:40 local time. Into the evening we go. Beautiful track, is it, with the floodlights and the grandstand there. And yeah, as I look down below me here, it is a wonderful sight here, isn't it? These floodlights on this track. It looks magnificent. And the turf track, of course, is getting ever nearer to being in use. Right, 47,500 Saudi Riyal up for first place prize money here. Going the mile, and the runner's about to load up. So Hadlar number 3, Parkside Boys colours slightly lighter, the green than you might expect. Don't forget Ayad Al Tarisi now rides number 2, Parkside Boy. Watan now Luis Morales. Camille Speed looking for his first winner of the day here on Commissioner Dan in our 6th race. Of course, got some good races to come after this. A couple of Arabian bred races on the way as well. We end with our local Group 3 tonight, the final race. So the first of them about to be brought forward now. Matt Nuke looked very much a relaxed type on the way down. Son of See the Stars. In they go. So runners are loading up then. The horse we're expecting to win is Commissioner Dan. He's got to go and deliver the goods now, isn't he? This well-bred son of Commissioner. There's number 6. Look well, Larin under Moreno. Got the noseband on. Falls calmed down a bit now. And is Alte. The blue with the yellow hoop is Gostafu for Abdullah Al-Odib. This is Gostafu now about to be asked to go in. 1,600 then, the distance. And runners are loading. So, still a few to go in here. There's stall 14. That's Saeed, Berto Ramos. 3 to go. Waiting for Alte, Hadlan, and the reserve that runs Banadeg for Azuz, the orange and purple. And now, not sure what that's doing on the track. In front of the stalls as well, so it needs to get out of the way. Otherwise could be in a bit of trouble. In goes Banadeg. Takes stall 7, by the way, the reserve Banadeg. And I think they've cleared the animal there. So we're almost set to go. 1,600 metres. These 2-year-olds. Starter's ready for them. He hits the button and they're off and racing. Commissioner Dan just a step to the right, leaving the stalls. There was one that was very slowly away towards the outside. Contar wasn't very well into stride. And also the reserve, Banadeg, really missed it badly on the inside. Showing speed is Moazi, the grey against the fence and leads. So it's Moazi in front early on to Mohammadi. He's racing in second place. Mohammadi, that's in the kind of light grey colours. Racing in third in the dark blue is Saeed with the orange armlets. And then racing 4 wide, the black and white of Watan. Very wide from the outside gate. Commissioner Dan is advancing, though. The green cap under Ospina as they race for the first 400 metres. They're trapping along here at around 62 kilometres per hour. And the grey Moazi leads by a neck. To in second place Mohammadi, who's now clear second. Behind these in third place comes Saeed. Commissioner Dan just asked for a bit more on the outside, head slightly to one side. Behind him is Alte in the red and white getting a bit closer. And he's done a lot of work here, isn't he, Commissioner Dan, on the outside? He's 4 or 5 deep throughout. He's still out in the top shelf as they make the home turn with 400 left to go. It's Moazi who leads narrowly, but here comes Mohammadi, who's travelled strongly throughout to lay down the challenge. Behind those is, on the outside, Saeed. Commissioner Dan now starts to unwind, and here he comes down the outside in company with Jubail the Grey, who's trying to match motors with him as they go down with 200 to go. So the centre, Jubail, far side, Saeed, near side, Commissioner Dan needs to do better. They enter the final 200. On the far side, Saeed. Commissioner Dan down the near side, taking a while to get organised. Jubail is boxing on well in the centre as they go close home, and Junior Audible is finishing well all over the top. Junior Audible from another part of Riyadh. It's flown to get there. Junior Audible, I think, may have tipped out Saeed, but it's close between them. 18 and 14 flash past together, and they're ahead of Jubail, the disappointing Commissioner Dan, who did a lot of work early on. 18 has got there. Junior Audible, where did he come from? Ricardo Ferreira at the double as well. Of course, there's a bit of an upset here from off the pace in the yellow and maroon. Has run down poor old Saeed, who was up there throughout. The wigman, I think he thought he had him cooked a furlong out, but no. There was one more coming, and that was Junior Audible. Waiting for the third to come through. Jubail will get third. Commissioner Dan out of the placings in fourth. 1 minute 40, 40.61 seconds. 18, Junior Audible, the winner. 14, Saeed, second. Third, 20, Jubail. And Commissioner Dan, well, he did a lot of work from that wide draw. He finished fourth in the end. It was ahead the winning margin. Number 18, the winner. It's Ricardo Ferreira's day. He gets a double on the card here at Riyadh.
جونيور أودوبيل يحقق 6 أشواط حفلنا اليوم مع الخيار ريكاردو فريرا. ريكاردو well done Ricardo, good race.
Very good race. This race is not easy. Horse normally go 5-4 in position, and we done today this told for weight. And good luck, come very strong. Thank you.
Wow, it is not often I am speechless, and is it too early to crown Ride of the Day to Ricardo Ferreira for that ride on board Junior Audible, coming from a stall 18. He absolutely came from nowhere in the last 200 metres to storm up and take victory for the 6th race of the day. That was an absolutely incredible ride, and well done to Ricardo Ferreira for that double as well. Yeah, I've just lost words. Really, really good ride. Considering this is the first time he's ridden this horse for trainer Bin Al Sabay. The horse is a 2-year-old, has an exceptional turn of foot, and just absolutely killed the rest of the field, annihilated them. We should get more wins out of this horse by the looks of it. If he runs like that again, probably with Ricardo Ferreira on board again as well. Absolutely incredible. And well done to trainer Bin Nasbeh, of course, and Saud Mohammed Al Ali, the owner of Junior Audible. Had their work cut out for them from stall number 18. And here we have Bin Nasbeh just giving Ricardo a big hug after that brilliant performance and a fantastic ride from him as well. So I'd say he's absolutely delighted with that. And we've seen him quite a lot in the winners' enclosure in recent days. So it's great to have him back as well. Congratulations, Ricardo.
Thank you.
That ride was insane. It was so good.
Yes, I'm not hope this win today, because strong race. But Biden, I think, very clever today, you know. He told me for normally horse go too much in front, third position, 5th. But today call Ricardo, you have told last time, come stay, stop him and come. If win, better, but maybe you ride for take money, maybe win and like this win. But very good horse, I like, very, very good, strong.
Because we didn't even see you probably until the last 200 meters, and you just came and took the race so easily.
Yes, I respect too much the pace, and after 800, I work with him, and horse come and last 400 very, very strong.
And it's the first time you've ridden this horse. Did you watch back his previous races to see how they were riding him?
Yes, I hope continue with this horse, because I think this horse have very good future.
And are you looking forward to anything else this weekend?
Yes, inshallah. Yes.
Well done, Ricardo.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. And Ricardo got another victory on the day. Solid ride on the outside. Very confident considering the margin.
Another race where we've seen a closer come out on top. Virtually every race so far today has been a horse coming from off the speed. A good performance. Audible was a nice racehorse as well, wasn't he, in the US? And Junior Audible was finally broken through at the 5th time of asking. He had shown a fair level of form coming into today, but he wasn't the winner, and he was facing winners, so it was a pretty tough task. You can see from the stalls he actually broke really well, but largely due to the horse on his inside, horse number 17, Conta, not breaking well at all.
Looks like Commissioner Dan on the far outside gets the best of the break, but then rider decides not to really press it at that point, not to push the gas immediately.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised by that. I thought Camilo would try to clear the field. But that being said, the pace didn't hold up anyway, so if he was to go a little bit harder, in hindsight, that wouldn't have been a smart move.
And Jubail is right behind him. Obviously runs a big race as well. He's following through the gray horse in the blue and white in the second flank there, about 4 wide. Obviously a horse to take out of this.
I thought Jubail was going to win the race turning in, I had to say. He's a strong stayer, and the fact he was so close to the speed, in my opinion, I thought he was going to outstay the likes of Commissioner Dan, the eventual runner-up, which was Saeed, horse number 14 as well, who was up there in 3rd at this stage in the blue with the orange star. I thought Jubail was going to be the strongest, but Junior Audible's come from a different parish to win, not even in the shot right now.
You see Laren at the bottom of the screen was my selection. The filly, she seems to be a bit one-paced. She's got a nice reminder about 3.5 furlongs out to sort of keep pace. She plugs on, picks up a couple spots.
Yeah, she finished 5th. It was close, 5th or 6th. She ran a fair race as well. Bit of interference here between the 2nd and 4th. Commissioner Dan takes the worst of it. Jubail in the middle. Up the inside, Saeed actually re-rallies and passes the 2 horses on the outside. Junior Audible, the winner, still not in picture. Here he comes, right down the outside, finding that 6th and 7th gear.
Yeah.
Ricardo Souza Ferreiro dishing out a right-hander there, and this horse really responds.
Yeah, and he didn't keep the straightest path either. You can see Ricardo trying to just keep him together and keep that momentum going. And it's a shame that Commissioner Dan and Jubail, I think, maybe took a bit of the air out of each other by slamming into each other for the majority of the straight.
I agree. I also think, in hindsight, Commissioner Dan is definitely a 1,400-metre horse.
Oh, yeah.
All these commissioners just don't want to go a mile, do they?
Yeah, I think except for the filly. She's the only one I've seen that is a little bit more long in the back.
Which filly?
Laren.
Oh, Laren, yeah.
Who basically, I would like to see a DNA test on her if she's actually a commissioner, because she's not as speedy and high in the head carriage as the rest of them are that I've seen. She looks like one who definitely wants to go further than a mile.
Yeah.
Much like Commissioner himself, actually.
This was her first try, actually, at the distance. She previously raced at 1,200, so it was a pretty good first try at the mile for her.
She's still a bit green as well, third-time starter.
Yeah, she ran home pretty takingly. I'm sure Connections will try for another race at a mile. Obviously, all the big races are at 1,600, so that's why Connections try to go here, even if they've got speedily bred horses. I just think Commissioner Dan will be better suited to maybe a shorter distance in time. But he's a very talented horse. He just needs things to go right, I think.
Junior Audible, fifth asking. He really had, other than a seventh on mating 66, no real bad races so far.
No, he's been running well. Midfield finishes, closing into the top 5 on a couple of occasions. Nicely bred sort.
And he was on the speed before in his other spots?
Not directly in front, but he was in a stalking second or third kind of position.
And I think Ricardo had sort of mentioned that there was just a change in tactics, just to not be on the speed and to give him a chance to show his best running at the very end.
Absolutely worked the Oracle today, didn't it? The horse came full of running in the straight. This horse is capable of going a lot higher than a mark of 77 suggests, I believe.
Interesting, you see him on the far outside. He takes actually a big look to his left when they break, and that way he just sort of chooses his best spot coming out of the gate. Very smart ride. I think from the get-go he had no interest in being forward and just wanted to slot over as nicely as he could. Just a good ride, very smart. Obviously Shmuel was a big fan of the ride as well. Maybe one of the better rides of the day so far.
Yeah, well, he's been the guy to talk about, isn't he? So far, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, 2 winners on the day, 2 good rides as well. Arguably unlucky not to have a hat-trick with your selection earlier, Tackney, who received a bump close to home and was only beaten in a photo finish. So he's riding very well in the first part of this card, but we move on to the latter part and we've got some proper horses to come, including in the next race, an Arabian race for fillies. Alex Moreno, can he ride his first winner of the weekend? He's on the 105 rated Jara Athbar.
Yeah, we'll be excited to come and get the Arabians up and running. We got a couple races in a row with them. Speaking of living in Arabia, we definitely had a chance to, we had an audience with White Stables last night. They were very kind enough to host us and got to talk about some of their better horses. They have such, I mean, obviously they haven't got a victory yet today, but they do have just deep, not coffers, but sort of a deep an abundance of top rated horses. You know who my favorite is. It's Rebellious Stage. I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's going to be a serious horse. I think he's a 7 furlong horse because he has the Justify. I'm kind of convinced that the way he travels, but I hope that they keep him at 6 just to try him at the and try to get him into the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. I think you'll see a horse like him move forward. What do you think?
Yeah, I really like Rebellious Stage. I selected him when we were both here last time. He's a very nice, tight Power in Numbers, another one from the US that they've got. Super Smart, Electability, Tabor Fail. We could keep going. There's just a whole list of fantastic horses at the White Stable. And we're about to see the leaderboard with the jockeys, trainer and owners, and you'll understand why we're talking about the White Stable so much. We'll have a look at the owner standings to start with here. And the White Stable are just dominant. Look at that, 80 race wins, 119 total points, more than double the points of the Prince Faisal bin Khalid, who's currently second.
Yeah, Red Stables, it's a foregone conclusion that they're not going to quite get up to the White, but they are all having a great season. They have power in numbers and in quality for the White Stables. We have Al Khalidia and the Arabians who are doing quite well. The dominant Arabian Yard in third. Trainers champions, we got Mahmoud up top with the 60 points, 45 races, 11 cup victories.
Yeah, Ahmed Mahmoud for the main White Stable trainer right now, especially good with 2-year-olds, fantastic at getting them ready. Al-Bada as well, representing the White Stable at certain points. Gaith Al-Gaith just plodding away. Seems to add a winner virtually every week to his tally. Mulab bin Mishrif, obviously the stable that trains the best Arabian horses in the countries, aside from Lucas Gaitan and Athbar Racing Stable.
Of course, and Almondale down at the bottom there in 5th place with with 30 points and 25 victories onto the jockeys. Not been Camilo's night, but it's only a matter of time.
It is. He's got a couple of great chances later on, especially in race 10. I think he's got a phenomenal chance of adding to what looks like a phenomenal tally right now, doesn't it? 84 race victories so far this season, 97 total points, 30 points ahead of Adel Alfaredi, who
He's
had
having a great weekend, yeah.
3 winners yesterday. Alex yet to add to his tally this week. But as I say, next race, he could easily put 1 on that total.
Yeah, and he's always dangerous out there, and he's always capable. We have Luis Morales and Naif Al-Anazi, who is back riding today. Pretty exciting stuff. I'm looking forward to what's going to be a, we have dominant leaders on those boards, but underneath, I think the battle for second, third, and fourth is going to be just as exciting.
Yeah, we have a clear standout in the Owner Championship, there's no doubt about that. But the Trainer Championship is arguably still up for grabs. There's only a 15-point lead for Ahmed Mohamed at this stage, and the Jockeys Championship is just thrilling every time because we've seen a whole array of fantastic jockeys here in Saudi Arabia. Ricardo Souza Ferreira has just ridden the last 2 winners. He doesn't feature on the top 5, and it just shows the depth in talent.
We'll see if we can keep it on. I'm ready for Arabian action. I know Enzo is as well. He's going to take us through the runners and riders for the next.
Absolutely, can't wait for this one. This is our 7th race, 1,600 metres. We're halfway through the card. This is for the fillies here. And non-winners are 2, they are. Number 1 is Tawaka Al-Shahib for Ahmed Al-Shra. 2, Jara Athbar for Alex Moreno. Big chance for Lucas Gaitan. 3, Hiba for Abdullah Alofi. 4, Tabeya Al-Naif for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 5, Easter du Soleil for Mohamed Al-Hubail. 6 is Sarja di Castagnoli for Naif Al-Anazi. 7, Shebla Barre, Asil Al-Sahani. 8, Sula Al-Lordar for Azuz Al-Yesh. 19 is Lazaza for Khalid Al-Lazmi, and number 10 is now ridden by Tariq Al-Mansur. He gets another spare ride on Kul Alain, number 10 here. 11 is Al-Aliya Al-Khaladia, Louis Morales. 12, Jada Carrera for Khalid Al-Mimoni. So they are the runners, a dozen of them. All go 1,600 metres as we go back to Michael and Tom to have a look at the runners as they begin to appear.
All right, we got the filly purebred Arabians, 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 over the mile 1,600-meter distance. I know you are excited.
Yeah, I am excited. I actually am excited for this one. Usually Arabian races are not my forte, so I do struggle to find one.
No.
Albeit we had 1 apiece yesterday in the 2 Arabian races. We cleared up on those. I do love when there's a clear standout in these Arabian races, and there is one here. Horse number 2, Jara Athbar. Already mentioned it twice. Rated 105, this filly. French bred, she came from France in solid French form. And then on the Saudi Arabian debut, won by 9 1/4 lengths.
She beat next to nothing that day, we must say.
She did, but look at the rating. I mean, do you believe it? If you do, nothing can beat her.
Yeah, we're getting warmed up for Asfan Al-Khaladia tomorrow, which is going to be pretty exciting in the feature. And obviously, you are looking forward to that more than anyone.
I am. I tell you what, though, that is not a one-horse race. I love Asfan Al-Khaladia, and he is the top-rated Arabian here, rated 126. But I think Athbar Racing Stable and Lucas Gaitan have a horse in there rated 116, so it's a good match. It's not a complete walkover.
I've noticed that a lot of the really top level, the 120 plus Arabians, they've been spacing out here, and everybody's been trying to avoid each other as they get closer and closer to the Saudi Cup, which has 2 7-figure races on its go. The Al Manifa Cup, $1 million on the grass, and then $2 million for the Obaya on the dirt here. So pretty exciting stuff. We're going to focus on the slightly lower rated horses when it comes to the Arabians, but they are winners among them, or most of them are. And I'm winners of 2. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not we can try to beat Jara Athbar.
you can try to beat Jara Athbar. I am not going against her. I'm in desperate need of a winner today. 0 from 6 so far, so I will be sticking with the horse that is glaring me in the face off this race card. She is by far the horse to beat. And actually, when we do watch the footage of her winning last time, yes, she didn't beat much. It wasn't a great field, but the way she did it was super impressive.
We'll go through the runners as we're sitting here. We have Tawaka Al-Shahib is number 1. It's 0 for 4. Comes off a 4th and a 3rd. Has some form there.
That 4th came in at 80 to 95 handicap, so it's a different kind of race for her today. Back to a suitable trip. I think the mile is perfect. She could be a place candidate.
We've talked a lot about Jara Athbar. Talk a little bit more about just that 105. Do you think she earned that off of the first run?
I think it was perfectly reasonable to suggest that she is a 100-plus performer based on what we saw. I can't guarantee that she is capable of running to that because it is a French mark. But at the same time, I don't think she's going to underperform by 15-plus lengths, and therefore she has to be the horse to beat.
Another one in the Rathba colors is Hiba. Hiba is a five-year-old mare, has one victory to her credit.
Is a Polish winner from Poland. Finished 4th in the 0 to 75 last time at meeting 71.
Sorry, replace that. He's in the Aliyat Al-Khalid stable colors. I am colorblind, and those silks look the same
They
to
are
me.
similar, very similar.
Tarbea Al-Naif is number 4, a daughter of Dahes, who's a fantastic sire.
Yeah, and this filly is likely to come up short today, but has at least been showing some kind of form. She won back at meeting 37, finished 4th at meeting 47, 4th again last time at meeting 62.
And we have number 5, Esta do Soleil, is 1 for 13, 5th last time, 3rd 2 back.
I've seen this filly so many times in Saudi Arabia. She seems to run every time I'm here.
She's here for you.
She is. She has a high head carriage. She doesn't win for me, I'll tell you that. But she has been at least consistent recently.
Sadia de Castagnoli, can't decide on the language there, 1 for 9, 7th last time.
Yes, 3rd start in Riyadh. Maybe fitness will be peaking right now, but this is just a tough spot for her, really.
Number 7 is Chevle Bahre, comes off a victory. It's her 1st in 7 starts.
Something must have gone amiss with her since that win. Maybe she picked
That was
up
a while ago. That was meet number 19.
Exactly. Maybe she picked up an injury in the victory, because usually if a horse wins, you don't want to stop with them. You want to go again, whether that be 2-week break or 4-week break, but it certainly wouldn't be a 5-month absence.
And we got a few more left. We have Sula Alara, Lazaza, AS Kul Alain, and Aliyah Al-Khaladia. Any of those, can they hold a torch to Jara Athba?
Maybe Al-Aliyah Al-Khaladia. Nice debut, finished 4th that day. Is definitely a contender in here for 2nd place. Luis Morales takes the ride. I'd be super surprised if she managed to beat Jara Athba, but you know, with a little bit of improvement, she could easily step forward.
All right, we're going to go to Shamila, and I'm going to be absolutely shocked if she does not choose Jara Athba as the best in the parade ring.
Thank you very much. I think if you didn't choose Jara Athba for this race in the parade ring or on paper, I think you would be very silly. She is acting up a little bit, just as Alex Moreno has been put on board, but she is a little bit of a spicy filly anyway. She's only 4 years old, so she has a lot of growing up to do still. These Arabians tend to take longer to mature, but she is rated 105. There are only 12 fillies in this contest, so I think this is all for hers to take, and for Alex Moreno and Lucas Gate and Athba Stables as well. I think they have a clear winner here. I did like 2 other fillies in this race. No negatives for you in this pack of horses. Horse number 5, Esta du Soleil. I really, really like this filly. A 4-year-old for Mohamed Hubail as well. She was on her toes a little bit in the parade ring, but she's always like that. I wouldn't say that she was getting hot. She's just a very bouncy filly. And horse number 11 as well, Al-Ayah Al-Khaladia, 4th last time out for Louis Morales on board this time. And no negatives, but I think it's glaringly obvious which horse should be winning this race, and that is horse number 2, Jara Athba.
Thank you so much, Shamila. An appalling selection of Jara Athba, the obvious horse to be here. There she is in shot, looking quite well within herself. I mean, obviously she is the one to beat. She actually looks better now that she's in full sort of a canter going to the gate than she did in the parade ring. She's much less pent up and actually sweating less.
Yeah, I don't know if that was sweat on the hindquarters there, or if that was just a marking, but she's getting a little, if it is sweat, she's getting a little bit wet ahead of this race, and it's not ideal. Usually horses tend to underperform a little bit when they get so het up, but again, as I've said, she'll need to underperform dramatically to lose this race. If she runs to a mark of 105, she would win by 20 lengths.
Yeah, she should bolt up in this pretty easily. The only thing, that we sometimes see is as a first-time starter that wins for fun, and then they come back and sometimes they don't have their head in the game as well, and they haven't been challenged or had any kind of adversity. If anything happens earlier in the race, she might have something to deal with, but right now he's keeping her by herself to sort of minimize any issues, it seems.
Yeah, exactly that. Wasn't ponied down. She looks really nice actually, just walking around by the start right there. You can see Alex kicked his feet out the irons, as most jockeys do here in Saudi Arabia before the horses go into the gates, and he's extremely experienced pilot. No success this week, but the last 4 or so weeks has seen Alex ride at his very best. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her win again with Alex on board. And we can see the pair last time up, Alex didn't even ask her for effort until at this point of the race, the final 100 metres, where Arabian horses do tend to lose a little bit of focus every now and again, and she just seemed to look around and briefly stop but then she picks up a stride again and wins easily by 9 1/4 lengths. It was an easy race, but at the same time, I don't think this is much tougher.
Yeah, this is going to be this performance again. Obviously wins. Be interesting if there's anything that can close against her today, because that track is playing a little bit more tiring.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Heba, the Polish winner, horse number 3, maybe horse number 11, Ali Al-Khaladia. That'd be the two that I'd have against Jara Athba, maybe to finish second and third.
Also of note is they did take off the headgear.
They did.
For whatever, if that was helping her focus last time, we don't know. I don't know if it was muffling her ears or if it was actually helping her focus on the eyes, but that is of note considering she did kind of attempt to pull herself up briefly in the middle of the stretch.
Yeah, we'll have to get Shamila to ask Alex if they win this race, or Lucas indeed, why they decided to take the headgear off.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can provide some a good answer to that. I mean, that's not to say it's going to have a negative.
I want an explanation.
It's interesting, isn't it? When they apply headgear first time,
Yeah.
you usually think it's definitely necessary, but they've taken it off second time, so they must have thought, well, maybe we don't need it.
In some jurisdictions, racing jurisdictions, you can't change equipment like that after a victory. Whether or not it's whatever the rules are, but I see it often happen. I don't see it happen very often where they do that after such a dominant effort. Maybe they don't want her to win by as far today and save her for a better race.
Yeah, potentially. It'd be interesting to see what they say, that's for sure. That is on the basis that this horse is going to win. Obviously, we won't hear from them after this race if she doesn't win. But it does look super likely that Jara Athba is going to take this race. Are you going to side with her? Are you going to join me, or are you going to try and beat her?
I'm going to try to beat her. That's what I do. I'm going to try to beat her with number 4, Tarbaya Al Naif. I just think the horse is probably sitting on a decent run, has been very consistent, and to be fair, the only reason I'm doing it is Dalhess is probably my favorite stallion with Pyramid Arabians. They just seem to run on everything, and their game as the day is long. There she is in the blinkers there with the bay, with the black silks and the white star. Has every chance to run well here. The one looks really well. I thought that she was the pick of the horses in the parade ring. That is Tawaka Al Shahid, but she just, and on rating at 80, she is the second highest in the field.
Yeah, she could play a part based on the official ratings. I'll take the 2, obviously, to win, but that's way too obvious. So I'll also throw up a horse for second in here, and that's horse number 11, Aliyah Al-Khaladia. Just the only filly in this race that's super unexposed. Aside from the horse that we're expecting to win the race. And Luis Morales is just great on these Saudi Arabian breds, Luis, a couple of weeks ago when we were here, rode 3 Arabian winners over the course of 2 days, and obviously there's only 4 Arabian races in that time, so that just showed that he's not just a pilot for the thoroughbreds. And we've spoken to a fair few jockeys, haven't we, post-race interviews, etc., and asked the difference between riding a thoroughbred and an Arabian, and they say there is quite a marked difference. So if you have the ability to ride both, then it's a big bonus.
And there's also quite a difference sometimes in race calling when it comes to the thoroughbreds and the Arabians. There's a little more patience involved and a lot of enunciation. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through his selection and the running of the race as they get ready to load here.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Yeah, got to be a bit more patient, as you say. That I'm not expecting to go as quick in this race as they have in the previous races, but yeah, it's hard to see past Jara Athbar, I guess. Who's going to be second? Maybe Tarbaya Al Naif, the horse you were talking about number 4, could run well in this race. Over 1,600 metres for the fillies here. There's the 7, Shebla Barre, who's almost white in colour. Naif Al Anazi on board her. The 10 there, Ayas Kulala. Kulalain for Tariq Al Mansour, who gets to ride this one. Also with the white face there was Kulalain, 5-year-old filly. And this is Aliyah Al-Khaladia, Louis Morales, trying to get her to go in. Of course, they can have their own ideas about going in sometimes, but they've got her in. That means we've got 5 in as it stands. Now the black and white of Easter du Soleil about to go forward. This is number 4, is also in white and black colours. Tarbaya Al Naif. First prize here, 32,500 Saudi Riyal for the winner. 1,600 metres, they're going the mile under the floodlights here at Riyadh on the dirt. Easter du Soleil coming forward now to complete the line. Jade de Carrera on the outside, a bit restless. was set. Well, he's a little bit anxious in the stalls. But they're off. He's hit the button and away they go. Bit of a sluggish start from Al-Alia Al-Khaladia towards the outside. Breaking well in the centre is Shibla Barre, the lightest of the greys, to go on ahead of, in second position, that's Jara Afbar, the principal runner, who's right up there too with the white face, the light grey and blue diamonds on the sleeves, the grey caps. And now Jara Afbar, without further ado, has just stepped into the lead by a half length to Shebla Barre, who's going to race in second place. Behind them in third is Tarbeya Al Naif. Wider out is Hebar, who's in the light cap. And then behind Hebar, we have Sajja di Castagnoli is further back in red. Towards the inside in white and green colours then is Tawaka Al-Shahid. Further back is Easter du Soleil. Well back at this stage is Sula Al-Wada in the purple colours. And also towards the tail is Jade de Carrera and Al-Alia Al-Khaladia, who's right on the outside but well back at this stage, with Cooler Lane, who's also in that rear group as they make the turn then. And this leader is beginning to get away here. It's Jara Afbar, number 2. She's clear for Alex Moreno and Lucas Gaitan by 4 lengths. To in second place, Tarbeya Al Naif goes into second. Behind those in third towards the inside, that is Hebar, who's come under a drive. And the red and black of Sajja di Castagnoli trying to get a bit closer, but could be playing for a place only. I think they're all playing for places here because this leader is clear. Jara Afbar starts to turn the screw now, Alex Moreno, and has put 6 lengths on them. Second place, Tarbeya Al Naif. In behind them, staying on now, is Tawaka Al-Shahid, one off the fence. Wider out also, Kula Lane is keeping on well for Tariq Al Mansour, has got 4 legs to find the leader. Getting a bit tired perhaps in front, Jara Afbar. She is coming back to Kula Lane, who's trying to run her down. 100 metres to go then. Jara Afbar getting a bit desperate now. Here comes Kula Lane down the outside, and Kula Lane is going to get up. A surprise, Kula Lane timed it well. Jara Afbar home in second. Third place in the end, Jade de Carrera down the outside ahead of Easter du Soleil, who also stayed on. Bit of a turn-up because she was in front, she was clear, but Cooler Lane had other ideas. Number 10, 1 minute 52.56 seconds. Tariq Al Mansour gets his name on the board here this afternoon. And a good effort too to run down the floundering leader, Jara Afbar, who was going up and down the spot in the final 100 metres. She was second, beaten half a length. Winning time 1 minute 52.56 seconds. 10 the winner, Cooler Lane. Second number 2, Jara Afbar. And third number 12, it was Jade de Carrera, as we thought, who got third out wide. A shock in race 7.
Congratulations to Tariq Al Mansour, the young rider. Once he continues to show his burgeoning talent.
Yeah, another great ride from the 16-year-old on a horse who was rated just 69 coming into today. Had 9 starts, yet to break through. Comes in against previous winners, horses who are rated upwards of £35 better, yet has somehow broken through. I don't know whether it's the track really suiting the closers. We've seen closers now win 6 of the 7 races, or whether the likely winner has underperformed, or whether she's just dramatically overperformed. I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but on all known form, that result was almost impossible to predict.
I mean, I think it's all of the above. Probably.
Could be all of the above. Yeah.
Slight underperformance, track's a little bit tiring. Jockey got the, first time on the horse, gets the most out of it.
Yeah.
Got along quite well. The horse was fit coming in, ran on a week's rest, led and ran third race in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, not that big of it, or sorry, not 2 weeks, third race in 3 weeks. So it's not a hugely unexpected performance. But yeah, the guy in shot right now, Tariq Al Mansour, is riding with an immense amount of confidence. Young guy, I think he's 16.
16, yeah.
He is you never know where his career is going to lead at this point. But we're here at the beginning, and in a couple of years, when he's doing extremely well, he's going to make us all feel old.
Yeah, it's very true.
But any other than you're beaten Jara Alba, who was supposed to be your first winner of the day. I thought she was a penalty kick in here. I really did think she was turning for home. It looked that way, but this track, it's a very long stretch, and you lose focus at all.
Yeah, she got maybe the headgear is needed.
Well, I think they maybe took it off her because she's got so much speed. They're trying to contain her. But here, see whether or not he urges her. She's on the inside, the eventual runner-up.
He is asking
She comes out to meet. She comes out to meet another pace setter there, and Shabla Bahre, who comes off a victory herself. So maybe she's trying to maintain a spot on the inside. Didn't have to go around horses this time, but
he could have sat in second.
Yeah, I think she kind of took the cue a little too seriously.
Yeah, I mean, even here, he could have just sat a length in front and tried to hold her.
And he's got a tug on her. He's right now, you can see her head to the left. I don't think she was bearing out at all. I think he's just trying to keep her contained.
He kind of lit her up, didn't he, in the early stages, and then paid for that a touch. And, turning for home, she's 5 or 6 lengths ahead of the field, and the rest don't seem to be going anywhere. It looked over. It really did. My
selection and the white blinkers on the outside, black silks, white stars, Tarbaya Al Naif, who makes a nice run in a second. This jockey is obviously thinking that if anybody can get to the leader, if she does get weary at all, it'll be him first, but it didn't work out.
No, it didn't work out like that at all. Easter de Soleil's making some kind of run around the outside of the black with the white V. Your eventual winner's back in the pack in the green with the black, just in the third tier right now. But they turned in, and Moreno's 4 or 5 legs ahead, maybe bridging 6 lengths right now on Jara Athba. It looked over. It really did. It just looked like the line was going to come and this filly was going to go further and further clear.
Is she bearing out at all naturally, or is she taking her out there? Because I would have loved to see him stay as close to the rail as possible.
I'd say
especially if
out.
she's getting tired. Yeah,
he's got the stick in the right hand.
That's probably the sign that she is getting as tired as.
Yeah, you can see he's leaning a little bit to the left as well, and she just gets run down here. There's no excuses for her. She's going to touch hard early, but that's not an excuse. That's just how the race has panned out. She's just been passed late on by a horse rated £36 lower.
There's no match for young enthusiasm, and that is exactly what Al Mansour has right now. He got this horse home as an upset winner, Cool Al Ain. If you've ever been to Al Ain, UAE, it is quite cool. Go visit it if you can. Really, really excellent racetrack out there that Tom Buchanan and the team put on a great show. They have one Group 3 in March. I think right after the season ends here, you should definitely go see it, the Al Ain Mile. But yes, big upset victory, exciting stuff. Jara Athba, you take her again next time, especially if she shortens up to 7 furlongs?
I don't know. I'm not a loyal analyst, as I've said this before. If one horse lets me down when they should easily win, unless it's a similarly weak race and I cannot see another horse stand off the page as a potential challenger, I would try to oppose her. That being said, she's quite clearly got a lot of ability. For an Arabian, she has so much speed. They'll probably cut her, I think, down to 1200, to be honest. She's got so much early pace that she could probably lead that field and just kick clear off the turn. The mile is a stretch.
Yeah, this is going to be, and it's not a stretch at all for the winner here. No. She needs I'd like to even see her at 9 furlongs, but then again, she might not get the speed she needs in front of her at that point. She had plenty of it today. Interesting. We'll move on again to even more Purebred Arabian action after this. I'm sure you're very excited for that.
No, not anymore. After that defeat, I have to say.
So you're going to win today with your least confident selection. I feel it. I feel it's going to happen.
It's probably going to be the case. I mean, yesterday was strong. We started really poorly. I didn't have a winner for the first 5, and then we somehow racked up 5 winners on the card. So there is still time to add some winners. However, I haven't had a horse out of the top 5 today, but no winners. You're beating me, I think, 1-0.
I just 1-0.
We need to up our game here.
Yeah, you've got a highly inflammatory seconditis right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's okay, you know.
It happens.
Second almost pays the bills.
It does not. I'd rather be last, I tell you.
No, second means that you maybe had some indiscretions and things that didn't quite go as well as expected, rides that didn't quite go as well as expected. So
yeah. I would like to admit that, but there have been, for most of my horses, no excuses, which is quite annoying. One of them I was a bit frustrated about earlier, Adel Al-Faradi's ride, but otherwise, all of them have had a fair chance, including this Athbar Racing horse here, who looked for home for all money, turning in. Looked like the first prize was going the way of Athbar and Lucas Gaitan yet again.
Does this change any of your selections from here on? Because this is, to me, this is the nail in the coffin when it comes to speed is not holding in this track.
Exactly that, yes. It changed.
It only took, 7 races?
7 races. And in the next race, it's an Arabian race, it's very hard to gather where the horse is going to be.
Where the speed is. It's going to be the first place you look and just put a line through it.
Exactly, it's going to be tough. But in the latter races, I think I'll be going for closers if possible. There is going to be one exception, one of the white stable horses, but otherwise I'll look to go for those horses that are going to come from off the pace, because we've just seen, as I said, 6 out of the 7 races so far go to horses that have been way off the speed, and the other race went to a stalker, not even a front runner.
This is going to be fun. We're in the sort of the midsection of the card, and they put the Purebred Arabian races in here. We'll be able to probably compare a little bit of timing as well as another mile race comes up. This time was 152.56, which is not exactly flying.
No, but I would hazard a guess that this next race is going to be 154 or slower. So we'll see. We will see.
Over under. So I'm gonna go. I'll go with the under. I think it'll be a little bit faster. You never said, because I think this is, to me, going to be just a fun way to sort of do the middle of the card, because once the 9th race hits, it's just going to fly by.
It is. It's going to fly.
We have such good racing at the end of the card.
We do. We have a Group 3. We've got a non-winners of 4 event. We also have an award contest as well. So we have a really good end to the card. Lots of very talented horses. Just got to get by this 0 to 60 Arabian handicap.
Just like the 10 right now is getting by your horse on the inside, number 2.
Rubbing it.
Now we're going to move on, as I'm sure you're excited to do. We're going to go to a Purebred Arabian handicap, 0 to 60, over 8 furlongs, a mile, 1,600 meters, however you want to call it. We'll go up to Enzo, who's going to take us to the runners and riders for the 8th race.
Thank you, Michael. Will do. Yes, an Arabian bred horses handicap, as you say here. They're going the 1,600 metres, the 1 mile. First prize, 32,500 Saudi Riyal. This is race number 8. Number 1 is Munir Nawaf Al Fayrouz on board this filly. Number 2 is a grey colt called Naham Ayad Al Tarisi rides. 3 is Al Hassas for Abdullah Al Kradis. That's a grey. 4 is a filly, Ira for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 5 is Miatab. Khalid Al Mimoni is the jockey on board. Number 5, Khalid Al Mimoni. 6 is Hamdi for Mohammed Al Hubail. 7 is Jabahat for Azuz Al Yesh. That is a grey filly. Number 8, Thahel Al Khaladia. Rakan Al Obeid, who had a winner earlier on the card, is on board. Number 9 is Amir Al Shaydam for Camillo Ospina, who's been fairly quiet unusually today. Number 10, Zayn Zyperian for Sultan Al Mamoni. Number 11 is Montasa Al Amal Ahmad Al Shra. Number 12, Idol de Violette for Yasser Al Bakawi. And finally, number 13, Seraphim Forta, Abdullah Al Kredis on board. So 13 this time for the Arabian horses handicap. Just confirm the jockey on the 5, Miatab, is Khalid Al Mimoni. As we go back to Michael and Tom. You're in good company, by the way, Tom, with the no winners on the card yet. Yeah, let's go back to you guys.
Yes, the baker's dozen of delicious purebred Arabians to go over here and figure out who in this 0 to 60 is ready to jump over that 60 mark with an outlandish performance.
Yeah, it's tough. This is a tough race. There's not been many previous winners in here. We actually have a 3-time winner, which is Zayn Zyperian, horse number 10. But those victories didn't come in Saudi Arabia. And also, he's now an 8-year-old. Other than that, we have a two-time winner in Munir, horse number 1, but gets one of the widest stalls in this race, and only 2 other previous winners in this heat. This is a handicap where obviously winners can run, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 horses out of this 13-runner field has never won a race.
Yeah, this is, some are looking, there's a big dichotomy I've noticed between the two here. We're going to go through the runners of dichotomy between the good-looking ones and the bad-looking ones here. We'll go over that in a moment. Munir is the one in shot right now. They're getting a face full of her, full of her. This 5-year-old mare is a 2-time winner, but does draw the outside post in 12.
Yeah, drops in grade today, which is the key maybe to her finding some form, but she does need to find some form because last time she was disappointing, finishing 12th. She's drawn wide, as you just said there, drawn in still 12. We'll need to get a good position.
Yeah, she's the only multiple winner in the field. And a maiden is Naham, number 2 in shot right there. Good looking horse, 0 for 6. Has been fairly consistent though.
Yes, finished 4th in a 0 to 65 as well. That came at meeting 70. Subsequently finished 6th recently in a better race than this. However, now drops down to a 0 to 60, which could see him come back to life.
Number 3 is Al Hassas, Qatari bred, 1-time winner, 7 runs, has been pretty consistent as well.
Maybe the most likely winner of this race, finished 2nd back at meeting 59. It was a good run then. It's been very consistent since then, 4th, 7th and 4th. Now drops down to a mark of 59 and running against friends.
Number 4 is Ira, is 0 for 2 locally, an 8th and a 6th so far.
Hard to fathom that this filly is going to play a part. She didn't show much on either of her 2 outings.
Mayatab is number 5, 0 for 6, 10th last time, but the race before that, on race 6 or meeting 65, was 2nd.
Relatively strong 2nd as well, given the grade of this race. This Gelding's a danger if he's ready to go, but he is a 7-year-old now and yet to win.
Another, we have a Hamdi, number 6, is 1 for 7, 8th last time.
Struggled all of this season. He's yet to break through the barrier. Mohammed Al Hubail rides. The recent 8th place finish came in the same race that Mayatab finished 10th.
Jabba Hutt, I like the name because it sounds like Jabba the Hutt. Jabba Hutt is 0 for 7, 13th last time.
Last time just didn't show too much effort. Prior to that was a good 2nd, so it depends what type of filly turns up on the day.
Tahal Akaladia is 0 for 16.
And a 7-year-old yet to break through. Regressed so far this year, 4th quickfire run, not for me.
Amir Al-Shadham is 0 for 6, come 8th and 5th and 8th in his last three.
Good draw, gets Camilo Ospina, which is definitely a positive. Finished 8th in a 0 to 55 though last time, now stepping up in grade.
Zayn Zyperian, 3 wins to his credit.
Yeah, the most prolific horse in this field. Those 3 wins, I believe, came in the UK. Place candidate in this race, the Saudi form's just not as strong as his UK form.
Strike my remark earlier as the only, the 2nd horse with multiple wins in the race. You see him right there in shot. A no-risk Almari was a very good horse in his own right, son of that one. Number 11 is Montasser Alamal, 0 for 6, 10th last time.
Hasn't featured in 2 runs so far this season. They were just a week apart, finishing 17th and 10th. Now returns after just 7 meetings off, so 2.5 weeks.
Idol de Violette is number 12 in shot right there, 0 for 7, 15th last time.
Not today for this one.
Not today. Number 13 is Seraphim Forta, is 1 for 3. Comes off a 4th place finish at meeting 68.
Is at least unexposed in Saudi Arabia. Only had the 3 starts, rated 45 though. When a horse is rated 45, I know that they're receiving weight, just 53 kilos on top, but you don't have much talent.
And we'll go to Shamila and see what she likes of this last purebred Arabian race.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's the last Arabian race of the evening. You are right. And if that last race didn't show us that absolutely anything can happen in Arabian racing, I don't know what will. I've decided to stick with horse number 3, Al Hassas by Dahis, a really well-respected Arabian sire in the Gulf countries and in France as well. Rated 59 under Abdullah Al-Qaredis, 4th last time out, a meeting 77. So fairly quick turnaround for this horse, but looking really well in the preliminary stages and in the parade ring as well, well in his coat. No negatives for him at all. And the jockey as well, Abdullah Al-Qaredis, is great with these Arabians. He had a few winners back when they had the Sprint Championship Series at Al Khalidia Farm not so long ago. So that will be my paddock selection for this race. I also really quite like the look of horse number 4, Era, the 4-year-old filly, who will be partnered by Nawaf Al-Mudihani. So those are my two eye catchers. Horse number 10 getting a little bit hot behind the saddle. And Tom, you'll be glad to know that it's absolutely freezing outside. So when you come to the mini set, do bring a jacket if you have one, not a shacket. But I will be sticking with horse number 3 for my selection this time.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. That was an enthralling insight into both horses and weather.
I wish it wasn't that cold, I tell you. It's only halfway through the card. It's only going to get chillier. However, we know that you love it out there. So you're looking forward to it.
I don't know why. I handled the cold weather really well, which is funny. You're living in the Middle East region now for almost 7 years.
You think that I'd be used to handling it from the UK?
No, so, you know, speaking of, you know, cold to hot here and hot to cold, we have a race that's somewhere in the middle. We're not sure where to land on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been confident about a few previously. In the last 2 races, I have no confidence in this race, Michael, I have to say. I might be leaning on your expertise and where you're going to land, because this is just so difficult. We're going to see some footage last time up. This is, I believe, horse number 3. Yes, Al Hassas. Yeah.
This is on the 15th of December.
Up with the speed, one paced. That would be my race comments if I provided the analysis for this one. Just very one paced all the way to the line. Was never really in with a shout of winning. The winner is relatively strong. I can't remember the horse's name, begins with an H. Definitely an Al Khalidia horse as well. Was bred on the Al Khalidia farm. Is a better horse than Al Hassas is facing today. And, you know, maybe this run will be good enough, but at the same time, the 1600 metres stretches him. He doesn't win all that often. I don't know. It's difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult to really put your finger on any horse here. Yeah. Who is actually going to have the will to win? The 13 there in shot is Seraphim Forta, the lowest rated in the race, and it's definitely acting like it.
Rated just 45. Again, as I was saying just before we threw to Shamila there, if you're rated lower in a handicap, obviously you get weight to counteract the difference in talent, supposedly. But at the same time, if a horse is rated just 45, they have very limited level of talent. So albeit they're getting weight, they still have to run to a certain level to win. And I just doubt that a horse rated 45, especially an Arabian horse, is going to actually run to a high enough level to even pass some of these horses who are rated much higher.
When it comes to the difference, obviously, between there's 7 kilos separating all of them here between 53 and 60. With the Arabians, does it count? Do you think of the weight as the same? Does it count less? Does it count more?
This is a learning brief for me. I have to say, I don't know. I'm still learning on the Arabians right now. Obviously, used to covering thoroughbreds, but before coming to Saudi Arabia a few months ago now, back in August, I haven't really covered any Arabian races. So definitely still learning in that regard when it comes to the weight. But if I was to judge this from a thoroughbred perspective, then you have to factor in the weight. The Arabian horses are so different in terms of their character and the way they race. And their mentality, that it doesn't always matter as much, because it's up to them if they want to run or not. Yeah,
they're obviously a little bit more difficult to ride, and they are highly opinionated and a little more volatile in the way that they're actually, even in their action. So yeah, it'd be interesting. Looking at the jockey bookings, does Ospina on the 9 catch your eye at all?
Yes, definitely. I think that's an interesting jockey booking for sure. I mean, why would he be riding a 54 rated maiden? Like, I don't understand why he would ride this horse unless the owner or the trainer specifically requested for him to ride, because they're expecting an uptick in form. I mean, just on the form of that horse, you can't really have Amir Al Shaidan, because he was stuffed in a 0 to 55 handicap and is now going up in grade. But Camilo can do Camilo things, so he has to factor in. I'm going to side with horse number 2, Michael.
Why are you doing this to me?
Ah, you're on the same one. I apologise. But maybe it'll be.
We're going to have to go on the same horse, because I don't have time to adjust it.
I like that. I've been trying to do that for about 3 weeks, trying to get us on the same horse.
So I was originally on the 9, but I'm watching the horses warm up, and I love to see a huge difference between how they look in the parade ring and how they look behind the gate. We see an adjustment now on Ira, who's getting the tack, readjusted the entire. No issues there as far as the veterinarian goes. Just adjusting the tack itself.
Yeah.
But yes, back to Naham, Iyas Naham. Just love the way the horse kind of put himself together really nicely once Al Tarisi got in the saddle. So easily could not be good enough compared to Hassas, but at the same time, I'm going to try to beat Jcsa. Looks like the logical horse in here.
Okay, so you're choosing ES Naham based on physical. I'm choosing him based on form. So we've covered both bases there. He finished fourth in a 0 to 65. That suggests he's well capable of running with slightly better horses than he's facing today. Big player on the recent form, being very consistent, and the trip is absolutely perfect. Good draw in 2 as well. I imagine he'll be in a stalking position.
Little rain.
As if we hadn't have enough of that already today.
Oh, how exciting. Well, maybe this will negate you having to go outside later. You never know.
That would be the best
Actually,
news
just
so
get us
far.
an umbrella. Producers, if you're listening, just get us an umbrella. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. just for Tom. He loves it outside, especially when it's wet. No, we're going to go talk about the YouTube a bit here for a second. And we got David Bowen, who's back on there. Good to see him back on the in the comment section, as active as always. He is always good with his selections. Interested to see who he likes in here with this final and perplexing handicap company for the Arabians. After this, it's back to the thoroughbreds, the ones we know and love. Also, Jose Martinez, a regular on there. Good to see him all the way, I believe, from New York, at least from the East Coast. Good to see him online as well. And Munir is it looks like Munir likes the 6 and the 8 in here, if that's the same race as well. So we thank you for tuning in on the YouTube channel and bring in your comments. And for me, my selection and Tom, the first one we're going to land on together today and sink like the Titanic is ES Naham, who's 0 for 6 and about to be probably 0 for 7 because Tom has jumped on with me. Shamila is going with Al Hassas, a son of the great Dahes, and we're going to go over to Enzo as the horses load with a little bit of rain.
Yes, the rain falling down, as you say. We've had a lot of it, as you say, this morning. And it's certainly slowed the track down somewhat. But it's been interesting, isn't it, how the closers have been doing so well. We've had quite a few pace collapses. Normally, when you have that dirt in the earlier part of the year that's been sort of underneath the sunlight all day, the speed was lasting out. It was a faster track. And the rain has certainly slowed things down and made things tougher for the front runners, and yeah, it's coming down with a bit of force now as well. So they're at the start for the Arabian Horse Handicap, 1,600 metres. They're going the mile here. And not much between these on ratings, although the likes of Munir, ES Naham, Al Hassas, all closely matched. Era was just a little bit edgy. I did like Era when I looked at this race earlier, but I'm not sure. I like her kind of movements on the way down. A little bit edgy, I thought. A slight negative for me. As the rain continues to fall here at Riyadh Racecourse. But it's 32,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Arabian Horses Handicap for 0 to 60 animals. Those right on the cusp of that are Munir and ES Naham. Yellow and blue then for Zayn Zyperian, Sultan Al Mamoni. Very bright pink jacket there of Mia Tar. That's Khalid Al Mamoni who takes the ride. Wasn't it great to see young Tariq Al Mansour get that winner earlier on? He's that kind of jockey who takes any kind of rides. These spare rides going, he'll put his hand up for them. It was great to see the young man, the teenager, get that winner earlier. And fabulous ride as well in our 7th race. Been a day of shocks, isn't it, so far? We've had a couple of highly touted white stable horses beaten. We had the hot favourite beaten Jara Afbar in the Arabian Fillies race earlier on. So not an easy day for predicting what was going to happen, but that is the game we love, isn't it? So we think we're spot on about something and something else goes and wins. Here's number 11 going forward, Montasa Alamal, blue blinkers, Ahmad Al-Shra. So we are now loading up 1,600 metres. And that rain's getting heavier, if anything. Looking outside here, it is absolutely falling with a bit of force now, and it's just causing 1 or 2 issues down there at the start. Jockeys just trying to wrap themselves up a little bit here, aren't they? There is number 9, Amir Al-Shaydam. This is 2, Naham. Yes, Naham about to go forward now. The studio selection, both Michael and Tom with ES Naham. Shamila liked Al Hassas. We are getting closer to a start. Orange and purple quarters of Era. Light blue and yellow, Amir Al-Shaydam. Camille Speeder has been somehow without a win so far, and he's had a couple of fancied runners as well denied. He goes into stall 1. Of course, being a handicap race, they are drawn differently to the race card. Here's number 8, Tahel Al Khaladia, to complete the line. The Arabian Horse Handicap, 1600 metres, race 8. We're set. A little bit restless, one or two of these, but I think we're ready to go. And the starter hits the button and they're off, and he caught them in a pretty good line. A little bit slow to go there was the horse on the extreme outside, Seraphim Forter, rather missed the break. Up there early on towards the middle is Montasa Alamau in the blue blinkers to just shade Zayn Zyperian. Towards the outside, the black and white making a bit of headway up there is number 1, Munir. She's right up with the gallop too. Towards the inside, the bright pink and white of Mia Tarb under Khalid Al Mamoni is next in the field. Right against the running rail, the golden light blue of Amir Al Shaydam is next in the field. Further back then to find Hamdi, who's being held up in mid-pack. Era's wide out orange colours. Even wider at this stage is Zayn Zyperian. Further back to find the grey Jabberhat in the red and black colours. That's 3 from the back. Also towards the rear on the inside is Idol de Violette as they make the turn. Another one that's right out the back is ES Naham at this stage. He's got one behind, and that one is Tahel Al Khaladia as they make the turn into the home straight at around 52 kilometres per hour. So up front, towards the inside then, Zayn Zyperian now headed for the first time by the strong travelling Munir, and Munir is going well, and Munir has the lead. Al Hassas is going off in chase now, the grey and the kind of dark colours, light coloured sleeves, but the leader is going to be Munir round the turn, 400 metres to go. Munir leads by 2 lengths. The danger is Al Hassas in second. It could concern just these at the moment. Running on into third, though, is Mia Tarb in the bright pink and white. In line for home, then. Munir, can she see it out? Leads by a couple of lengths. Here come the closers towards the far side. Mia Tarb, without wider, keeping on well, too, is Al Hassas the grey as they enter the final 250. Munir in front has a good lead and is not stopping. Munir with a clear lead. Second place, Al Hassas is trying as hard as he can to bridge the gap, but Munir is not for passing today, and it's number 1, Munir, who will be number 1 for Nawaf Al Fairuz. Munir wins to Al Hassas second, and third in the end was Mia Tarb. They were clear of the likes of Era and Hamdi, who were staying on ahead of Thahal Al Khaladia. But number 1 has won it, Munir. The Nawaf Al Fairuz. He's come home in front here. And 1 minute 52.35 seconds. Munir the winner. Second place, Al Hassas, number 3, and third, number 5, Mia Tarb. So it's 1:35. Nothing really from off the pace this time. 1 minute 52.35 seconds. Again, a slowish time, as you would imagine. 2 1/4 lengths, the winning margin there. Munir is the winner for Nawaf Al Fairuz.
So Munir, in his 10th run, gets his 3rd victory, ties Zayn Zyperian with the most in this race. It's a horse that might be at risk of maybe losing the condition.
Yes, going up definitely in the handicap rating here from a mark of 60. Was actually dropping down today for the first time into this kind of bracket. So, yeah, 1 in, 1 out, basically, into the 0 to 60. And this horse will now be finding herself in 60 to 75 handicaps, I'm sure.
We had mentioned before off the air that sometimes when the rain does fall initially on a track that is not sealed, so the speed will hold a little better. I don't know if that's because the horses just don't take to the rain as well from behind. It's added distraction from the kickback. But at the same time, it happens so often, and especially in dirt racing, that the speed will just hold a little bit better, especially if it's actively raining.
Yeah.
We saw this horse basically take the race to him and win nicely.
Yeah, you can't really see on these images how much it was raining during the race, but it was coming down pretty hard. It has subsided a touch now. It's more of a little drizzle, but during the race it was really pelting it down. So, yeah, good performance from Munir. 3-time winner now.
Yeah.
One of the 2 multiple winners in the race. So.
And one earlier in her career, the 5-year-old mare, and come out of obviously tougher races, finishing 12th and 9th and 19th in her last 3. So gets the, as you said, a bit of a break in class and a bit of a, these were no stars that she was going against.
No. It was a pretty tough race. We basically said that in a long way before we were previewing the race. But
and the worry with her was the post position for me.
Yeah, but she
overcomes it really well.
Yeah, good early speed. You can see her on the outside there. White and black silk. She managed to get towards the front and never really looked back. Going around the bend, she asserted herself.
And Al-Farouz is very confident at this point, just giving her enough rein to keep her head in front, but at the same time not overdoing it. He's not asking her to cross over yet, not asking her to clear in general, or sort of to excel away from them. She's doing it all on her own.
Yeah, and the other 2 pace setters in this race, which were Montasa Alamal in the blue and white, who's already gone backwards, and Zayn Zyperian in the yellow and blue up against the fence, they both finished right out the back. So the fact that Munir has managed to continue and sustain her effort throughout either suggests the other 2 pace setters are just not very good, or she's just done very well off the front end.
Interesting shot right there. You see Al-Farouz kind of let out a notch to dishearten the horse inside of her, who was Zayn Zyperian. Sort of put that horse away after it challenged her, and as soon as the horse passed, as soon as the winner Munir passed that one, pricked her ears. Like, who's the next one? Who's the next one coming up? And
she did it after the line as well. Look, you can see that.
I love the Arabians are so animated when it comes to, you can just tell how they feel about the other horses around them. And this one obviously likes to win, just finally is with her friends where she can do so.
Yeah, exactly. The runner-up Al Hassas was the horse to beat on form, so that's a positive for Munir, the fact that the form horse finished second and she managed to dispose of that runner quite easily. And the third was Miatab, Khalid Al-Mamoni picking up the spare there. That gelding has bounced a little bit back to life, but he's a 7-year-old now, never won a race. So yeah, it's hard to suggest that this is a strong contest. Al Hassas will be a danger in a similar kind of race next time, but otherwise, not a good group.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Naham couldn't carry the weight of all 3 of us on his back. It was Al-Tarisi, myself, and Tom, unfortunately, just did not turn up. Ran fairly well on the inside, but just 1 pace, as you can see on the right of the screen.
Yeah, it took a bit of kick back, as you can see in the race, the jockey's covered in dirt. They are supposed to be beige sleeves, but there's a lot of dirt covering them still. He looked like he was going to show up for some way around the turn, but just didn't sustain the effort.
Yeah, just probably finishing similar way that he has in the past, just close but not good enough.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, it's okay. We have some interesting races to look forward to now. We're back to the thoroughbreds, which I'm sure is going to be exciting for you.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. I have to admit, I am. I do like the Arabian races, but the 0 to 60s in particular are pretty difficult.
And we have, obviously, we're going to cap today with Group 3 action that will have some possible implications on big races moving forward, big cup races moving forward, and even possibly on Saudi Cup. And we had some news today that happened in Japan early this morning, our time. We had the Group 1 Tokyo Daishoten over 10 furlongs there on the dirt. A few horses, including the winner, who won it for the 2nd year in a row, Ushba Tesoro, Dubai World Cup winner last year. He is apparently pointing to the Saudi Cup now.
Very interesting.
Obviously, we'll have no issue getting an invite.
No, definitely not. He was so good in Dubai World Cup last year as well. I thought he had a major chance in the Classic, the Breeders' Cup, but it just wasn't to be that day. He's a horse that gallops and gallops and gallops. You get a track like this.
He's a train, yeah. If they get a little rain at all and it loosens up to the point where it favors horses closing, he's going to be very tough to beat.
Exactly that, yeah, that's his style. If it is speed favouring, then he might struggle a touch, but he'll be a proper contender.
Two others in that race, Dura Rede, who was actually second that he beat in that race. Dura Rede ran a very good race, I believe, back in third. He was second in the UAE Derby. He's this past year. Lightly raced sort. He's a Group 1 winner on the grass as a 2-year-old. He is actually aiming toward the Saudi Cup as well, hoping for an invite, so not impossible for him to get one. And Wilson Tesoro, it was second in the race, a bit of a surprise in that regard. He is looking to get one as well. So hopefully we see all three, because Japan is coming in strong, because we already know that Dermis Otagake, UAE Derby winner, second in the Breeders' Cup Classic, is coming this way. And Lemon Pop, winner of the Champions Cup, which is a win and you're in for the Saudi Cup, is going to take up that challenge for Godolphin Japan. And they all have to go through White Abario, who's going to be the class of the race at this point, the favorite in the race. I don't see anybody taking over that mark for him.
No, Rick Dutro's runner bolted up in the Classic, given a great ride that day actually by Alred Ortiz, and he looks a completely different horse to when he was running down in Gulfstream for Safi Joseph. Was it Safi Joseph? Yeah, before Rick Dutro took over. So White Abario will be the horse to beat.
Dutro knows what he's doing. He's an old assistant to Bobby Frankel, so he definitely knows how to get it done. We're going to move on to thoroughbreds that will not run in the Saudi Cup. It's going to be our 2,000 meter, 120,000 on line. We have fillies handicap 0 to 80 rated. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners.
Yeah, I like this race. Fillies, as you say, in a handicap, 0 to 80. 60,000 Saudi Riyadh's the winner. Number 1, My Sweet Story, is an ex-American runner. Was trained by Ignacio Correas. Won a turf race at Colonial Downs back in 2021. Wonder how that form will survive on the rain-soaked dirt here. Ricardo Ferreira looking for a treble. Anyway, got the man in form on board. Number 2 is Compliant, who had some good form with James Fanshawe. Was owned by the Cheveley Park team over in the UK. Ridden by Farhad Al Faradi. Number 3 is In No Time with Berto Ramos on board. Number 4 is Daklat Nura for Rayan Altoesh. Number 5 is a horse that I know quite well from her time in the UK. A 3-time winner for Charlie Fellows, including on the polytrack at Lingfield. Tequila Mockingbird is her name. Daughter of New Approach, very well named. Ridden by Ahmad Al-Azari. Number 6 is Wardat Always. Alex Moreno on board her. 7 is Noor Alalaya for Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 8 is Lionella, who began life with Alan King over in the UK. Another horse that's won on the all-weather before in Britain. Adele Al-Faradi rides. Number 9 is Dreams Unwind, who had a long time with Charlie and Mark Johnston over in the UK. Tariq Al-Mansour, the youngster looking for a double here on board Dreams Unwind. That's good form as well with the Johnstons. 10 is Tata Jamal for Ahmad Al-Tayyar. And 11 is Nakra Al-Said, ridden by Ayad Al-Tarisi. So a mixed bag of horses, quite a few ex-Europeans, plus the ex-American trained My Sweet Story. The runners are yet to come out, and 11 of them as we go back to Michael and Tom ahead of our 9th race.
Runners are slowly making their way out to the parade ring. They are probably not enjoying the rain that we see happening right now, but that's okay. It's we need a little bit of rain here. It's really going to help that turf course coming through.
Yes.
Some natural rainfall, and we got about 2 weeks or so until the turf racing is up and running.
Unfortunately, a week after we go home.
Yeah, so. We'll watch from home.
Yes,
we'll be cheering on the boys here at Callum and Company.
Yes.
It's going to be a fun race to pull apart here, especially we have horses who you can tell had lofty price tags, have always been well regarded.
Yeah, we've got some nice horses in here. It's not obviously the best of races, given it's a 0 to 80 handicap, but there is some depth in the field. There's a big range of talents available, and some lofty and well-respected connections also represented. I'm looking forward to getting stuck in, albeit Enzo's just stolen half my form study with that little run through there. So yeah, when we get to the first runner, as you can see, they're all wearing sheets. First time I've seen the horses wear sheets in here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the blankets are on to keep them a little bit drier and keep the, especially to keep the reins and the stirrups dry before the jockeys get on. This is My Sweet Story. There's number 1 with the blinkers on there, the white blinkers in blue. Fleet Alex, son of the horse that should have been a Triple Crown winner
Yeah,
daughter rather.
This horse wants turf. I'm sure this is just a prep. But Ricardo Souza Ferreira has already ridden two winners today. I tell you what, and I've just thought of this, the fact that the grooms are wearing the silks makes our job a lot easier here, because with those blankets or sheets on, it's virtually impossible to tell who's who.
Number 2 here is Compliant, will be in shot in just a moment. It's going to be a daughter of Pivotal, and the way that the track might be playing right now, a little bit deep, a little bit tiring. Maybe that's the way to go.
Best form has been over 2,400 metres, so definitely stamina there for this filly. 2 from 12 with James Fanshawe in the UK. The trip should suit given the way the track is riding, as you say.
Number 3 in No Time is a daughter of one of the best young stallions in the States. Not this time, it's just flying along on all surfaces at this point.
Yep.
As a stallion, 1 win from 9 starts, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 2nd in her last 4.
Lots of headgear on this filly. Cheap pieces, noseband, and they've got a hood, which I presume will come off down at the start, given it's red. She finished 3rd in a Fillies Open last time up. That came over this trip. She has speed. That's the issue. Is the speed going to hold?
Now, Daklat Nora is going to be in shot in just a moment. Will be the 4. 1 for 9 as well. Comes off a 2nd and a 3rd. Pretty consistent sort, locally bred.
Finished 2nd in a 0 to 70 handicap last time with a big late burst. Emphasis on the big late burst. The track is riding for closers. I like this filly.
Yeah, very much has a big shot to upend the foreign bred sorts in this spot. Tequila Mockingbird, as mentioned earlier by Enzo, probably the best named horse, maybe even in the country.
Yes.
three wins to her credit. Was third in her last run.
It was a surprisingly good run actually last time up when 3rd. I didn't think she had a good chance in that race. It was a stronger event than this, a deeper renewal. She's drawn wide in stall 11. She'll come from off the pace. Is she the fastest closer?
Do you like new approaches on a testing ground?
Not overly.
Okay.
I have to say.
All right. Wardat Always is number 6 and shot right now. 1 win from 15 starts.
Place candidate, definitely from a good drawn inside. Alex Moreno will be gutted about that defeat earlier on in the Arabian race, so he'll be desperate for a winner now.
On short turnaround is Nora Alalia, number 7, will be in shot in just a moment. 2 victories to her credit from the 12 starts.
She hasn't repeated the Taif form since coming here to Riyadh. She won back-to-back races in Taif at meeting 50 and meeting 52. The recent runs in Riyadh have been a bit hit and miss, finishing 14th and 3rd and then 11th. Khalid Al-Mamoni is a good jockey, but again, this filly just needs to show some uptick in form.
Lionella, well-named daughter of Roaring Lion, 3-year-old, makes her local debut.
Interesting runner in this race. 2 wins for Alan King. I think wants turf, and this could very much be a prep for the turf racing return to this track, given it's her first run of the season.
It does worry me being Roaring Lion, going on testing ground as well. Dreams Unwind is number 9 there, also in the muffling headgear. 4 victories to her credit.
She's struggled lately to play a part in the finish, finishing 7th in 3 of her last 4 runs and 8th on the other occasion. She's had 3 starts in Riyadh, mostly against better opposition. Today could be a day where we see some kind of uptick, but I don't imagine she'll win.
Tata Jamal is number 10 in shot right there. 1 for 26. Must improve on her 15th last time.
Just not a contender on what we've seen so far this season. She has been hit and miss again, but those hits haven't been wins. They've been 5ths and 7ths.
Nakra Sayed is 1 for 11. 20th last time. Last was 8th before that.
Yeah, didn't beat a runner last time in stiff against stiff company today. Rated just 65.
We're going to head out to hear what Shamila has to say about this. I know that she's having a great time out in the rain.
Yeah, I hope you guys are having a lot of fun in the studio, all safe, sound and dry, but it's very different conditions for us here in the parade ring, though I am in the stewards box by the wait, so I am out of the rain. You will never see me in the rain, and you will never see me wearing a plastic sheet either. And it's quite difficult for me to make my paddock selections, as most of these horses have sheets on, which is great for them to keep their backs a little bit dry before the racing. But I have decided to stick with horse number 3 in No Time, rated 75 for Wigberto Ramos and Shala Al-Dehani as well. 3rd last time out, 4th the time before that, has won and back in Taif at meeting 27, and she was really impressive back then. And I will give you one paddock negative as well. Horse number 5, Tequila Mockingbird, just not convincing looking going around the parade ring. Not the strongest looking horse in the race. Looks to be a little bit tied up in the back legs a little bit. But other than that, yeah, I will be sticking to horse number 3, In No Time. Just looking a really nice type going around the parade ring in the pouring rain.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. Just want to let Shamila know that as you are quite wet, we can't let you in for the last bit today because of the electronics around us. So you'll be taking the outro from outside. Thank you so much for your service. We're moving forward to looking at some of the major contenders in here. I love when the rain hits here because it makes me look more at the pedigrees, which I love, obviously. I'm definitely going to give a little bit more credit to the 2 and the 3 in here, a pivotal and a not this time. I think they'll handle the extra cut in the ground, the extra bit of kickback a whole lot better. It's just whether or not they're good enough on form.
In No Time is my secondary selection. It won't be my main pick, but would have been the last off my shortlist, so I can certainly see that angle. Compliance, an interesting horse first up. If this filly had previous outings, as we just see Shamila in the steward's box, she's saying it's wet outside.
She's getting a ban.
Yeah. Yes, compliant. If she had previously had a run in Saudi Arabia, then I'd be more inclined to side with her. But she hasn't, and I don't like that as just a main angle. So I'm going to look elsewhere. I'm going to be with Daklat Nora, I think, in this spot. She's drawn well. She'll come from off the speed. She has a big late burst. She represents the Red Stable, who are currently second in the owner's title right now, behind the White Stable, and finished second in a 0-70 last time. Now, this is a step up in grade, fully granted, but her marker's gone up to 73, so it's enforced. She has to move up into this company.
Ooh. We're seeing a little bit of, that's the 2, that's compliant to is actually not being any bit compliant at all.
In one of her races in the UK, she actually unseated her rider. There's a bit of a rare fact for you, compliant. I can't remember what the incident was, whether it was she was interfered with and the jockey came off.
Cruelly named horse.
Yeah, or if she just did it herself, but she has a bit of a mind.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked at all if she handles this quite well. On ratings, she stacks up. She's a former Cheveley Park, so that always never hurts. No. To be fair, that's not a surprise at all. Obviously, they stood pivotal. But yeah, I think that she would be fun here. I'm tempted to give her a shot here because she does. You know, she raced back in September and was second there over obviously a extended 10 furlongs over heavy going. I'll probably lean toward her. I think she's a bit of an unexpected sort from me. And we see another one that I very much think is going to be very tough is In No Time. I mentioned earlier the not this times they run on everything, and especially when there's moisture in the ground back in the States, they are very tough. Here is In No Time last time.
I think this might be Daklat Nora.
Oh, this is Daklat Nora. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Red Silks makes a good late run. As you can see, interfered with there. Just trying to go through a gap, wasn't there. Had to switch out wide. And she really comes with a huge late burst down the outside to finish a very good second. I think a return to this kind of form, just even a repeat of this, will be good enough today on a track that's suiting the closing style. But at the same time, she is stepping up from a 0-70 to a 0-80. Just look how well she hits the line.
Yeah. Not being persisted with too much at that point, basically just run through the line. Now it's time for In No Time. It apparently has a time, which is now. We're going to go over this run. This was on the 18th of November. This is, she is number 3 right there. She was third that day.
It is really raining outside. It is hammering down. It's getting really wet out there. In No Time, this was a fillies open, so you have to suggest that this is a stronger race than she's running in today. But she finishes a little slowly. She has early speed. She's probably going to be on the front in this race. I don't expect that she's going to be able to hold on, though she is a major player on form. This track is taking a beating from the weather that we're seeing behind us. As everyone in the crowd rushes to the grandstand.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see whether or not it affects the track even more. I think this seals the deal. I'm going to go with compliant in here. 2 tracks in the UK that are all weather that I find play a little bit more like soft ground for me are Newcastle and Campton. They play more towards soft ground pedigrees rather, and she performed very well on those. This deeper ground today shouldn't be an issue. Softer ground in general is bred for it. I see no reason not to give her a shot first up.
Yeah, the only issue for me, as I say, is the first off the layoff angle. But
It hasn't been that long of a layoff, though. It was end of September.
yeah,
was her last run.
Acclimatizing and whatnot. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just an angle I generally use across all horses. So I will put my hands up if I am wrong.
No.
But, I will side elsewhere.
I'm just worried about it No Time's ability to finish it up.
Oh, no, I agree. That's what put me on Daklat Nora. If this track was still speed favouring, then in No Time would be a major player.
Who in this race can get 12 furlongs? This is a 2,000 meter race, 10 furlong race. This track is going to be tiring. Who's going to get the distance?
3 horses: Compliant, Tequila Mockingbird, Daklat Nora. They're the only 3 in here that are strong over the distance. That's why I like Daklat Nora. That's why you like Compliant. Tequila Mockingbird is an interesting horse. Wide draw, by new approach, ex-UK trained, good run last time. She could play a part in the finish, but I just think there's stronger claims for Daklat Nora.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Compliant takes her form from the UK, which is quite good. I mean, she's 9 races out of 12 in the UK. She placed, won or placed. 2 of those she won, and she's been 5th or better in 10 races.
And
so just very much willing to, no matter what the course is, to run her race.
And James Fanshawe is notorious for improving his horses over time. He is never a 2-year-old trainer. He's not even a 3-year-old trainer on most occasions. So, this Compliant has probably not reached her tip-top ability just yet. Whether it will come here, I don't know. The fact that they've sold her is maybe a slight concern, but we'll see how she performs. David's in the comments, he says, I'm going to choose the red stable. Good, that's the same horse I like, Daklat Nora, horse 4. And then he says the track is going to be a bit harder, certainly so. Based on what we've seen so far, it's riding pretty tiring out there.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tiring. I don't know if harder is the word I would say. A little more clumpy.
Taxing.
A little more taxing. I think that the horses coming from behind will be having a bit of a go with it. But once they straighten out in the lane, I think it's going to become a bit, what's the word? It's just going to be a little arduous for them to get home.
Yeah, for sure. They'll have to dig deep in all their stamina reserves. And what we saw from in No this time and that footage, there didn't seem to be any stamina reserves left on a quicker track.
This will be fun. I'll go with a pivotal, a taxing track any day. Though I do think that with the kickback being as intense as it is, if you go with a dirt pedigree like the Knot this time, I wouldn't hold it against you. I just don't think that horse will stay. So I think you're going to go with Daklat Nora, the locally bred horse, to take on the imports. I'm going to go with Compliant, first-time starter out of Cheveley Park, now with Alfaredi in the saddle. And we're going to go to our senior race caller, Enzo, who's going to take us through the running and tell us who he likes as well.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, I'm a Daklat Nora fan as well here in this race. Like Tom, I think she's got a bit of a chance for Rayan Altoish, but this is a good race, isn't it? Tequila Mockingbird. Compliant is interesting. She's got that stamina to call upon, which might be useful today on this track, as the rain was really heavy there a few moments ago, absolutely hammering down here at Riyadh. Dreams Unwind. Young Tariq Al Mansour looking for a double. Rides this ex-Johnston trained mare, daughter of Dan Silly. There's the grey My Sweet Story, who's got that form in America around at Keeneland and won a race at Colonial Downs going back a couple of years now. It was a turf race as well. Ricardo Ferreira's having a decent day as well. And there she is in the blue light-coloured stripes. The darker blue, that was Tata Jamal for Ahmad Al Tayyar, daughter of Astrology. Could add to her 1 victory so far. 7 Noor Alalaya. Lionella is interesting. I saw her win over in the UK with Alan King. She was certainly capable on her day. Could be a big runner for Adel Al-Faredi. As we have a look at number 6, Ward Out Always as well, who's filly ridden by Alex Moreno here. So some talented fillies lining up in this handicap race. And of course, being a handicap, the draw is not as the race card here. So My Sweet Story comes out of stall 6. Compliant number 2 will be in stall 8. Number 3 in No Time. He's got those red blinkers and the nose band on. She'll be out in 3. 4 Daklat Nora's in stall 2 here. Got a good slot, I think, Daklat Nora, which was another tick in her box. Tequila Mockingbird is out in 11. Got the worst of the draw, I think. The ex-Charlie Fellows filly by New Approach. Wardat Always got the inside slot, stall 1 for number 6. The grey colours. Noor Alalai is out in 10, number 7. Number 8, Lionella's in 9. Dreams Unwind is in number 7. That's horse 9 in stall 7. Tata Jamal's in stall 4. And Nakra Al Sayed in the middle in 5. They're loading up then. The 11 runners for this race. For a first prize of 60,000 Saudi Riyal. This is our fillies handicap. Including this race, we've got 4 more to go today. Of course, the big races to come, races 11 and 12. Going 2,000 metres here, so up to 1.25 miles this time. Tequila Mockingbird is going in, and that's going to leave Tatar Jamal. And in no time as well, in the black colours, a little bit on her toes, in no time, has got plenty of headgear on, noseband and blinkers. Jockey's wearing the visors now with all the rain. Right, we're almost set. Once in no time goes in. Stall 3, number 3. Race 9, here we go, 2,000 metres. On the rain-soaked dirt track here at Riyadh. And the starter hit the button, he caught with a pretty good line. Off they go then for this fillies handicap towards the inside. Breaking quite well there was Tatar Jamal. Also up with the gallopers Dreams Unwind in the green colours with the noseband. And it's the mare Dreams Unwind who's going to go through in company with In No Time, who's just off the pace. Towards the inside. That is In No Time in the darker colours. And then right against the rails, Daklat Noura. In fact, out in the 2 path of the red colours. They race down the far side. The orange next in the field, that belongs to Compliant, who's upsides Lionella in the grey with the red sash. That's a little bit further back in the field. Up on the extreme outside, My Sweet Story is well off them at the moment. The grey and racing very wide indeed. And towards the back of the field, also Daklat Noura just lost her place in the red colours as they race then towards the halfway point. They do so. The leader is still Dreams Unwind, and young Tariq Al Mansour in the green colours leads by 3 parts of a length to Compliant in second in the orange. Going wider out is the grey Lionella, and then wider of those in the red colours is Noor Alalaya in the red colours with the black cap. Even wider out in the stars is Tequila Mockingbird, who's got a bit warm beforehand. Back towards the inside, shaken up is Tatar Jamal, and then comes In No Time is towards the inside, followed then by Lionella, who's lost a bit of ground. Making ground is Daklat Noura, was off the pace early, starts to pick off 1 or 2 rivals. Then comes Nakra Al Sayed, and the back marker is the wide-running My Sweet Story, who's going to have to really raise her game from there. And now Dreams Unwind has folded pretty quickly, and Compliant has hit the front. And with stamina assured, Compliant suddenly puts 2 lengths on them. So in second place and under pressure, Noor Alalaya. Tequila Mockingbird is sticking on well towards the outside. Behind those is Tatar Jamal. And then further back to find Wardat Always in line for home. Still in front, Compliant. Can she see it out? She's getting a bit tired. They are starting to stay on in behind. Towards the outside, Noor Alalaya. Tequila Mockingbird is coming home well too for Ahmad Al-Azhari down the outside. Compliant driven hard on the rails. It's desperate stuff for Compliant. Here comes Noor Alalaya in the middle, and Tequila Mockingbird, and Daklat Noura right down the outside. Going to get close. Very tight. Maybe Tequila Mockingbird in the centre of Noor Alalaya and the on-rushing Daklat Noura. Compliant didn't get home in behind them. What a finish. In the middle, Tequila Mockingbird is involved with Noor Alalaya, who was in the red-black cap, and this side, the finishing fast, Daklat Noura, but was it too late, Daklat Noura? I think it was. For Tom and myself. She ran on well, though, under Rayan Alto-Esh, but maybe too late. I think Tequila Mockingbird might have bobbed. Let's have a look again. Although the far side is... Yeah, I think Tequila Mockingbird just over Noor Alalaya with Daklat Noura for third. Fourth will be Compliant, and they were clear of Wardat Always, who stuck on quite well. And then came Tatar Jamal. Not official yet. We're waiting. Confirmed. Number 5 has won it. Tequila Mockingbird, the ex-Charlie Fellows trained filly. She stuck her neck out to beat number 7, Noor Alalaya, who was second. And third, number 4, Daklat Noura. Another placing for Tom. It's a finish of heads. Ahead twice the winning margin. And the second and third margin ahead again. 2 minutes 09.73 seconds. 5 Tequila Mockingbird in the finish of the day.
Well, cheers to Tequila Mockingbird. Gets it right on the bob there.
Yeah, what a finish.
What a finish from your horse as well.
He says through gritted teeth. 3 horses separated, just a long neck, head and head, between the first 3. Good performance from Tequila Mockingbird. We did give a good shout out for this filly, just due to the fact that she had that proven stamina, and she managed to get the job done today. Runner-up, Noor Alalaya, ran a great race as well. My selection, Daklat Nora, just needed one more stride and would have won the race. Down the outside, was flying home late. Finished a good third. Frustrating, but a good third anyway.
Yeah.
And your selection, Compliant, didn't feature in the finish necessarily, albeit it wasn't beating far, but turning in.
Delightfully one-paced horse.
Yeah.
Like just, I don't think she changed her stride length for the last 4 furlongs.
But if you run that, I reckon if you run this race in a month where she has fitness on her side,
Yeah.
and you know she's acclimatized to the track, I think she would win. She's the most talented, in my opinion, in that race.
Yeah, she looked like a winner turning for home. Just not quite to the fitness level, but she was just nice and even.
Yep.
Nice mover as well. You can tell she's a quality horse from quality stock. So I look forward to seeing her next time. I hope that I wouldn't be, opposed to them going 12 furlongs with her
Yeah.
if they can find a nice handicap even against the boys.
Yeah, for sure. She's got proven stamina. She was just plodding late on. She got a bit tired, but that wasn't due to the fact that she was running out of gas. It was just her first race for a while. Good finish, as we've already said. I kind of don't want to watch the full race replay because it would just relive my torture of the 3rd place finisher. But Daklat Nora did really surge late.
Yeah, it was a very good performance from her. She was well ridden, to be fair. They took her to the rail, they saved the ground, and then they tipped out when they absolutely had to. A little bit of tightness here in the beginning of the race that we saw, but no true sad stories, sob stories when it comes to excuses.
No, you pointed out during the race when our mics were off, that all of the jockeys were looking to try and avoid kickback. As you can see, there's about 10 across the track right now. The only 2 horses really taking, 3 horses really taking kickback are my selection, Daklat Nora, Red Silks, 3 off the rail. The horse just outside with the white cap, which I believe was Tata Jamal, and the horse just next to that runner, which was Nakra Al Said. And the latter 2 couldn't really win on form. So all the form players were just wide across the track, avoiding all kickback and hoping that their horse was good enough. Before we talk about the rest of the race, watch Alex Moreno. It was Alex Moreno, I believe, a jockey change on Dreams Unwind. He takes his goggles off here in the green silks. Just about, he's already taken them off. And then he puts them on again. I've never seen that once in a race where a jockey takes goggles off and then puts them back on their face.
Yeah, he was probably just worried about, he wanted just to clear a perspective of everything, probably worried about once he did get past when...
right about now it will be.
He's like, well, just kidding.
Put them back on.
That's good.
Don't want that mud in my face, for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely going to take it at this point because his filly is absolutely done. Yeah. At this point, I was pretty confident I was going to win this race.
She traveled
because she was traveling so extremely well, compliant on the front end and turning for home. She didn't lengthen the way I would prefer around the bend right here, which is where I started to worry. turning the corner, because usually when they do lengthen, they can put 2 or 3 lengths between them and the rest of the field, and she just couldn't do that.
Yeah, no. Well, at this stage she was going well, but you could tell the petrol light was coming on.
Yeah, I don't think she was backing up per se. It's just
exactly.
They were finishing a little better than she was, and maybe at this point, maybe the sands have literally shifted and the outside is a better place to be.
Potentially. Daklat Nora is still 5 lengths down with around 200 metres to go, and really puts the afterburners on late. It just took her a while to get on the right stride and switch leads, and it's a heartbreaking defeat. She would have won in a couple of strides. Send that horse, Daklat Nora, over an extra 2 furlongs and she'll be relishing the distance.
Yeah, maybe, or against weaker, one of the 2.
Yeah.
I just think that this was a extreme situation. She could win with this company next time if she gets a better trip and better situation, sort of better setup in general. But you also have to worry at the same time whether or not things kind of also set up for her nicely, because it is a tiring track out there.
Yeah.
And we talked about that going in. There's the 2 or 3 horses that were definitely going to get the distance.
Yeah.
One who did not is obviously the well-fancied In No Time. We did not expect the horse to relish the 10 furlongs, especially on testing ground. And he was well back, not even in the shot.
In fairness to us, we did actually sum up the race very well, because In No Time was stuffed, as you say, and the 3 horses we said would get the distance are all in that picture, finishing 1st, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, so and out of all of them, I would take, and I think that obviously your horse is Daklat Nora is quite talented for red stables, but I'll take the ex-Geely Park. Compliant, my selection again if they face off next time.
Yeah, either of those two horses I'd be inclined to take.
Unless you're on it, then I'll go with somebody else. No,
I had all my winners yesterday, it seems.
Sorry, he's getting streaky here. I mean, before I think he's had 1 and 2 win days, and then you've had 7 or 8 win days.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it's an up and down emotional roller coaster, which is, the form here is relatively solid. If you go by form, you tend to get winners, but when there's any kind of variety in terms of a Thursday when it's all maidens or when the weather hits like this, it just becomes a way more unpredictable.
And speaking of, final thoughts on the race and into the next race when it comes to this weather. This is 2,000 meters. Again, we're going into 10 furlongs. Testing conditions.
Very testing. Interesting race, full of imported horses. There's one horse in here who could be very good, but we don't know. We don't know if the track's going to suit. So, there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of imponderables. We're going to find out when the race is run. Beforehand, we'll give our best idea of what's going to happen, but it's tough to predict.
Yeah, and we have some interesting stamina-laden pedigrees that are definitely going to handle a bit of testing ground and a bit of a tough time. So I'm looking forward to it. But yes, the final reflection on the previous race. Hats off to Tequila Mockingbird. Gets it done. Best name of the day, possibly in the country. And happy to see her get it done in the tightest of finishes, the most thrilling easily at this point of the day.
Yeah.
We're going to move on to the 10th race. As we said, a 10 furlong event, 2,000 meters. We're going to go up to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, it's going to take a while. 20 runners to go through here. Number 4 is out, Citello. So we'll go through them. 2,000 metres for the Colts and Fillies. Nominees are 4. Let's have a look at them. Number 1, Yes More Rich, Alex Moreno. Number 2 is Yuzuna. Could be the real deal for Camille Ospina and the White Stable. Number 3 is Rare Ninja, Mohammed Saeed. 4 is a non-runner, Scratch Citello. So we go to 5, Eldeni for Abdullah Al-Saidi. 6, Satono Japan, Fahid Al-Faredi. 7, Antelope Canyon, Tariq Al-Mansour, who's had a winner already. 8, Uncle Hamid for Aisel Al-Sahani. Number 9 is Mikalon for Mohammed Suleiman. Over the page to find 10, Alucal, Louis Morales. 11 is V-Site, Victor Gutierrez. 12, Drawing Clocks for Ahmed Al-Azari. And then 13 is Gabba for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 14 is Entropy, Naif Al-Anazi. 15, Labib, Fawaz Wanas. 16, Step by Step, Muhammad Al-Nassar. 17, Dark Scimitar for jockey Mohammed Al-Daham, who had a winner. Over the page to find 18, Dream With Me, written by Azuz Al-Yesh. A rider change for 19 now. It's going to be ridden by Thurb Altamat now, Adon Castle, number 19. Thurb Altamat taking over on that one. 20 is Boynton for Jimmy Carrion, and 21 gets in here as well, has stall 4, Killoy. Ayad Al-Tarisi rides the reserve. The 22 doesn't get in, so confirming 21 is a runner, Al-Tarisi on board, and that rider change, Thurb Altamat on Adon Castle, and the 4 does not go. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
We have Yes More Rich, who is going to lead off the post parade here. 3 wins to his record, 6 runs, was winner 2 back.
I think this trip stretches his stamina despite being by honour code. He won over 1,600 metres, comes off the layoff. I think he'll be paying late for those exertions.
Honour code, people forget that his best performance was over a mile in the Met Mile, even though he could get a mile and a quarter. Yuzuna is number 2, looking exceptional, even with the blanket on by Kazuna, one of the best stallions in Japan, if not the world.
Listed winner in France, very well bred, handles all surfaces, aside from this one, because we don't know.
Number 3 is Rare Ninja, son of Distorted Humor. He used to be a speed horse in Dubai, and now he's a late closer here.
Picked up recently on the Riyadh form based on what we've previously seen in Taif, which was not a lot. The penultimate second could give this horse a chance, but he has plenty to find with the leading protagonists.
Yeah, he is a rebel. He is going without the blanket. He doesn't need it. He's ready to go.
Like you.
Yes, it's true. He loves this weather. Number 4, Sotelo is out. Number 5, there in the shot is Valdani. He is 2-time winner from 7 starts.
Yeah, this horse has just failed to beat a runner in both starts so far this season, which has to be a major concern. Rated just 65. Don't know whether Ricardo Souza Ferreira will jump on this one, as the stable companion who was supposed to be riding, horse number 4, has been scratched.
Number 6, easily the best bred horse in the race, Satono Japan, a son of Deep Impact out of Dubawi Heights.
An okay level of form in the UK when trained over there. Was sent off a very one of the market leaders in a couple of races in the UK, so it's quite clearly highly regarded by previous connections. Just hasn't really worked out for this horse. Finished 14th on the Saudi debut. Connections will be hoping for more.
Antelope Canyon, hopefully won't be running like one. 1 for 8, 12th last time.
Not a player in this race, just rated 58.
We have number 8 is Uncle Hamid, 2 wins to his credit.
This is the seasonal return for this horse. Fitness has to be a major concern on this tiring track.
Miquelon is a 3-time winner by Kingman.
Those victories came in the UK for trainer Archie Watson. The best efforts have come over a mile, so this trip is a concern.
The quite intriguing Alucal is in shot right now. 1-time winner from 13 starts, but pretty consistent.
Finished third in an open over this course and distance, so that's a tick in the box for the track and the trip. Winless here at this venue. The only success came at Taif, but definitely a player.
Number 11 is V Sight. There he is. With the it would be one of those ones is backwards. How lovely. 1 win from 5 runs.
Improvement likely. Second off the bench today. Had a long layoff between Taif and Riyadh.
Number 12 is Drawing Clocks. 1 for 14. Comes out of a 4th and the 3rd.
Has run well both of those starts actually. This Son of Time test seems to be getting better. Didn't like the track at Taif that much.
Former group runner Gabber used to be with Shadwell, number 13, a 3-time winner from 26 local starts. 3-time winner lifetime, but has 26 local starts.
Struggling now at the age of 8. Very good horse in his day, but is running week in, week out and doesn't seem to be relishing it.
So we can let the cameraman catch up. At this point, it seems that the rain is slowing down everyone a little bit here. There is Gabber right there. The dark chestnut with a little bit of blaze down his face. The old boy wouldn't be shocked if he runs quite well, especially being in Intello. They seem to handle a little bit of cutting the ground as well. Cutting the dirt, rather. Entropy is number 14. He'll be in shot in just a moment. See the Stars, they never mind a little bit of testing ground, it seems.
No.
1 win, 5 starts. Comes off a 17th place finish, though.
Trip should be fine. One of the best bred horses in the race, but 4 months off since the last run in Taif has to be a bit of a worry.
There he is right there. He's got that nice See the Stars face to him. To me, it'd be interesting to see whether or not this horse could step up a little bit. I'm sure that Naif is due a big victory.
Yeah, for sure. He doesn't ride too much for Sami El Harabi, but the trainer's already had a winner today.
And Labib is a 3-time winner, 24 starts, comes off a 6th place finish.
Tough draw for this closer. However, the track is riding to suit.
We have a few more to cover, but first we'll go to Shamila and see what she thinks about the horses. How's it going out there?
Well, thank you very much, Michael. I'm still in the stewards box. So there are a lot of people in here now that we've accumulated, people trying to get out of the rain. And the rain did stop momentarily. However, it has come back with a vengeance. So I think I'll be in here for the foreseeable future. My parade ring selection has to go with horse number 17. Mohamed Adham has already had a winner today, so he is chasing that double. But this is a really nice 6-year-old looking colt. Jumps out of stall 17. We've seen a few horses come from a wide gate today that have run really well. I'm yet to have a winner. I'm not sure about Tom either. I think is Michael the only one to have a winner yet today? The track has been throwing up some really strange results. So me and Tom are still yet to get on the winners board. I'm sure Tom was absolutely delighted with that fact. But this is a really valuable race worth 125,000 Saudi Riyal. I also really like the look of horse number 10, Alukal, for Louis Morales. He gave me a big smile walking past the stewards room. As he was going past another horse that's been consistent, but yet to win in the last few meetings. But I will be sticking with horse number 17.
Thank you so much. This is Alukal that we see in shots right now. Well, he was 3rd on the 16th of December in this race.
This came over course and distance. It was an open race, made a bold bid off the home turn, as you can see, and just gets run down. The horse on the outside, the eventual winner. Do you recognise him? Is it Nordic Lights?
It is Nordic Lights.
Yeah, that big white blaze, the reliable veteran that we like. We both have a soft spot for him. He comes and wears him down late on. Nordic Lights is a good stayer at the trip, so it's no bad thing to go down to him. But at the same time, the fact he was weak late on over this tiring track today.
Yeah, a bit of a worry.
A bit of a worry, yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad. Not impossible, but we're going to try to see how it does. Dark Scimitar in shot right there, number 17. This is the 22nd of December. He was 4th this day.
Consistent performer. Valiant always in his races as well. As we pick up the footage, he comes from off the speed. This day you can see they went pretty hard up front. believe the leader was either Talking Names or Pastime, I can't remember. But Dart Scimitar finished off the race pretty well to finish fourth. He kind of weaved through going around the turn. He was miles off the pace. And he was a little bit one speed in the closing stages, but you know, he still ran perfectly fine. A repeat of this would see him go pretty close. And I believe he is Shamila's selection today.
Yeah, he is. He's, I think with that kind of a performance, I wouldn't be shocked to see him run quite well. Yeah, I think that's the kind of running style you need today, isn't it?
It is. It really is the running style you need. He doesn't exactly fire through the line, but he does keep going at the one pace in the home straight. And as long as you're not stopping, you have a good chance.
The lightly raced locally step by step, do you think that he has a chance to step up at all, the 16?
Well, he does, because he was grade 2 placed, or group 2 placed in France. This horse cost 320,000 since. He's only had one run in Saudi Arabia, so that was a huge price tag that they paid for step by step. Rated 98, as we see the cameraman, Mr. Ez, as I like to call him.
Living the dream out there.
Yeah, he's not used to the rain, that's for sure.
So rated 98 is step by step.
Yeah, rated 98. His whole Saudi start was really poor, but you know, he cost so much money and had good form in France. You'd suggest he's well capable still.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he has the stamina to get it done. It wouldn't be, I'd have to really look more deeply into his form. But then again, he also has to have acclimated, and that's the biggest worry, not the stamina.
Yeah, exactly that. First up suggested he wasn't acclimated, because it was definitely not a performance you would come to expect from this horse. A couple of the others towards the bottom that we didn't get to cover. Dream With Me, first time up again, only way to 65, not for me. Aidan Castle, back to the track yet again, seems to run every single week, wide draw. And Boynton, the 9-year-old that runs so often in his career, he is regressing now. He's struggling as a veteran, but he was a very good horse in his own time. And the reserves just 1 from 20, not for me, Kalewa.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get it done. This is a far tougher race than I ever expected. I think obviously Yazuna is the bit of a hype horse, has the listed form, the pedigree to get it done. Those Kazunas, they seem to run on everything short of asphalt.
Yeah, exactly that. He has victories on the all-weather and on turf, so we know that he's capable of running on different surfaces. Hopefully he handles the track out there. Look, when I'm in desperate need of a winner like this, I am today, trust in Camilo, trust in Ahmed Mohamed, trust in the White Stable, and trust in the horse with proven form. I'm with you, Zuna.
I'm going to give, I don't want to do it, but if he can get an easy lead out there, I'm going to try to beat him. With Alukal. If he can get an easy lead out there and build off of those last couple runs, I think that he could be very tough to catch here. And I don't think the horses that he ran against last time, they actually might have been slightly better than what he's facing today. So, or at least on the same level. So if he's moved forward from the last two, maybe he's a shot. I don't have any confidence in it whatsoever. And I was tempted to go to step by step just because the rating, if he runs remotely within 5 lengths of that rating, he should win this race.
Yes.
But, you know, this is one of those races where I'm hoping Yazuna runs a huge one and just blows this field out the water. But if he does not, if Alukal gets out there in this driving rain and enjoys himself, I'm going to stick with him.
I'm not against Alukal for sure. I think he is a big player. It's just the way this track is riding, it's more suiting the closer or even the horse with more stamina. And I'm just not sure he's the strongest late in the day. But he has the proven form, as you say. That run last time was fine.
So number 10, Alukal for me. Number 2, Yazuna, the lovely horse for you. And number 17, Dark Scimitar for Shamila. We're going to go to Enzo. Enzo, who do you like in here?
Well, I'm going to fall into the trap of going with this hype about Yazuna as well. I'd be surprised if this horse isn't good enough to win. But it's been an absolute day of surprises, isn't it? Going through this card, we thought we'd be arriving here with a White Stable having at least a couple of winners, but still looking for their first. But yeah, I'd be surprised if Yazuna doesn't win. The draw is ideal. The form looks the best, is less exposed than all of these. So yeah, and the horse looked a picture on the way down, despite the fact we're in pretty wintry conditions today. Still looked a very attractive looking animal on the way down. So they're at the start, step by step, also look well on the way to post. There's Antelope Canyon, the green and purple. And the runners are beginning to go forward now. So, going forward. So there's the starter's assistant who's giving the jockeys a final few directions. Yuzuna, he's loving life out there, isn't he? He's very happy indeed. And why not as well? I'm sure it's a great place to work down there at the start. Right, the black and yellow going forward to Tono, Japan. Fahad Al-Faredi slots in. Getting closer to a start. So Yuzuna comes out of stall 2, one off the fence. Sotelo is the absentee. This is the grey going in. That's the reserve, Kiloi. Kiloi runs here, comes out of gate 4, goes forward now. Still got a few to go in here. The bright green colours of drawing clocks. The yellow headgear of Rare Ninja. Still at the back is Labib. And also number 18, Dream With Me, is still to go forward too. As to is Yuzuna. There's Camille Ospina with his name on his breeches. So the last couple to the outside then. Dream With Me and Labib. Big field, 20 of them are ready for a start. Mile and a quarter, 2,000 metres. And they're off. They've jumped away. Big field of runners here, 20, and he caught them in a great line. Yuzuna out well towards the inside, also up there early on, Rare Ninja. And Yes More Rich is handy as well, right down the inside. Yes More Rich in the yellow headgear from the keen-going Yuzuna, who's just throwing his head about, wants to go a bit quicker than Camille will allow him at this early stage. Wider out to find Antelope Canyon, who's handy as well, the purple cap. So that one's outside is Alucard in the orange hat as they race through the first 400 metres. They're tanking along here at around 60 kilometres per hour. The black and yellow Satono Japan wants a piece of the action as well, is right up there too. Satono Japan with also Valderi up there as well. And then towards the inside still Yes More Rich. Now taken back Yuzuna. Just drops in behind the leading line as they go through the first 650 metres. The leader to the inside, Yes More Rich in the yellow headgear, has a narrow advantage with right up there too Valderi. Valderi the white cap, and the yellow and black of Satono Japan. Antelope Canyon is in the 4 path. In the 5 path is Alucard towards the outside. Then comes Dark Scimitar, who's getting a bit closer, the yellow and red. Also yellow and red towards the outside is Boynton. Back to the inside to find Yuzuna, who's still going quite keenly, but is travelling well with the green cap. They come around the crowd of the home turn, and up front making ground now is Yuzuna to go off in chase of Yes More Rich. Yes More Rich, Yuzuna and Alucard. That's the leading trio, and they're ahead of on the outside Dark Scimitar, the yellow and red. The front 4 breaking ahead of the others. They're being chased then behind these by Adon Castle, but around the home turn, travelling well is Alucard on the outside. Looks to have Yuzuna in a spot of bother with 220 metres to go. The leader, Alucard, Louis Morales says, catch me if you can, and Yuzuna's got to try and pick up and was keen early, and they're now clear of in 3rd place Dark Scimitar as they head inside the final 200, and there's nothing going to catch Alucard today because this son of Zoffany is well on top. For Louis Morales, it's Alucard stretching that lead in the final 250, is going to win this handsomely. Staying on for second is the reserve Kiloi, who got going very late. Alucard wins, Kiloi through for second, and 3rd Dark Scimitar, only 4th Yuzuna, who went out like a light in the final 400. Well done to Michael, took the much taunted Yuzuna on and got it right with Alucard. Michael's flying today, well done. To have 2 winners on this card takes a bit of doing. Alucard, number 10, Louis Morales. 2 minutes 7.02 seconds. Alucard wins. Second in the end, Kiloi, who was the reserve, 21, ran a good race, staying from well off the pace, had nothing at all to do with the early gallop. Third, number 17, Dark Scimitar. And 4th in the end, the disappointing Yuzuna, who was just a bit too keen, a bit too fresh early on, I thought. Pulled away his chance. Adon Castle back in behind them. 2 minutes 7.02, 6 3/4 lengths. 10 the winner, 21 second, 17 third, Dark Scimitar. Alucard wins.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Thanks God for everything. You know, today he was sharp from the gate. He going the lead, and then the other guys, they rushed to go fastest. So I take advantage from that. And from 800 he was up, so I let him go. And he, mashallah, I think he liked the movie track. Alhamdulillah.
A winner on the board for jockey Louis Morales, so that was an absolutely fantastic race, and well done to Michael. 2 winners on the board for him. It's 0-0 for me and Tom as of yet, but there are 2 more races left after that, so hopefully we can redeem ourselves. And I did say this, 4-year-old gelding Alukal was looking really nice in the parade ring as well. Rated 91, third last time out at meeting 78, and Louis was actually riding him that time as well, so will be interesting to see. It was also over 2,000 meters, so it'll be interesting to see how Louis thought he's improved since then, whether he likes quick turnarounds like that as well. Louis always tends to give us a good insight onto his rides. The horse is just getting a little worked up. The rain has momentarily stopped, but the temperature has dropped rapidly. It is really freezing and the wind is howling. So hopefully the rain stays off, but the weather conditions are still pretty tough out here, and as you know, thoroughbreds are very sensitive to things like that, for high winds and rain. So horse is a little bit worked up, but still managed to get the job done under Louis Morales as well. So, of course, everybody just getting that winning group picture before Louis comes to weigh in. It'll be interesting to see what he thinks about the track now as well, because it was raining down fairly heavily, to be honest, during the last 2 races. So whether that's changed conditions of the track a little bit, made the kickback a little bit harsher as well, because even though at the start of the day it hadn't rained a few hours previous to that, a lot of the jockeys were saying the kickback was definitely harder, and a lot of them said the track was riding fairly, but I'd almost disagree with that, because they've been throwing up some really weird results. But great to have Louis Morales back in the winner's enclosure. Congratulations, Louis. What did you think about that race? You rode this horse last time out, coming third. How's he improved since then?
Well, today he improved a lot. I think the weather helped him a little bit, because he grabbed it better today. He was more handily. And also the last time I rode him, when they attacked me on the outside, he scared a little bit. And they told me that he's like a half blind from the right. So I think when he saw the shallow, he scared, and then he stops a little bit. But today I tried to go outside so he can see the horses in the inside, and he continued today, mashallah.
And you were really, really strong in the last 400 meters as well of the race. How was the track riding after a little bit of rain?
Well, right now it's fine. Right now it's fine. It's very like a soft, but not sloppy, not moody. Yeah, the horses are grabbing it very well. I mean, I wasn't close to the lead, so it's much easy for me. But the guys from the back, I don't know.
Yeah, the kickback looks pretty hard.
Hard, like stones, a little bit stone, But it's all right.
And it's only 10th race of the evening, 2 more races left. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend as well?
Well, I still have one from my stable for Prince Sultan Misha bin Abdulaziz. I think in the 6 furlongs fits him very well. It's a tough race. There is 2 really fast and good horses. So let's try.
Hopefully the rain holds off as well.
Inshallah. God willing, inshallah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. Always good to hear what Louis Morales has to say. I mean, he's always quite honest, as we always say, that, and he'll give you exactly what he thinks on this. Interesting that the horse was, his vision is impaired a little bit, or at least been bothered a little bit on the inside, so he kept him a little bit busy. I thought that this was interesting, and you as the chief analyst here, that the horse broke extremely well, and he's shown a lot of speed in the past, but he purposely kind of took him off a bit and gave him some horses to focus on.
Yeah, exactly, both to his inside as well. He allowed Camilo to go through a gap, which in running, didn't look like a wise move from Lou Morales, to be honest, because Yuzuna was going so well, but in hindsight, it actually probably helped the horse because it showed him where his competitors were, who his competitors were, and relit that fire in his belly to let the horse know that he is in a race. As soon as Louis asked him off the turn, he instantly quickened, and Yuzuna, who, to be fair, showed nice middle gears and was a bit keen early, he couldn't live with Alucal late.
And at this point, he's looking. He can see to his inside that his chief rival in the race is most likely the White Stable's horse, and he's going to have to beat that horse. And that horse is a lot more keen than him.
Yeah, very keen. He wanted to run Yuzuna. First run up in Saudi, he was eager to go about his business. Camilo wasn't happy to let him lead. He decided to take a pull. Obviously, the tactics that the White Stable must have given him there, because Camilo, we know, is a super aggressive rider.
I think being a French horse was, my thought was being a French horse, he was just trying to get him some cover.
Maybe, but at the same time, the horse has the pace to lead. You could tell that, Camilo reined him back. So it seems odd for Camilo, given the way he always rides his races, that he would do that. But if they wanted cover, then they got cover, and then
when he switched to the lead around the bend here, the inside to the left lead, right lead, he's extremely fluid on that.
Yeah,
it's a completely different story than earlier on in the running on the left lead down the backside. So he's going to switch here in a moment. Well, he actually takes a while to switch.
He doesn't switch for ages onto the left lead. You'll see here, just when we get the other view. Now, you'll see he's still pounding the ground first with that right front leg. Camilo tried to get in there to switch, and he didn't. Whether he's just tired, because he did in France.
Even the winner takes a hot minute to get himself situated here. He gets to the right lead, and at that point, the race is over, because he wasn't going to get late on that lead, and the horses that were coming from behind weren't going to be an issue.
Yeah, exactly. Yuzuna's still on the wrong lead right now. Just unwilling to change. Didn't change the whole way up the straight. So they'll iron that out, I'm sure, before next time. Yuzuna's still a horse I like going forward, but today just wasn't the day for him. There have been some shock results, but that's your second winner, so well done.
The biggest shock is the second winner for me.
Give yourself some credit. You've done a good job. That was a nice selection there, wasn't it?
No, well, one of us has to.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
it's true.
We've had it's been an interesting day because we've been able to we've been forced upon us a little bit of a. I'll just say different conditions on many levels that we've had to go through as far as selecting goes, and that it's not always easy. Sometimes you luck out, like I have, and you pick the right ones that are going to get those conditions, and other times you just you stick to your guns, like you have, and you just can't work it out. You can't get the breaks. And it's not like you've had bad selections.
No.
I think you've had 3 photo finishes and 5 placings.
10 races so far. I've had eight horses in the first 3, and 2 horses finish 4th and 5th. It's incredible. But the winner hopefully will come. There's still 2 races to go. There's 2 nice races to go as well. They're not bleak ends to the card. We've got an award race and a grade 3, so hopefully we can add to your tally and start mine.
Yeah, and speaking of the award race, we're going to move forward to that one in just a second. We have the Rashid A. Al Zanidi Award. It's 130,000 on the line here, and this is going to be state-bred, Saudi-bred 3-year-olds. And this one, we're finally going to cut back to some sprint distances where I feel like the track might play arguably a little truer to form, and you don't have to worry as much. And at the same time, though, you might have to worry about certain sprinters not seeing it out. So maybe go for a 7-furlong horse in the 6-furlong race.
Yeah, and this is actually not a difficult race, not an easy race by any means either. There's a whole group of horses who are all separated by around 5 pounds.
And speaking of those group of horses, we're going to go over them right now with Enzo.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, it's race number 11. Here we go. This is the Rashid Al Zanidi Award Cup, 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres. Here we go. Number 1 is Ayan Al Yakin for Ayan Al Tarisi. 2 is Sam Galab with Berto Ramos. 3 Jahura, Rayan Al Soesh. 4 Rustom Bashir, ran well last time. Alex Moreno on board. 5 is Azam Badawi, Adel Al Faradi. 6 Yanar, Fahad Al Faradi. 7 is Jasmine, Abdullah Al Kradis. 8 is RC Saud for Louis Morales. Number 9 is Kanaja, Yasser Al-Bakawi. 10, Karim, Victor Gutierrez. 11, Durat Al-Daria for Abdullah Alorfi. 12, Inhimir for Abdullah Al-Fayruz, the Grey. And 13, Gloria Flashes for Khalid Al-Mamoni. So we have a 13-strong field for our penultimate race. Colts and fillies here, going to 1,200. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
Thank you so much. We're going to go through what's, the stakes are literally higher.
They are, yes.
And we have a few horses here that are logical players, some that are having to step up, and obviously we're cutting back in trip to where we started at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, looking forward to getting back to the sprint trip. This is a good race though. This is a wide open contest, and I'm looking forward to it. We should get another nice finish between some good horses. The only horse without a mark in this whole race is the white stable runner Jcsa, horse number 3. But of the others, you have around 8 or 9 that have a rating between 73 and 89. So it's a good race. Looking forward to it very much.
And obviously, we're going to start off with number 1, that is Ain Al-Yaqeen, 1 for 24, and some non-efforts recently.
This is probably one of just 2 horses who I don't think stand a winning chance in the race.
Rated 87 is Sam Galab, 1 victory from 6 rounds.
Finished 3rd in the Latin America Cup, 2 starts back. Could play a part here under Wigberto Ramos.
The aforementioned Jcsa on her toes, 2 of them at least. 1 win from 3 runs and 2nd last time.
Nice looking horse, hampered at a key stage last time. Drop in trip is the only question, but we've seen that this is the track that is suiting those horses with extra stamina.
Rustum Basha is number 4, 3 wins from 6 runs. 6 runs locally, but 3 wins in his career.
Course and distance winner, finished 7th in a Group 3 over 1600 last time up. Drops in trip today.
All right, speaking of Rustum Basha, let's go to Shamila in the parade ring, who's nice and dry now.
Yes, Michael, hopefully that rain, hopefully it holds off for now at least. Very windy though, and a lot of the horses in this race are definitely on their toes. I really like the look of horse number 3, Jcsa, but she's been pretty much on 2 legs going around the parade ring for the majority of the time. So I have decided to stick with horse number 4, Rustum Basha, rated 89 for Alex Moreno. He is yet to have a winner this weekend, so I think he is definitely due one. He was on fire the last 2 weekends. And I just think that that this horse is the fittest horse in the race, a tad bit fitter than Jcsa as well, so that's why I decided to switch and not stick, but I think Jcsa could come very, very close, and Camilo is also due a winner as well. A lot of the fillies in this race getting wound up. Horse number 11 wound up as well as horse 13, Gloria Flashes. But you know what? I would actually love to see Gloria Flashes win this race, win any race at all. But I will be sticking with horse number 4, Rustum Basha.
Thank you so much, Shamila. She stays with the 4. We'll move on to the 5 right after that. Aizem Badawi, 2 for 16, 5th last time.
Below this level on the previous form, this is the only other horse in the race that I find it difficult to make a strong case for. However, Adel Al-Faradi's on.
Can he win? Maybe yeah, maybe nah. This is yeah, nah. 2 for 13, number 6.
That's 6th last time up, finished, came in a non-winners of 4 event. This is a completely different contest. We'll struggle based on that run, but as a 2-year-old, shows a good level of form.
Yeah, number 7, Jasmine's Hoping to Bloom, 1 for 22.
Interesting horse, a horse I keep selecting whenever I'm here. She's a deep closer, comes from way off the speed, may be suited by the track conditions today. We actually spoke to her trainer owner earlier on, Abdulrahman Al-Fahan. He came into the studio before racing and he said that hopefully Jasmine will run a nice race.
Ali Saud, number 8, and Mendelssohn, and I love them.
Yes, you do. 2nd start this year for this colt. It's another long layoff though. As we see the trophy, I love the trophies.
You do love the trophies.
This is a bit of a. This is a plate though. I'm not as much of a fan of the plates as I am the trophies, but it's still a lovely prize to win.
That's good. A lot of jelly beans could fit on there. A lot of jelly beans. Number 8 is Kana Jerez, 3 for 20, or 9 rather.
Finished in the top 6 on the last 4 outings. Finished 2nd last time. Was a pretty good run.
Take a look at the form of the 12 in Himmer here. This is his last time.
Yeah, it's a decent performance. It came way back at Taif though, meeting 42. Struck off the home bend, as many of the winners did at that venue, and just held out all the way to the line. It was a fair run. Taif form doesn't always hold up here.
Coming home faster than most horses do on this course, but it is a sprint.
Yeah, you can see the horse right down the outside is absolutely flying, but just doesn't get up.
And we'll also take a look at Jcsa, who is number 3, looking well right there.
Best looking horse in the race.
2nd on the 23rd of December.
I love how Jcsa looks right there. She's a filly. She got absolutely murdered there at that point of the race, just badly hampered. Crucial stage and arguably unlucky to lose because of that. She stays on nicely for 2nd in here. This is over a longer distance. She now drops down in trip. I like her today. I mean, the white stable horses haven't won as many races as I thought they would, but most of them have run very well in defeat. Hopefully, Johora can give them that overdue winner this afternoon.
She did run quite well there. We'll also take a look at Sam Galab, number 2 in this race. He is he was third last time on the 25th of November.
Yes, we'll get to the footage now. On the front end, Sam Galab, just loads of speed. That's all this horse has as the chief asset, brazen speed. We'll go straight to the front from this nice draw. Roberto Ramos doesn't ride too many front runners around here, but he's the partner today for Sam Galab, and he'll be hoping that the pace of this horse can allow him to hold on. I think it will just set up for a closer, a filly in Johora, who has stamina over further.
3 horses we haven't covered so far. We got Kareem, number 10, and obviously number 11, Durat Alderea. Red Stable's looking well, and also Gloria Flashes, rated 64 on the outside.
Kareem won nicely 2 starts back, disappointed last time, but is a player if he returns to his best. Durat Alderea, Red Stable horse, coming second off the layoff. That's got to be a big positive. Again, another candidate in here under Abdullah Alafi, and Gloria Flashes not today for me.
Interesting. So Shamila is going with Rustam Basha based on her, obviously a nice 88 rating as well, but looking well in the parade ring. You're going with? Johora.
Yeah, I'll stick with Johora. I love how she looks. I think she's probably the best looking horse we've seen today as a physical specimen.
All right. I'm going to stick with Mendelssohn. I'm a huge Mendelssohn fan, especially on a track like this, and especially going 6 furlongs. It might be a bit of a testing 6 furlongs. Mendelssohn's Ali Saud would give Luis Morales a clean double at the end of the card here. Those are our selections. We'll see if Enzo actually has a 4th selection. He's done it a couple times today, and it's not worked out, but who knows? It might work out this time. Enzo, who do you like?
Oh, that's a low blow, Michael. But yeah, still struggling my first winner today. Rustam Basha, I'm going to agree with Shamila here, the 4. It's going to run well for Alex Moreno. I like the way this horse ran last time. It's one of those horses that, you know, when you're commentating on a race and you think, yeah, that ran well. Might be able to win a race next time. So that's the camp I am in. Rustam Basha looks very well in the white and grey colours there for Alex Moreno. Laughing Alex Moreno as well. Always like to see a confident jockey beforehand in good spirits and relaxed. Right, they're at the start then for this 1,200 metre 6 furlong event. 65,000 for first place here. It's a decent prize that they are chasing. Runners will soon be loading up here. But yeah, I mean, you have to respect Johora here. It's not been their day though, has it, so far, the white stable? Several fancied horses coming into the meet have all been turned over so far. See if this daughter of Premium Tap can fare a little bit better. Number 8 there is Ali Saud. Luis Morales on the back of that winner just now is on board. So we're that far away from a start. There in the white and blue colours is Yarnar, Fahad Al Faradi for the Al Gaith team, caught by Harlington. He's won a couple of times before, got a 76 rating. Runners are beginning to think about loading up now. Here's number 9, Panaja, the blue and white, goes forward there. Number 10 is in the purple saddlecloth. That's Kareem. About to come forward now, Kareem. Jasmine is number 7. This is Johora. Horse number 3 in the blue saddlecloth there. Also, with the noseband, looks well, doesn't she? Johora, Rayan Altoesh. Taking the ride this time. Jasmine still to go in as well. Also at the back is Rustam Basha, and 12 not yet in either, which is In Hamir. Abdullah Al Fairuz. There rides that one. Getting through loading though. Number 5 is a bit restless here, just playing up a little bit. Azam Badawi, Adel Al Faradi. Because we're on its toes, but is now in, so hopefully we'll just calm down a little. Number 11 is still to go forward. That is Durat Al Daya. Abdullah Alofi on board. Here's the 4 then. The one I quite like here, Rustam Basha. Moreno. 8 is also restless, Ali Saud. under Morales. Now, it's getting quite hairy for one of the runners there. 8 is the one who's really getting worked up. Ali Saud. 10 to go in. Kareem now walks forward. This is Sam Galab. 8 has backed right away now. Tried to rear over Ali Saud and has backed away now. We're going to try and reload that one last of all, I think. This is Sam Galab. He's not the biggest of horses. He's about to go in. This son of Roaring Fever. Roberto Ramos on board. He's alongside Ayan Al Yakin, who's been very calm. Has been in the stalls for a little while now. So the last one is Ali Saud, who hopefully will behave himself now. Ready for a start, race 11, 1,200 metres. And they're off for our penultimate race over the 1,200, the sprint. Good start by Johura in the 3-path. Also, Rustam Basha showing speed too, the grey sleeves. The grey horse is in Hamir up towards the outside. Another one that's prominent towards the inner with the white cap is Kanaja as they sort themselves out. And also Sam Galab is right there too. Sam Galab on the inside has got the drop on Rustam Basha. They're not hanging about here. 65 kilometres per hour. They are trapping along in front. Third place for Inhimir, the grey. 3 lengths back to Johura in the green cap. They're making a move is Kareem in the maroon with the black cap. So that one's outside. In the orange and black is Gloria Flashes, who's very wide with the white sleeves. And they're clear of Durat Al Derya as they turn for home. And Rustam Basha has had enough of Sam Galab now and goes on. The danger on the outside, though, could be this smooth travelling grey. That's Inhimir under Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Looks full of run. Down the outside, Kareem. Victor Gutierrez is also coming home well. Entering the final 200, Rustam Basha is going to have to fight for this and is getting tired. There are closers everywhere. Far side, Yanar. Towards the outside, the grey is Inhimir. And right down the outside, Kareem. As they go close home, it's the inside run, though, Yanar, who's in front now for Al Faradi. And it's Yanar up the fence who's going to go on and win. Yanar. So Inhimir, second place. Third, Kareem in the end, didn't quite get home. Some run, though, by Yanard. Went up the inside, the shortest way round. Didn't go round the horse in the cheek pieces. Fahad Al Faradi gets the winner for the Al Gaith Barn. 1 minute 13.35 seconds. 6th the winner, Yanar. Look how far apart they are. He said, OK, boys, you go wide. I'll just go up the inside and go the shortest way. Second, number 12, Inhimir, who ran well. The grey was always up there. And third, number 10, Kareem. 6:12.10 the result. 1 minute 13.35 seconds. 1 length, the winning margin. Yanar, the rail runner. Too good.
nice rail skimming ride to victory. Alfaredi gets it done. His first on the weekend.
Yes, first on the weekend for Farhad.
So he's what, too short of his brother?
Yeah, Adel had a great day yesterday, but he's not been as lucky today. Farhad getting off the mark. Farhad hasn't had a great time with things in Riyadh actually, but in Taif he was red hot.
Yeah, his second rail skimming ride to victory we've seen on the day. Horse has plenty of kickback on, and he earned his stars.
This horse was sixth in a non as a 4 last time, stepping up into a award contest. It was a completely different kind of race, but quite clearly just well suited to the way this event panned out. It was brazen speed.
Yeah,
Sam Galab,
they were flying.
Rustam Basha, sub 11 second sectionals to start with, and just set up for the closer.
Yeah, that was group level speed.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see if this horse can move forward off this, because I mean this yard, the Al Gaith yard, they definitely do seem to progress in the right direction.
They do. This horse is taking a big step forward, but has run quite a few times in Riyadh already. Improved small jumps each time. Just obviously
the setup improved him a little bit better, a little bit more this time.
much better suited to the way this race was panning out. Some horses in behind that ran well. Kareem closed nicely from off the speed out wide. The eye catcher in the race was Inhima by far. He was the strongest traveller. The big grey, as you can see here on the outside, loomed up large, moved into the race.
Skips over the ground.
Yeah, moved into the race like he was barely moving, like he was barely running, but they were going very quickly. He paid for it late. It was his first run since meeting 42, but going forward, he's the one to take out of it. And my selection, Johura, wasn't beaten too far back in 5th, but again, tried to go with that speed, which just completely collapsed.
It's going to be interesting now. I was thinking about the surface itself. As it has stopped raining, it is a little bit cold out there. Will the moisture sort of stay in there? It's dry cold at the same time. Is the moisture going to stay in the course? Is it going to be still as tiring going into our feature race? Looking at the 11th race from the start here.
Look at Sam Galab, horse number 2, Rustam Basha, horse number 4. They are blazing a trail out in front. Alex Moreno and Wigberto Ramos just taking no prisoners. Quite surprised Alex actually rode like this in this race, because Sam Galab, Wigberto Ramos has no choice. This horse is just speed. That's all he has. The horse in the purpley blue silks up the inside. Alex decides to go with him and kind of ruins his own chance as well as the 2.
Yeah, they are just. It is to the wall with them. My selection in the far back, that is Ala Saud, kind of had a rough go of it, was stuck in between horses and kind of just never really got into any kind of rhythm. Ran on lightly at the end, but that's about it. The winner is in front of him now and is tucked down to the rail, Yana, and he's basically going to pick up the pieces with a clear sailing route.
Sharp move here from Farhad Alfaredi, just about to get right to the fence, take over that spot that Sam Galab was in, rather than try and switch out like most jockeys do here. Just taking advantage of that huge gap up the rail.
Yeah.
We should also mention that Jasmine's rider, Abdullah Akrediz, lost his irons, it looked
yeah,
like.
his irons turning. At some point, it just looked extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But did run the race itself in the back and finished and was pulled up.
Has he got his irons there? Horse number 7 with the orange saddlecloth. It looks like he's okay at this point.
Okay.
So either something snapped.
Something must have gone awry at some point, but luckily, no harm, no foul in the end.
Yeah, the horse was absolutely fine. We saw her return. So fortunately, she's A-okay.
Yeah, as we see the middle of this race, they were flying at this point. It's nice to see some speed like that. We may not see it until we see a group race, but we do have a group race coming up next over a mile. The 12th is going to be the Equestrian Authority Cup. The mile, obviously a tough distance. They're going to have a little bit of stamina, especially over this surface today. Being a Group 3, these are open to both local and imported horses. We have some really interesting proper horses in this race.
Yeah, big race, big field as well, which you don't always get in these group races, but there is a big field here. Only the one scratching, unless there's any late change, which I don't think there is. So we have the 16 runners. The scratching is important. Finest Sound would have been a major player.
Would have been my
Jerkins.
selection.
Yeah. Jimmy Jerkins and Luis Morales would have teamed up on one of the leading fancies in this race, but he's not taking part. Jimmy does have another runner if you are supporting Jimmy Jerkins in the chat right now. He's going to be represented by Third Kingdom.
There's your beloved trophy going to its rightful owner at this point.
Yes, that'll find its way onto a shelf, I'm sure. A nice little plate there to commemorate a good victory from Yana.
Yeah, Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. A well-deserved victory and a smart ride. And looking forward to seeing whether or not this horse can move forward again for Al Gaith. And as they so often do, conditions definitely suited. But as we said, this horse earned his stripes. That was he took all the dirt possible. And when he finally got the clearance up the rail, he showed what he could do. Nice run.
Definitely. Did you see Farhad's right boot there? It's absolutely covered. It's
Just covered.
Virtually brown. But yeah, interesting race. And we're now going on to the feature.
Yeah, the feature coming up next is going to be a Group 3 Equestrian Authority Cup. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for what is going to be our final and best race of the day.
Yeah, what a way to finish. Race 12 is our feature. The Equestrian Authority Cup, the local Group 3, 1,600 metres. They're going the mile here without number 3, as you mentioned. Finest Sound doesn't go. Let's go through them that are running. Number 1, Badr. Khalid Al Mamoni picks up the ride, and this son of Kitten's Joy. Number 2, Ana Al Maqsood for Victor Gutierrez. 3 is a scratch. So 4, Final Destination for Mohammed Al Hubail. 5 is Third Kingdom for Ahmed Al Shra. Number 6, Al Wazir, Eddie Castro. 7, K Rama for Wigberto Ramos. 8 is Emblem Time for Fahad Al Faradi. Could he win the last 2 races on the card? Number 9 is Al Makab. Another jockey's had a good day. Ricardo Ferreira. Could he notch a treble? Uncle is number 10, Khalid Al Rawisht. 11 is Azelio for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 12, New Pursuit. Alex Moreno is on board. 13, Rossmore Nation. Used to run over in the UK. Abdulaziz Al Faradi on that one. 14, Al Mutajiz for Adel Al Faradi. 15 is Soros. Camillo Ospina winless so far today. Number 16, Rosgar for Mohammed Aldaham, who had a winner earlier. And 17, Mahalik for Tariq Almans, who is also already on the score sheet. So they are the runners and the riders. Ricardo Ferreira already had a double today. Everyone else on 1 win who's had a winner. Yarnar winning our previous race. This is the Equestrian Authority Cup, though. It's the big one. Let's go back to Michael and Tom.
Thanks so much. We're going to be moving forward with the final race of the day. To me, it's going to be probably the best, well, it's the best sort of most wide open for me. I'm not sure where to go because Finest Sound was the horse that I thought would be prepped properly and perfectly for this spot. I'm tempted to just go for the other Jimmy at this point.
Yeah, Third Kingdom. I mean, he's got a good chance on form, hasn't he? We did like him last time, though, when he was coming here at meeting 71. We were in the studio that day. James Doyle rode, and it just wasn't to be for him. So it'll be interesting to see if he bounces back. A couple of Jimmys have done that. My Frankel being another one. We saw him. Jimmy was confident that he would run well after a good breeze, and he disappointed when we were here. Then we went away for 2 weeks, and he won the Great One. So, yeah, if Jimmy's horses can bounce back, and Third Kingdom has to be a player, especially on figures and form prior to the recent defeat. I like Final Destination in this race. He's just a really strong performer, always there or thereabouts. Last 5 starts, not finished outside the top 2. He finished second in the Taif Cup. He won the Taif Derby, and the fact he's got that Taif form to his name suggests he handles different kind of surfaces. Last time up, he absolutely bolted up. So I'm going to take Final Destination. An early selection in the last. I need to get a winner on the board. Yeah. Hopefully, Mohammed Al Hubail gets it done for me for Thalma Al Dahani.
I do see the camera guy lining up right there with the first horse. We'll go ahead and get started with that. That one's going to be Badr, who is a son of Kitten's Joy. They seem to like the quicker ground, but let's see how he does with this looser ground today and all that wet surface. 1 for 11.
He needs a lot of luck from this post. Khalid Al Mamoni takes the ride, though.
Son of Candy Ride is Ana Al Maqsood, number 2. 4 victories to his credit.
Finished 5th in the European Union Cup last time up, deserves his place in this kind of contest. Victor Gutierrez on board, hasn't had many rides and doesn't ride all that often at this venue, but he takes the ride and is an experienced pilot in his own right.
Camera guy is definitely a big fan of Badr. Maybe that's his name. We never know. But this is, there's the number 2, Ana Al Maqsood. I love the Candy Rides over any kind of surface, but especially if it's a little bit loose and a little bit wet as well. Candy Rides can handle anytime it rains. So looking forward to this one, seeing whether or not it can own up to that 96 rating. Number 3, Finest Sound, unfortunately is out, would have been my selection. Final Destination is of the same 107 rating.
Yeah, I really like this horse. As a whole, I like him in this race as well. He's just a strong and consistent performer who goes well over the distance and handles deeper surfaces. He has everything that suggests he can win this race, and Thalma Al Dahani is usually very good in the feature contest here.
Right. Number 5 will be in shot in just a moment. It's going to be Red Stable's Third Kingdom. Jimmy Jerkins represented here. 5 wins to his credit, rated 103.
Good horse. Just disappointed last time, but prior to that, won at meeting 47 and at meeting 62.
Lovely animal. Wow.
Yeah, lovely looking type by Make Believe, who was a fantastic performer in France. And all of Jimmy Jerkins fans are in the comments. We've got Julie Schneider, Ed Ryfield, Alan Jerkins, Jimmy's brother.
Team Jimmy is in.
Everyone's in at the moment. Jose Martinez still here as well. So lots of the American colony are in the chat right now.
Hello to my friends back home. Hope you all are doing well. And anybody around the world who is tuning in. Number 6 on shot is Al Wazir. 3 wins to his record, 7 runs.
Third up this season, could play a part, but fitness is a bit of a worry for me. He hasn't run since the opening weekend of this Riyadh season.
Speaking of American, he's the son of American Pharaoh. Cairo Prince's horse, Cairo Prince is called Kairama, was a nice win last time in his Saudi debut.
Beat Third Kingdom on that day, was gallant and game off the front end. Roberto Ramos continues to ride this horse. He has lots of speed. We've already seen one speed horse from these connections disappoint.
Of the same colors is going to be Emblem Time, number 8 you see behind him. Emblem Time was a 2-time winner, 13 runs.
Definitely the second string for this team, Shalat Al-Adiani and Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz. This horse may struggle today.
We'll pick up with number 9 after we talk to Shamila. Shamila, for your last race here, this is your only chance. Who do you think is going to win this on form and how they look?
Well, Michael, I mentioned this horse at the beginning of the program. Horse number 4, Final Destination for Thamar Al-Dehani. We've seen this trainer swoop in and win all the big cup races when he needs to, and I think that Final Destination cannot be beaten. Surely we can get a winner for myself and Tom in this last race, because I'm assuming Tom will side with me at Final Destination. Third Kingdom has looked really well as well in the parade ring, but Final Destination is just top tier, creme de la creme of this of these horses, and there are no paddock negatives for this race. It's worth 165,000 Saudi riyal. It's a local Group 3 race, so plenty of quality in here, and I think that Final Destination cannot be beaten.
All right, she's showing some confidence there with Final Destination, your selection as well. Al Merkab is number 9, a son of Exaggerator. He used to be with Doug Watson in the UAE. It looks like he's making his first run in quite some time.
Yeah, his best form as a 3-year-old. He finished 18th when last seen 9 months ago.
All right. Uncle is number 10, 2 wins to his record, 93 rated.
Consistent performer, second string for Thamar Al-Dehani, but at the same time, this horse is well capable of winning a race like this.
Number 11 is Azelio, 0 wins, the son of Candy Ride from 6 runs.
Maiden, but a fair level of ability so far.
12 is New Pursuit, 3 wins, 13 runs.
Finished second behind K Rama in that race at Third Kingdom, disappointed and went 7th. New Pursuit is closely matched with Uncle as well, who was 3rd in the race.
Rossmore Nation is number 13, 4 victories to his credit.
Ex-Mick Appleby in the UK, really improved throughout his career there. Needs to get back on the right train.
And we have Almertages, number 14, probably the most intriguing horse in the race.
6th in the Saudi Derby last year, won a cup race as well. Adel Al-Faradi on board.
And we have Soros, Razgar, and Mahalik. Of those, who do you think has the best chance?
I'll give you one line on each. Soros second in an open, won a 0-85 prior. Rosgar stepped up latest after 2 disappointing runs.
Go faster.
And Mahalik, very good last time up.
Well done. Well done. Soros will hope to dictate the media that it plays after this. I think that this is going to be a good race. I think I was tempted to go with Almertages based on that class, and Kai Rama based on the fact that he debuted so well. But for me, we're going to take a look right now.
Final Destination. It's a really good run. You've got to be a Final Destination. Come and join me and Shamila in the hope for a last gasp winner. Look at this performance off the front end, just really zooming clear in the closing stages. This is a horse who's got plenty of talent and lots of stamina over the trip as well. And this was not a bad race by any means.
Does taste slightly tougher this time.
Yeah, slightly tougher opposition, but with the withdrawal of Finest Sound, he's well suited to this group.
Almertages, we're going to see it in just a second here. Here he is, finishing, this is a while ago, this is March 10th.
Yeah, this is a fair effort as well. It was a long time ago, as we can see here. He was fine this day. I mean, quite impressive. He was a bit left, a bit right. He was all
And this
over
is
the
only 2
place.
weeks after the Saudi Cup too, so he ran Saudi Derby, so he ran quite well.
The issue for me is, one, this was as a 2-year-old. 2, he's now coming off a long layoff as a 3-year-old. Whether he's progressed from 2 to 3, we don't know. Whether he's fit enough to do himself justice, we don't know.
He really travels well. Kairama was a nice winner on the 1st of December. We were here for that together.
Yes, he beat Third Kingdom in this race. There's lots of horses in here that are running today. Kairama in the black, Uncle in the green and white, Third Kingdom in the red and white back in the field in around mid-division. And there's another horse in here as well, but I can't remember which one, that was also in this contest. So there are plenty in here. It's New Pursuit down the outside in the green, who finishes second. Plenty of horses in here that are running again today. Whether this form will be upheld, we'll see, but there wasn't much between 3 of them at the line.
Well done. And last but not least, we have Al Wazir on the 27th of October, which would be opening weekend here. Finishing third.
Yeah, finishing third. It's a big step up on the previous effort in Taif when 12th. As you say, though, first weekend, it's been a long time since then. We'll need to improve off this and prove that he's capable of going again and winning a race like this. Meeting 56, this was a long time ago. There's also another Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah horse in the field, so that owner will know just how good Al Wazir is, and they've pitched Final Destination in against him.
Yeah, and look how far the grass has come from then.
Yeah, that's true.
It was actually dirt back then. But so we're going to look at our selections as they get ready to go into the gate. You guys are dead set on Final Destination, so to speak. Shamila Hanley is on there as well. I am going to go with Al Murtajiz. I think he has a lot of talent, and I think that these kind of horses, he's not very big, he's a good magic. They're going to have him ready, and nobody's riding better than Adele right now. So I'm going to stick with him despite the 14 post. And we are closing in on what is going to be a pretty exciting last race of the day. Enzo, this is your last chance. Has he got a winner today?
No, but I can't talk.
No. So it's not a banner day for anybody, but Enzo, you see who you like in this final race and let you call what is going to be the best and the last race of the day.
Yeah, great minds think alike, me and Tom. Well, not so great today, but yeah, I have to be with Final Destination as well. He's my original selection, so I'm not going to let the previous poor selections sway me away from him. He does look a class act, but we've had several surprise results today. Right, they're loading up anyway for our feature race, the Equestrian Authority Cup, the local Group 3 over the mile, 1,600 metres. There goes Final Destination going in. Murtajiz still to go forward, and also Rossmore Nation. I remember running over in the UK a few times. He showed a fair level of form from time to time. Knew how to take his chance as well when they arrived. Azelio still to go in, and also Rosgar and Soros as well. Still a few to load. 4 in as our guests await the finish of the Equestrian Authority Cup. It's going to be a thriller, this race, for the fillies, colts and geldings, in the absence of Finest Sound, who is the absentee. Still a big field of runners. 16 of them to face the starter here. Number 8 going in, Emblem Time, goes forward. And a pink coloured saddlecloth. Emblem Time is in. Number 9 is going to be next, Al Murkab, the jockey Ricardo Ferreira, who's the only jockey to have ridden more than one winner today. Takes this one in. Getting closer to a start now. So who are we waiting for? Number 12, New Pursuit, Alex Moreno, riding that one. Red with a white cap going forward there. Third Kingdom. So here we go for our feature race then. All in, the Equestrian Authority Cup. It's Group 3. Oh, a little bit edgy in the stalls there. Is Azelio. They're off, they're racing our feature race, the mile, 1,600 metres for the Equestrian Authority Cup. It's underway, and the starter caught them in a pretty good lie, just roused along early on to to be prominent is Emblem Time, and also to that one's inside K Rama as well, showing a bit of speed. Also the blue colours of Al Wazir is to the fore. Right on the outside, trying to get across is Mahalik in the green colours. That's right up with the speed too under Al Mansour as they go through the first 400 metres, and now crossing is Mahalik with the white cap, sheepskin noseband to lead up to, in second place, Soros in the white colours. Racing up wider in the blue sleeves is Rosgar, who's also fairly handy. Then comes Al Wazir and K Rama, who tuck in behind from Anna Al Maksud. Final destination about midfield. White colours with the green sleeves and cap as they go towards the home turn. Uncle is the one, that one's outside, trying to get a bit closer. He's ridden along to final destination, needs to pick up as they head around the home turn. The crown of the bend at around 59 kilometres per hour. The leader travelling well too in front here is still Mahalik. Mahalik out in front on the inside leads to K Rama now giving chase. The black cap looks a danger too. To the outside making ground is Rosgar. Then comes Soros. Final destination's come under pressure and has not picked up. Looking for Rubi's Badur in behind the yellow colours. In line for home, still a few chances here. Here comes K Rama on the outside now, number 7, to come and hit the front. Rosgar, though, is flashing home out wider. Could be a danger still, but K Rama it is, who has a narrow lead to Rosgar. Right down the outside, New Pursuit all over the top is absolutely flashing home. New Pursuit, Alex Moreno from well off the pace. He's going to win the feature. New Pursuit wins it. Bader got through for second, flew home, and it's close for third, involving Rosgar, who was right there with K Rama. What a finish. It all changed again, and it was New Pursuit who wins it. The Al Mandil Bard, Alex Moreno, gets his winner. He's had to be patient, but he's got his name up in lights in our feature race, the Equestrian Authority Cup. Look at that, had nothing at all to do with the early pace. Once again, the pace collapsed. That's been the case today. 1 minute 39.76 seconds, the winning time. It was a neck, the winning margin. Bader did close the margin late on. He was running on strongly in the yellow colours to be second under Khalid Al Mamadi. Couldn't quite get there. Third, number 7, just in the black, far side, K Rama. That means Rosgar is fourth. So it's 12-1-7. New Pursuit, Bader, K Rama. New Pursuit, late and fast. Moreno wins by a neck in our feature.
كاس هيئة الفروسية مع الخيال المتألق دائما أليكسيس مورينو. أليكسيس, well done, good race Alexis.
Thank you, Salman. Mabruk to Abu Sultan, our team. Wow, I got trouble a little bit in the beginning, so I just take my steps and wait my time, you know. It was the last behind, he just passing through. Thanks, God. Well done to everybody.
Finally, a winner on the board for jockey Alexis Moreno in the last race of this Friday meeting, winning the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Group 3 Cup worth 165,000 Saudi riyals. So huge well done to Fayhan bin Faisal Al Mandil and sons. Sultan, one of Fayhan's sons, is here supporting them, as well as Naif Al Mandil, the trainer. So all of the Al Mandil family are out here to witness this Group 3 winner that New Pursuit has managed to win. So that is absolutely fantastic for him and for the team. Alex hasn't ridden New Pursuit since back in August, back in Taif. And New Pursuit has had a pretty up and down season, but it's finally great to see him back in the winners' enclosure during a tough contest as well. No winners still for me today, but today's racing was really, really tough. So it'll be great to see what Alex made of that. By his face, you can tell he's absolutely delighted. But you can just tell how harsh that kickback was. But the track definitely wasn't riding any slower. Usually when it rains quite a lot, the dirt seems to get firmer. So I wouldn't be surprised if the times today were really good as well. New Pursuit rated 96. And Alex, this is Alex's first winner of the weekend as well. So they're just getting all the Feihan Almendil connections and friends in for this group picture before Alex dismounts and weighs out for the final race of today. And the wind has died down a little bit. It's a little bit less cold, but Tom will be delighted that we are not going to be in the mini set today. I will sprint over and join you in the main studio after I grab a word with Alex Marino. He is just dismounting now, but I mean, there's so much to talk about in this race. I think the first few home, we weren't expecting that. A final destination wasn't the strongest. Both the Thamar Dehane horses weren't great, Uncle and Final Destination. I was expecting them to even be 1-2. They are usually really up there, up in the standings. However, today was not meant for them. It was meant for Alex Marino to win, and the Almendil stables, who are doing really well this season as well. We'll grab Alex before he runs off. Congratulations, Alex. Finally have a winner on the board for you.
Wow, it was my last shot, and he just did it well.
Were you expecting to win today? I mean, it was a really tough race, a local Group 3.
Well, it was a tough race. He's a nice horse, actually. But, you know, he has just a little bit. If you use him too early, he don't want to finish well. So I just went in the last 300, so that's what he has, you know.
And you haven't ridden him since the Taif season back in August. How has he grown since then?
Well, until now, he improved a lot. He beat good horses. And, you know, I expect he can keep continuing.
And I just want to ask you about the track after a little bit of rain. Obviously, you're covered in kickback quite a lot. So how is that riding? Is it a little bit different, firmer in places probably?
Well, it's a little bit difficult, you know, because sometimes you just wearing two goggles. And then last 1,000 meters, you don't have a goggle to wear, so it's difficult a little bit.
Well done, Alex. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you very much.
All right, this was a well-deserved victory. Nicely done. You know, obviously Moreno is one of the best riders in the country, and he got it done really well. Determined ride. Took all the kickback, switched out to the outside. Nice ride.
Yeah, really nice ride. New Pursuit closed from off the pace last time when just being beaten by K-Rama. Different story today. The pace didn't hold up as well. K-Rama's out in front, but is pretty leg weary at this point, and New Pursuit just has plenty more left in the tank.
He gets his revenge. I thought turning for home, if K-Rama had one more gear in him, he could probably get it done. But it looks right here, you see him drifting out a little bit.
He's a bit wobbly.
It's kind of over with him. Yeah, it's just that extra, you know, I play 70 yards or so, he just cannot quite get there. The Kitten's Joy horse on the inside, Botter, comes up running really well, which is a shock considering the Kitten's Joy. Usually they like to feel their legs rattle.
Yeah.
I love them on the grass a whole lot more than any kind of dirt surface. So.
And Botter was so unlucky as well. Short from room at crucial stages.
I won't take him too much out of this race because I feel like the track played to him better than anyone else in the race.
Agreed.
Just because the way he finished, it just kind of developed for him at that point. But to me, just you know, hats off to Moreno. He got it done. His riding expertise is I wouldn't say it's not. I'd say it's unmatched. I will say, like, he's probably one of the very, very best here, if not the best.
He is, but the thing is, he's had a pretty tough day. I mean, the good thing, I'm sure that he'd imagine he was coming here to ride for Lucas Gaitan in the first Arabian race, got beaten. So he would have been disappointed. We know that Alex doesn't like losing, as most jockeys don't. So yeah, to end on a high and lift this trophy, I'm sure he'll be ecstatic.
Highlight of your day?
My highlight will probably be Junior Audible in race 6. It was a pretty difficult day to have a highlight, if I'm being honest. You know, I struggled to find winners this afternoon, but, but Junior Audible was the most impressive, I think, of all of the winners that we saw. Was drawn in the yellow, where jockey was in the yellow, was drawn out wide in stall 18. Just see at the bottom of your screen right now, Junior Audible. And this was a very good race. It featured a lot of nice horses. It was an open contest. Larin was in there as a daughter of Commissioner. Commissioner Dan was in there as well, rated 85 for the White Stable. Jubale was also in there, the grey horse there. But Junior Audible came out on top for Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who was the man of the day.
Yeah, he indeed was. He had 2 victories on the day. I thought that obviously this one, also Tahati, has winning the 5th race was quite good. We are magically joined by the power of her 2 feet by Shamila Hanley in the studio. What did you make of, obviously, this is a huge performance?
Oh God, that's my ride of the week from Ricardo Ferreira right there. You don't even see him in the last 400 meters, and then he magically appears across the winning line. I mean, it was timed to perfection, and Ricardo's a really humble guy. I mean, I said I was really impressed by his ride, and he was kind of like, oh yeah, I do this all the time. But he timed it so perfectly. That is absolutely my ride of the week. I don't care what happens tomorrow.
Talking of being impressed and timing things perfectly, you coming here, I'm more impressed with that sprint. You have run quicker than all of my horses today. It's incredible.
Yeah, they were walking home, but Shamila was flying into the studio.
Flying.
No, just excellent day of racing. I was excited for Tequila Mockingbird, not just because of the great name, just the great. Sort of a great race at the end, the tightest finish of the day, the most thrilling event, and one of the most formful events of the as far as not picking a winner and us actually telling you exactly what was going to happen in the race without picking the winner.
Exactly. we selected 3 horses between us, and they finished 1st, 3rd, and 4th, all separated by short margins. Today's been a good day. Results been unpredictable. Tomorrow's going to be excellent. Asfan Al Khaladia, the standout in race 1. Don't miss him.
It's going to be absolutely outstanding. We are looking forward to having you back on the Jcsa YouTube channel to see us here, Shamila, myself, Tom. We will be back tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. May all your photo finishes be winning ones. Thank you so much, everyone.